Lucas let out an exasperated sigh. I knew it. You haven't eaten, have you? How'd you know? Lily tilted her head back to look at him, her bright eyes filled with genuine confusion. Simple. Lucas's serious expression suddenly vanished. Because you're a dork, and dorks always forget to eat. I'm not a dork, she mumbled, pouting. She thought he was about to reveal some brilliant piece of deduction, and instead, he just called her a dork. So unfair. I'm plenty smart, she thought. I even remembered all your favorite things. A dork wouldn't remember that. Lost in her thoughts, she sat back down in her chair, leaned forward, and playfully bumped her head against his chest. A second later, remembering they weren't alone, she ducked her head in embarrassment. Whoa, Lily, are you part bull or something? Lucas clutched his chest, half joking. That almost gave me internal bleeding. Just you wait. When I'm done here, I'm gonna get you back for that. Lily's head drooped even lower as she fiddled with her index finger. I'm sorry. Lucas chuckled. Since you're so sincere, I guess I can forgive you. Now open up and have some of this candy. Thank God I have a girlfriend, Jason muttered under his breath, thinking that if the other two guys from their dorm were here, they'd probably die of jealousy on the spot. Just then, Lily remembered something else. She quickly pulled 3 bottles of sparkling water from her canvas tote bag and handed them out. Thanks, Vanessa and Jason said, taking them without hesitation. I asked you to grab me an ice-cold Pepsi, and you got sparkling water? And 3 of them. Lucas blinked, completely missing that Lily had bought them all specifically for him, worried he'd get dehydrated in the afternoon heat. She remembered he didn't like plain bottled water, so she'd opted for something with a little fizz. Good thing I bought extra. It's the perfect amount, she said, a small, satisfied smile gracing her lips, like a Tetris player watching a perfectly placed block clear the screen. Vanessa looked puzzled, slightly regretting she'd chugged half of hers already. But doesn't that leave you without one? The weather was muggy and hot. Just walking a few steps outside felt like being steamed alive. It's okay, I don't need one, Lily said nonchalantly, twisting the cap off Lucas's bottle for him. While Jason and Vanessa were still processing this, Lily's voice softened. You said your stomach was hurting the other day. Maybe you should lay off the soda for a bit, okay? It only hurt for a little while. I'm fine now, Lucas started to say, but he stopped when he saw the misty look in her eyes, that expression of wanting to be mad but being physically incapable of it. His heart melted. Actually, you know what? Sparkling water is great. I was getting sick of Pepsi anyway. It's just sugary carbonated water. Who even drinks that stuff? Come on, let's go find a place to grab a bite, Vanessa said, tactfully getting to her feet and patting Jason on the back. Later, Jason said, giving Lucas a slight nod before following Vanessa. As Lily watched them go, Lucas waved the water bottle in front of her face. Have a sip. Your lips are chapped. She shook her head. If I drink it, what will you have? I don't mind sharing with you, Lucas said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. We're on a budget, remember? We'll just have to make do with 1 bottle. No, I can't. You're as stubborn as a mule. He poked her cheek with his index finger, making her instinctively close one eye. I just won't touch my lips to the bottle when I drink. Problem solved. Okay, fine. Lily's attempt to challenge him lasted all of 5 seconds. Jason tugged at the collar of his shirt, trying to fan some air onto his neck. He glanced at Vanessa, who let out a deep sigh. What's that for? He asked. She shot him a glare. What do you think it's for? He knew exactly why, but he had to ask anyway. So annoying. Hey, I'm not upset, Jason said with a shrug. I'm happy for my boy. He deserves this. Vanessa knew she didn't have a leg to stand on, so she just balled her fist in a silent warning. Jason flinched and took a step back. Whoa, don't even think about it. I haven't done anything to you lately. Right, Vanessa said, nodding. A moment later, just as Jason was about to light a cigarette, a hand smacked him on the back of the head, leaving him stunned. What was that for? He yelled, rubbing the spot. Vanessa dusted her hands off, looking pleased. For trying to light it with your left hand. After a laugh, her expression grew serious. Do you have to get your heart broken to finally understand love? Jason rubbed his head, not daring to argue back. You get it, don't you? And you've never even been in a real relationship. I'm different, Vanessa said, her hand now gently massaging the spot she'd just hit. But her words were anything but gentle. For me, there are no breakups, only widowhood. On this sweltering day, Jason suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, Lucas and Lily were eating under the shade of a large patio umbrella. Every so often, he'd feed a piece of shrimp to his stubborn, dorky girl. It was funny, he thought. When he was sitting here with Jason, it felt like he was serving time, tortured by the summer heat. With Lily, it didn't feel that way at all. Can I stay here this afternoon? Lily asked quietly after swallowing a bite of shrimp salad. She really wanted to see what he was working on. Mostly, she just wanted to watch him. Without realizing it, she'd become the kind of dork who started to miss him after only a few hours apart. Don't you have class? No, just studying to do. Lucas thought for a moment, then went back to peeling another shrimp. He cleared his throat dramatically. Depends on how you behave. Ah, Lily said, obediently opening her mouth like a baby bird. Lucas couldn't help but laugh as he placed the shrimp in her mouth. You catch on quick. So can I? If you don't mind the heat, he said with a helpless sigh. You don't have your part-time job today. You should go home and take a nap. It's fine. I'll just sit here quietly and study my English vocabulary. I won't bother you, she explained anxiously, as if afraid he'd try to send her away again. People might mistake you for the boss's wife, you know. Lily lowered her head, turning away slightly. Stop saying things like that. She chided softly. It felt like he was always teasing her lately, making her heart race and her cheeks flush. He was terrible. I'm just telling the truth. Lucas tilted his head back and took a long drink from the bottle. After he'd forced that first sip on her, she couldn't really protest the indirect kiss anymore. By the way, I got a position for you at the company. What position? Lily bit her lip, her mind racing. She was already planning how to refuse. She would do anything to help him, but she would never, ever accept a salary from him. While she was having an internal battle, Lucas spoke, his expression calm. The boss's wife. You're impossible. Lily shot a look at Lucas's teasing smirk and turned away, refusing to look at him. Did he really have to bring that up again? She thought they were done with that joke. Don't you have finals coming up soon? Lucas asked. Yep, she answered immediately. That afternoon, Lucas got back to his interviews, while Lily sat quietly beside him, memorizing English vocabulary and glancing up at him from time to time. When he was busy, she watched him in silence. When he had a break, she'd pull out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow or aim her small, handheld fan at him. Her every movement, her every glance, was filled with a boundless tenderness. Whenever Lucas noticed, he would snatch the fan and point it at her. Then, when he wasn't looking, she'd aim it back at him. They went back and forth like this all afternoon. Their department was mostly guys, and for many of them, catching a glimpse of this scene was enough to make them want to give up on life. They felt like innocent puppies walking down the street, only to be kicked for no reason. Why did they have to endure this public display of affection just to find a part-time gig? What was wrong with the world? Was there no place left for single people? Time ticked by, and finally, the last person in line stepped forward. Lucas glanced behind him, and seeing no one else, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Freedom was so close. He should have just set up a group chat and pre-screen people online. Halfway through the afternoon, he'd already wanted to quit. The number of people who showed up was staggering. You'd think a major tech company was holding a campus recruitment event. Maybe the title, a studio founded by fellow students, held a special appeal. Success rate aside, who didn't dream of building something from the ground up? Hi, what programming languages are you familiar with? Any relevant experience? Do you play a wide variety of games? Lucas asked, his voice a bit hoarse as he recited the formulaic questions. While the guy introduced himself, Lily thoughtfully handed Lucas a fresh bottle of water she had just bought. Lucas took a long drink as he listened. I don't have any direct experience yet, but I play all sorts of games. The one I play most is... The student, who wore glasses, held his phone horizontally in front of him and struck a pose as if summoning a suit of armor. Initiating epic gamer mode. Puffed. Lucas sprayed a mouthful of water, choking and coughing. Okay, that's enough. I don't really care what you like to play, Lucas said, clearing his throat. You seem to know your stuff. Leave your contact info. There's one more test, and then you're in. Awesome. Finally, silence descended again, leaving just Lucas and Lily under the umbrella. Tired? Lucas asked with a soft smile. Not at all. Lily began to neatly pack up their things. Being with Lucas just made time fly by. She never felt tired. Lucas stretched, letting out a lazy yawn. You can't just keep me company for free. I'm taking you to dinner tonight. Feel like getting some barbecue. Can we just go to the dining hall? That evening, after talking it over with Jason, Lucas created a small group chat with only 20 people. He then uploaded a test file. With finals just around the corner, I know everyone's busy studying. Just finish this when you have a spare moment. Of course, the sooner the better. Send it directly to me when you're done. The deadline is 3 days from now. His tone was deliberately casual. Jason leaned over his shoulder. Isn't that a few too many people? A slight smile played on Lucas's lips. We're only taking the first 5. For the rest, we'll buy them a bubble tea and part on good terms. Only the first 5? Jason was stunned for a second. Then he reread Lucas's message in the chat, and it clicked. Damn, you're ruthless. You sound all easygoing, but you're really just taking the 5 most motivated ones, aren't you? He shuddered slightly. You're like a different person when you get into business mode. Normally, talking to Lucas felt like a breath of fresh air, but this was cold. Lucas nodded. Why scent isn't that hard, but it is time-consuming. The ones who finish it fastest are either the most driven or the ones who are truly passionate about this. Or they just have way too much time on their hands, he added. Lucas figured the first submission would come in the next day at the earliest. He never expected someone to finish it that same night. It was the weirdo from the last interview that afternoon. Leo Jenkins. Hey, I'm done. Could you take a look? Lucas. Already? Leo Jenkins. Pushes ___ glasses. GIF because this is my dream. Lucas frowned for a second, then smiled as he typed. All right. Soon, the first members of their fledgling studio were locked in. Mid-June. The moment she finished her last final, Lily rushed to the campus gate to wait for Lucas. Today was the day he was coming back from the competition, and she wanted to see him as soon as possible. They hadn't seen each other in almost 3 days, and because he'd been so busy, they'd barely even spoken. It was nearly 6 o'clock, but the sun was still high in the sky, making her squint. The air was filled with the loud chatter of students, but she stood there quietly, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted a familiar figure in the distance. That's a lot of prize money. Aren't you going to share, boss? Mia Thompson asked. Jason had his arm slung around Lucas's shoulder, a huge grin on his face. You're a genius. How'd you come up with that? You just have to find the common threads. Even the best ideas grow from the simplest soil, Lucas replied, as serious as ever. Mia's art was incredible, too. I was honestly starting to lose hope, Jason said. He was clearly the most ecstatic of the group. He gave Mia a thumbs up. I can't believe our team basically brought a gun to a knife fight in a student competition. The game they'd created, a blend of card-based mechanics and roguelike elements, had perfectly showcased Mia's artistic talents. I really didn't think we'd get first place. This is more than enough to apply for the university's incubator grant, Lucas said, staring at his phone, so focused that he wasn't watching where he was going. Unsurprisingly, he walked right into someone. Oh, sorry, Lucas mumbled, his eyes still glued to his screen. But the person just stood there, silent. Puzzled, he finally looked up. He was met with the sight of a breathtakingly beautiful girl. She was biting her lip, her long hair tied back, swaying gently in the breeze. Her bright, clear eyes were fixed on him, shimmering with a layer of moisture, as if tears were about to spill over. What are you doing here? Lucas asked with a smile. Lily's voice trembled. I missed you. I missed you. The word struck Lucas's heart like an arrow, making it skip a beat. When he recovered, a gentle smile spread across his face. I missed you too, he said softly. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. The world around them, crowded and noisy, faded away. In their eyes, there was only each other. After a moment, Lucas broke the silence. How were your finals? Even though he'd been practically off the grid for days, he hadn't forgotten her exams were this week. Lily nodded slightly, indicating they'd gone well. Come on, I'll take you out to dinner, to celebrate you being done with finals. As he spoke, he gently tucked a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. It was the boldest he'd ever been, but now, he finally felt like he had the confidence to be responsible for her future. Lily looked up, stunned. Shouldn't we be celebrating you winning the competition? In my eyes, this is the thing most worth celebrating, Lucas whispered. Seeing Mia bouncing over, he quickly added, Don't tell the others, okay? They'll get jealous. What are you two whispering about over here? Mia tilted her head, a mischievous grin on her face. Just discussing where to take you for dinner, Lucas said dryly. Couldn't she take a hint and give them some space like the others? Why did she love being a third wheel so much? Interfering with the boss's personal life. I'll find an excuse to dock your pay for this, he thought. Mia nodded, then wrapped her arms around Lily like an octopus. I missed you so much. Lily smiled back, letting Mia nuzzle her cheek. Lucas gave up trying to shoo Mia away and pulled out his phone to reply to his unread messages. The first thing he saw was a flood of notifications from Emma. What's gotten into her? He wondered, tapping on chat. Emma, hey, where's your Apple Watch charger? Emma, I'm borrowing that bracelet from your drawer, okay? Emma, why aren't you answering? I'll take that as a yes. The messages were all from that morning. Lucas, put it back when you're done. But why are you going through my stuff? Emma replied instantly. Emma, found it when I was looking for the charger. Figured I'd wear it for good luck. I was dead if I bombed this test. And you know what? I think it worked. I guessed on 4 multiple-choice questions on my English final and got them all right. A grin spread across Lucas's face, and he typed faster. Seriously? Best news I've heard all day. I've always wanted to be an only child. Emma, jerk. After replying to all his messages, he looked up at the group. So, have we decided where to eat? My treat. With this many people, we should go for family style, Mia suggested. Let's go somewhere expensive. Leo Jenkins chimed in. Jason's grin stretched from ear to ear. The sky's the limit. As Lucas quietly watched them debate, Lily leaned in close and whispered, I still have to tutor Emma tonight. Her concern for Emma's studies went far beyond the duties of a typical tutor. Ms. Thompson, must you be so dedicated? Lucas found it amusing and gently tapped her forehead. Would you rather spend the evening with her or with me? With you. Lily fell silent, feeling like a terrible tutor. Now it was Lucas's turn to lean in and whisper. Don't be nervous. Being around a big group of people sometimes is part of the plan. Okay, she replied, her body tensing as his warm breath tickled her ear. He always had this effect on her, but she was too embarrassed to say anything. He smirked. You don't have to be afraid to talk to the new guys. Your position in the company is way higher than theirs. It took Lily a second to process what he meant. She blinked, her eyes wide with confusion. Then she remembered his stupid joke about the boss's wife, and a deep blush spread across her face. With her fair, delicate skin, she flushed easily. Lily pouted slightly. They hadn't seen each other in days, and the first thing he does is tease her. Do you talk to other girls like this? She asked, the question slipping out before she could stop it. Of course not, Lucas said, his expression completely serious. Lily pressed her lips together, a little flutter of happiness in her chest. Then, he blew a soft puff of air behind her ear. For the rest of my life, you're the only one I'll ever tease. Other girls probably aren't as easy to tease as I am. Lily fidgeted, twisting her hands together. An unbelievable thought began to form in her mind, a thought she barely dared to consider. Could it be that Lucas likes me the same way I like him? At the restaurant, a lavish place Jason had picked out, seizing the role of host, the group was loud and cheerful as they ordered. Jason, in his excitement, ordered a lobster so big Lucas had never seen anything like it. His infectious energy spread through the group, and everyone became even more animated. Lucas was the calmest among them. To him, this victory was just the first step. His vision extended much further. Should we invite Dylan and Ryan? Jason asked, walking over to Lucas with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He let a sigh. Looks like you and I are stuck together, but with those two, we're not going to see them much anymore. Sure, invite them, Lucas agreed. It was already mid-June. If those two didn't stay in Seattle for the summer, the next time they'd all be together would be at graduation. After 3 years, the thought brought a pang of melancholy. We really won't see Dylan much, Lucas added dryly. But I have a feeling we'll be seeing plenty of Ryan. The guy would probably stick around Seattle to keep chasing Bianca. Sure enough, moments after Jason sent the text, Ryan replied that he was with Bianca. Jason sighed and told him to bring her along. 10 minutes later, Lily was staring with wide-eyed curiosity at the large tanks filled with all kinds of live seafood. For her, it was like being at an aquarium. See anything you want to eat? It's not as expensive as it looks, Lucas asked gently. She shook her head. She just thought it was cool. You're like a little kid, he teased, but he stayed right by her side. If he hadn't, she would have been too shy to stand there by herself. Just then, Ryan called to ask which private room they were in. I'll meet you in the lobby, Lucas said. After hanging up, he gently tapped Lily's shoulder. Come on, I'll take you to a real aquarium next time. He couldn't help but smile. The more he looked at this dork, the more adorable she became. As they reached the lobby, Ryan and Bianca walked in. Wow, you guys are going all out. I've never eaten at a place this fancy, Ryan said, genuinely happy for Lucas and Jason's success. Bianca's eyes widened for a second when she saw Lily, but she quickly recovered with a polite smile. Is this your girlfriend, Lucas? She asked, her eyes scanning Lily from head to toe. At her question, Lily lowered her head and took a small step away from Lucas, creating a little distance between them. Before she could move far, Lucas grabbed her arm and pulled her back to his side. This, he said with a playful grin, is the future first lady of my company. Lily assumed he was still joking, but Bianca just nodded as if she understood completely. You two go pick out whatever you want, Lucas said to Ryan. Jason's paying tonight, so go wild. He held his hands far apart. He just ordered a lobster this big. No way, I gotta see this. This way. Lucas pointed toward the tanks where Lily had been looking, and Ryan immediately took off with him in tow. Boys never really outgrow their childish side. Half of all college students were still willing to believe the Power Rangers were real and that the morphing grid existed. They'd probably believe someone who claimed to be a Nigerian prince, too. Lily was about to follow them when Bianca stopped her. Hi, I'm Bianca Cooper. I'm a sophomore in the law program, just like Lucas. Hello, I'm Lily Thompson, Lily said nervously. She wasn't very good with people who were so forward. She also didn't understand why Bianca felt the need to mention she was in the same program as Lucas. You and Lucas seem really close. It's been a while since I've seen him this close with another girl. Bianca then feigned to slip up, quickly adding, You probably know about Scarlett, right? Lily managed a barely audible. Bianca pressed on. Do you like him? Lily froze, then quickly waved her hands. No, no. Oh, I guess I was mistaken. It makes sense, though. I mean, you two are from completely different worlds. Walking up the stairs, Lucas sensed a shift in Lily's mood. Are you okay? He asked. Lily put on her usual resilient mask, forcing back the tears and the lump in her throat. I'm fine. Everyone was here to celebrate, and the last thing she wanted was to bring the mood down. But she couldn't fool him. He was always watching her, always attuned to the slightest change in her emotions. He wanted to press her, but the rest of the group was too rowdy, either cheering for him to give a speech or pulling him into toasts, and he couldn't find a moment alone with her. Throughout the dinner, Lucas kept glancing at the girl beside him, his eyes full of joy. After a while, Lily timidly leaned closer. Can I go tutor Emma now? She whispered, after a long hesitation. I don't feel very well. The joyful expression on Lucas's face vanished, replaced by a subtle frown. His gaze flickered for a fraction of a second toward Bianca at the other end of the table. Then just as quickly his smile returned. He gently poked Lily's cheek. Go on if you wanna. I'll come find you later. He raised his voice. Mia, I've been drinking. Can you drive? I need you to give Lily a ride. Mia stood up and rolled her eyes at him. You're already bossing your employees around. Come on, Lily, let's go. As the door closed behind them, a smirk played on Lucas's lips. The future First Lady is in a bad mood, he announced. As the others laughed, he added in a joking tone, just so everyone knows, making me mad might not get you fired. But upsetting her will have dire consequences. Jason snorted. She's not even your girlfriend yet, and you're already this whipped. Damn right. Lucas clinked glasses with Ryan, but his eyes were fixed on Bianca. That dork is the most important person in the world to me. Bianca felt the intensity of his gaze and guiltily looked away. I'm suddenly feeling very optimistic about working for Lucas, Mia said, her eyes crinkling into a smile that showed off her cute canine teeth. He's just a little too bossy. I've barely driven since I got my license. She glanced at Lily, who was silent. If I scratch the car, he can fix it himself. Seeing no reaction, she grew concerned. Lily, are you okay? If it were me, I'd be ecstatic that the guy I like is so amazing. You're going to be a rich woman one day. In Mia's eyes, the two of them were destined to be together. They were just so perfect for each other. She was shipping them so hard. We're from different worlds, Lily whispered, staring at the blurry taillights of the car ahead. She sagged against the window, feeling completely drained of energy. Bianca had voiced the one reality she kept buried deep inside, the one she never wanted to face. She had nothing, and on top of that, she was a mountain of debt, a burden. You two are so in sync. How are you from different worlds? Mia said, exasperated. You might not have anything now, but that doesn't mean you won't have a better future. But feelings are different. If you don't grab onto this now, it won't matter how successful you become later. Once someone's gone, they're gone. Lily felt a pinch on her earlobe and turned to see Mia looking at her, waiting for an answer. I don't want to lose him, Lily said, her voice thick with misery. I just want to wait until my mom is better. You don't want him to have to carry that burden with you. MHM, Lily whimpered. Mia smiled sadly. You silly dork. You're the best girl in the world. After making sure her eyes were no longer red, Lily knocked on the door to Lucas's house. Emma threw it open and immediately hugged her. Lily, you're a lifesaver. I think I got at least a B+ on my English final. Mom can't ground me now. Lily, startled, didn't push her away. Really, she asked softly. Yeah. Emma pulled her over to the couch. Only then did she notice her brother wasn't there. Where's my brother? He's still out at dinner, Lily said quietly. Emma snorted and slapped the couch cushion. That moron. As she moved, a red string bracelet on her wrist caught Lily's eye. Lily froze. She rubbed her eyes again and again, but it was still there. Her mind went completely blank, as if something had just exploded inside her head. It's real. It's really him. The same person, pulling her out of the mud twice, over a decade apart. How is that even possible? What's wrong? Emma asked, curious. Lily pointed a trembling finger at the bracelet. That's mine. No wonder. I was wondering why my brother would have something like this. So he stole it from you, Emma said, her opinion of her brother sinking even lower. She slipped the bracelet off and handed it to Lily. Lily examined it with the meticulous care of a museum curator, turning it over and over. Emma, busy negotiating a reward from her mom, didn't notice for another 10 minutes that Lily was still staring at the bracelet, completely lost in thought. I have to go out for a minute, Lily said suddenly. Okay. A few seconds after the door closed, Emma tilted her head, a strange feeling washing over her. Meanwhile, the party was finally winding down. Lucas and Jason got a rideshare, chatting idly in the back. Jason was wasted, but Lucas was still relatively sober. A notification buzzed on his phone. He opened it to see the prize money. $15,000 had been deposited into his account. He breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. "Get me home. Fast," he urged the driver. Now, aside from the possibility that Lily didn't like him back, every other problem was solved. She wouldn't have to be afraid of dragging him down anymore. The one variable he couldn't control was her feelings, but at least every other obstacle was gone. Hearing the tremor in his voice, Jason slurred. "It's just your house, dude. Why you so nervous?" Lucas scoffed. "Because your dad is about to go confess his feelings, dumbass." The car pulled up to the entrance of Sunset Hills. As Lucas stepped out, the cool night air sobered him up a little. "Good luck," Jason yelled from the car. Lucas gave him a shaky thumbs up and started walking toward his building. As he reached the entrance, he saw her. Lily was crouched on the ground, hugging her knees, caught somewhere between laughing and crying. Lucas shook his head. "Damn, I'm drunk," he thought. "I forgot to buy flowers. You can't confess like this." "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice thick with the smell of alcohol. "Waiting for you." Lily's voice was hoarse. The alcohol had made Lucas slow. He just nodded dumbly, not asking how long she'd been waiting. Instead, he said something completely idiotic. "Okay, then wait a little longer. I have to go buy something." He had just turned to leave when he felt a pair of arms wrap around him from behind. Lily pressed herself tightly against his back. He felt a small patch of his shirt grow damp. She was crying again. "What's wrong?" he asked, instinctively trying to turn around. "Don't turn around," Lily pleaded, her voice urgent. Okay. Lucas stood perfectly still, his mind still trying to catch up. They stood there in silence, a silence so profound he could hear his own heart beating against the chirping of the crickets. "I like you," she finally said, her voice choked with tears after what felt like an eternity. His shirt was soaked now. "I really, really like you." She hugged him even tighter, as if she didn't expect this to work, as if this was their final embrace. "Please, don't leave me, okay? I won't always be a burden. I'll work hard for you. I'll always like you. Just, please stay with me forever and watch over me, okay?" Those words had drained every last ounce of courage Lily had saved up over the years. She couldn't say anything more, just buried her face in Lucas's back and sobbed. Time had passed, yet it felt as if nothing had changed. The little girl who cried in the corner of a park had grown up, but she was still crying in front of the same boy. The difference was, they were both older now. The little girl still cried, but she had become the sole pillar of her family. And the little boy had worked hard enough to be able to shoulder her future. "You big crybaby," Lucas said after a long silence, his voice filled with affection and an uncontainable joy. "Of course I will. But why would you ever think you're a burden?" It took Lily a moment to process his words. "Because I'm useless," she said timidly, "and I have to take care of my mom." "None of that is your burden to bear alone." Lucas was stunned. What kind of perfect girlfriend had he found? "Can I turn around now?" he asked gently. And no, Lily thought, "I must look like a mess right now. I'd rather die than let him see me like this." Lucas shrugged helplessly, his hands fidgeting behind his back with something. "This is why you're a dork." "You call me a dork again?" Lily mumbled, her voice full of hurt. Even though she still hadn't fully accepted that this was real, hearing him agree made her hold on even tighter, pressing her cheek against his back. Lucas took a deep breath. While continuing to fiddle with the object in his hands, he said seriously, "I'm more than capable of handling your future. If you want to be a burden to me, you're going to have to weigh a lot more." He had never worried that Lily would reject him because of her pride or her family situation. He had proven to himself that he could handle it. The only thing he had ever worried about was that she didn't like him. And now, that question had been answered. She had even mustered up an incredible amount of courage to confess first. "No, that's my responsibility." Lily couldn't bear the thought of Lucas spending a single penny on her family. As she was frantically trying to cling to her stubbornness, Lucas suddenly turned around. Then, under her bewildered gaze, he knelt on one knee. "Lily Thompson, I like you. More than you like me." He held up a ring he had just folded from the restaurant receipt. "Will you be my girlfriend?" A faint smile played on Lucas's lips, his breath carrying the faint scent of alcohol. This paper ring was his counterattack to her confession. He couldn't believe that after all the times he'd made her blush, she was the one who confessed first. It was like he'd had control of the ball the entire game, only for her to score the winning goal. A girl who was normally too shy to speak had confessed to him first. How was he supposed to maintain his reputation? While his thoughts were racing, Lily was still frozen in place. At first, she could just make out the paper ring in the dim light of a distant streetlight, but now her vision was completely blurred by a film of tears. "My knee is starting to hurt, Lucas said with a light laugh after another long pause. Lily finally snapped back to reality. She quickly grabbed his hands to pull him up, her voice trembling as she answered, yes. Lucas gently took her left hand and slipped the paper ring onto her middle finger. TSK, a little big, he said, feigning dissatisfaction. This is what happens when you don't let me hold your hand enough. You're impossible. A smile touched the corners of her lips, her dimples appearing. The tears, however, kept flowing, tracing paths down her delicate cheeks. And you just confessed your love to this impossible guy, Lucas said smugly, holding her left hand tightly in his while using his right to wipe away her tears. It was then that he noticed a bracelet on her wrist. How did you get this? Hearing his question, Lily sniffled and dried her eyes, her face now lit with pure joy. Because it's mine. Yours? At first, Lucas thought he was mistaken or that it was just a similar one. A few seconds later, it hit him. He cupped her face in his hands, looking at her from every angle. It's really you? His memory of the little girl was hazy at best. He just remembered that she was cute, helpless, yet strong, someone who made your heart ache for her. It all fit. The ridiculous bubble blower profile picture she used, the matching bracelet he'd seen at her house. It all pointed to this one truth. All the clues combined hadn't been enough for him to figure it out, but now, it all felt so perfectly logical. It's really me, Lily said, quickly wiping away a fresh wave of tears, a smile on her lips. Thank you. For back then, and for now. Thank you. Thank you for taking my hand when I was at my lowest. Thank you for coming back for me that night, when I was being bullied. I should be thanking you. But let's not get into that. Lucas took both of her hands. You've had it tough all these years. From now on, let's walk this path together. Much later, Emma was sitting on the couch, happily scrolling through TikTok videos. When she heard the door open, she quickly tossed her phone aside and grabbed an English textbook. Abandon, she recited loudly. Stop pretending. It's me, Lucas said deadpan. Emma immediately flung the book several feet away. You should have said so. Then she saw Lily, shrinking shyly behind Lucas. Lily, you're back. Emma spread her arms and ran to hug her. From now on, call her your sister-in-law, Lucas said, a smirk on his face. Emma froze mid-stride, her arms still outstretched. What did you just say? She shrieked. She said she was just stepping out for a minute. How did she come back as my sister-in-law? Early morning. After the alcohol had worn off a bit, Lucas jolted awake in bed. He clutched his forehead, his mind racing. Oh God, was that a dream? He genuinely couldn't tell if what had just happened was real. He grabbed his phone, intending to message Lily, but stopped when he saw the time. 3 a.m. Who sends a text at 3 in the morning? He shook his head, scolding himself. Just then his phone buzzed. It was a message from Lily. Why did you stop typing? Lucas jumped, looking around the room for a hidden camera before remembering she must have seen the typing indicator. Stunned, he started typing again. Lucas, why are you still awake? There was no reply for a long time. Lucas, why aren't you answering? Lily, I'm too embarrassed to say. Lucas, what? A few more minutes passed. Lily, I'm too happy to sleep. Lucas, I thought I was dreaming. Lily, I still feel like I am. Lucas couldn't suppress a smile. He held down the microphone button. Go to sleep. Good night, my dear girlfriend. An hour later, Lucas stared at the hazy glow of the streetlights outside his window and sighed. Like I can sleep now. The next day, Lucas woke up in a daze, his head still pounding. Before he could even get his bearings, his phone started ringing insistently. Hello? Who is it? Lucas mumbled, his eyes still half closed. He hadn't even checked the caller ID. It's your dad. Jason's voice was bright and energetic, a stark contrast to the wasted mess he'd been last night. Your dad is trying to sleep. Spit it out, Lucas grumbled, glancing at the clock. It was only 8:20. He couldn't even remember what time he'd finally fallen asleep, only that the sky was already getting light. As much as he wanted to take Lily out today, his body was staging a rebellion. I contacted the university last night. Our spot in the incubator is getting approved. Jason grew more excited with every word. Lucas, you were right. They're fast-tracking us. I heard tons of other applications are still stuck in review. You worked fast, but you woke your dad up just for this. Lucas was unimpressed. He'd already predicted this outcome. The university cared about its image. It was a no-brainer to prioritize a project that had already won an award over a dozen others that were just concepts on paper. Plus, their win had been more decisive than even he had expected. To be honest, his initial goal had been to just get an honorable mention. Just then, he heard more noise from the other end of the line. We should go check out the startup incubator today. Pick a good spot. We'll be there for at least a year, right? If Jason were in front of him, Lucas would have given him the look one reserves for a complete idiot. How much of a difference can there be? Besides, he trailed off, stopping himself from saying, we're still a tiny operation. His boy was on a high, and there was no need to rain on his parade. As long as he, the leader, kept a clear head, everything would be fine. I'm such a good father, he thought. We don't have anything else to do, so let's just go for fun. Jason whined like a little kid. Lucas, who was mostly awake by now, could only agree with a weary smile. Fine. Crap. I almost forgot the whole reason I called. Jason said urgently. Did you confess? Did she say yes? You'll find out in a bit. After hanging up, he sent a message to their small team chat, asking if anyone wanted to come along. He knew they weren't as invested as Jason. They were getting paid, after all, but it didn't hurt to ask. It made them feel like part of the core team. Then, moving like a zombie that had just clawed its way out of the grave, he shuffled to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. As expected, everyone replied that they were busy studying for finals. Leo seemed interested, but seeing that no one else was going, he backed out too. Lucas messaged Mia and Lily privately. An hour later, at the campus gate, Lucas found Jason already waiting, buzzing with excitement. I don't get it, Jason said, looking at Lucas's half-dead state. Whenever we drink, you never seem to get drunk, but you're always the one who looks the worst the next day. Lucas ignored the comment. With the prize money, plus what we can chip in, we can register the company and open a business account in a few days. Our first project will be the demo we made for the competition. Are we hiring more people? Jason asked. Yeah, with the university grant and the prize money, we're starting off in a pretty good spot. We can definitely expand a little, Lucas said, not worried in the slightest. We just have to flash our first place trophy. We'll have more applicants than we know what to do with, and they'll be eager. This was really a matter of perspective. Lucas, having been through this before, knew that while the prize money was nice, this kind of student competition didn't carry a lot of weight in the industry. But to college students who didn't know any better, it was a massive achievement. And, of course, it was more than enough to get their foot in the door for university funding. Jason froze, the cigarette nearly falling from his lips. He leaned in close to Lucas and whispered, "It's one step after another. Seriously, man, how many moves ahead have you planned this whole thing?" Huh, this is just common sense, isn't it? Lucas looked at him, bewildered. I thought everyone had common sense. You don't. Just as they were bickering, Lily and Mia arrived. Lily was wearing the dress Lucas had bought her, trailing shyly behind Mia, her gaze fixed on anything but him. Mia found this odd. Did you two have a fight? She asked Lucas. Nope. Lucas walked over and gently pulled the girl, who was doing her best impression of an ostrich, to his side. We just got together. Jason was unfazed. He'd known the outcome the moment he saw the look on Lucas's face. Mia, however, was completely floored. Her mouth hung open as she gently patted Lily's cheek. You didn't tell me? Do you not love me anymore? For a moment, she didn't know if she was more happy or shocked. I was too embarrassed to say, Lily replied, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her whenever she looked at Lucas now. Lucas found this hilarious. You weren't this shy when we first met, he thought. He took Lily's hand, mirroring the way Mia had once deliberately held it in front of him. That's right, he said coolly. She loves me more now. Lily kept her head down, offering no resistance as he held her hand. To any passerby, it probably looked like he was harassing her. Snowflakes are falling. The north wind is blowing. Mia glared at Jason, who had started singing a sad BGM. Shut up. After the shock and joy subsided, Mia's expression turned to one of pure terror. Oh God, how much PDA am I going to have to endure from now on? She muttered, her eyes vacant. A short while later, the group arrived at the university's dedicated startup hub, a modern building with a sleek, minimalist design. None of them had ever been to this part of campus before. For Lily and Mia, the idea of being here was beyond anything they had ever imagined. After Jason contacted the person in charge, a friendly faculty member gave them a tour. Mia and Jason explored with boundless curiosity, while Lucas and Lily followed slowly behind, walking so close they were practically touching. I was a little out of it last night from the drinking. Almost blacked out, Lucas said suddenly. So does your answer still count? Lily asked, a fresh wave of anxiety hitting her. She felt like a lottery winner who was terrified of waking up to find it was all a dream, or that she'd misread the numbers. Her current reality felt too good to be true. Lucas chuckled. Of course it counts. You think I'd go back on my word? He smiled and held out his right hand. Want to hold hands? Like a startled fawn, Lily looked left and right. After confirming no one was watching, she timidly placed her hand in his. The warmth of his touch made her heart pound, and she shyly turned her flushed face away, not daring to look at him. Why is he so direct? She thought. You could at least pretend for a little longer. I'd even help you trick me. Before Lucas could even feel nervous himself, he saw the look on Lily's face and felt her small, soft hand trembling in his. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you more nervous now than when we first met? Anyone would think I was harassing an innocent girl. Lily pressed her lips together. She finally understood what it felt like to have butterflies in her stomach. Her heart was hammering against her ribs as if it were about to burst out. She'd seen other couples hold hands like it was nothing, but she just wasn't mentally prepared for it. You are harassing me, she mumbled. Shoo, Lucas said, giving her a playful look. Don't say things like that. You'll only make me more excited. The comment startled her into silence. She was afraid he might actually do something even more outrageous in broad daylight. Before they were together, he'd brazenly admitted to taking advantage of her. What wouldn't he dare to do now? Seeing her reaction, Lucas's lips curved into a smile. He poked her forehead with his free hand. Teasing a dork is so much fun. Lily puffed out her cheeks in protest, only for him to gently press them flat. He couldn't hide his smile. Even her protests were adorable. After a few minutes, the foot traffic around them started to pick up. People passing by would often glance at the two of them. It wasn't every day you saw a couple that was so easy on the eyes. It was a beautiful, romantic scene worth a second look. Lucas walked on as if he didn't have a care in the world, holding her hand openly. Lily kept her head down, but the way she carried herself in that dress was impossible to hide. She was still so shy around people. He felt her grip tighten, her arm pressing against his as she leaned into him, as if trying to hide inside his shadow. Nervous? Lucas whispered, his lips close to her ear. He could read her like a book and knew she was uncomfortable. She gave a barely perceptible nod. Want me to let go for a bit? He asked, loosening his grip. Lily thought for a moment, then mustered her courage and squeezed his hand back. And no, it's okay. Everyone's already seen us. Caught between her shyness and her desire for this new intimacy, she chose to endure the discomfort to experience a happiness she'd never known. Lucas's hand wasn't delicate, but it felt strong and comforting, making her feel safe. Where their skin touched, it felt like flowers were about to bloom, sending waves of warmth from her palm straight to her heart. She stuck a peek at their joined hands before quickly looking away. They're all just jealous that I have such a cute girlfriend, Lucas said proudly. Can't blame them. My girlfriend is the prettiest in the world. Don't say things like that, she whispered, pressing even closer to him as she chided him. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Every time he praised her like that, she would argue, but secretly, her heart would soar. Lucas just smiled and continued walking, letting Jason and Mia get far ahead. This place was just a formality. It didn't matter nearly as much as the dork beside him. This dork was going to be by his side for a lifetime. As he thought this, his gaze fell on the curve of her cheek. This beautiful, gentle dork is my girlfriend. It was an indescribable feeling. I'm going to treat her right for the rest of my life. His eyes then drifted to her slender waist, the elegant line of her neck and collarbone, and the gentle swell of her chest. Suddenly, the words my girlfriend took on a whole new meaning. Two voices erupted in his head. The rational one screamed, Lucas, you're disgusting. You're lusting after her. You're scum. The other, driven by pure instinct, shot back. She's my girlfriend. I'm not lusting after anyone else. So what's wrong with being attracted to my own girlfriend? Is that a crime? I'm just being honest. She gets this nervous just from holding hands, and she trusts you completely. How do you even think that? Oh, then call the cops. While this internal battle raged, Mia came bouncing back over to them. The space they're giving us is way bigger than I thought. It's one of the largest offices in the building, she said excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she gestured wildly with her hands. Mr. Carter, sir, please, can I have my own office? Sure, Lucas replied dryly. I'll bet you $100 that if we don't force you to come in, you'll be too lazy to show up and we'll just beg to send your work from your dorm room. No way. Mia waved her hand dismissively. Absolutely not. Lucas snorted. Oh, really? Mia was too excited to come up with a retort. Come on, if you two are going to be all lovey-dovey, don't do it here. We have business to attend to. Let's go. Why are you more excited about this than I am? Lucas asked, exasperated, but he obediently followed her, leading Lily by the hand. It's too soon to make her the lead artist, he thought to himself, watching Mia's retreating back. But I can train her. The core team has to be my own people. Mia had no idea she was being strategically managed by her unscrupulous boss. She was still enthusiastically playing tour guide. The space they had been assigned was on the 6th floor of the incubator. It had a massive floor-to-ceiling window that bathed the nearly 2,000 square foot room in light. Just as Mia had said, the university had given them the best spot available. Lucas stood at the window, looking down at the fountains and pedestrians below. Looks like getting that proof of concept first was the right move, he murmured. Since we're starting so strong, all we have to do now is avoid making mistakes. Looking out at the view, he truly felt like he was starting to climb higher. He suddenly realized the girl who had been glued to his side was gone. He turned to find Lily standing awkwardly near the door, not daring to come closer. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of heights?" he asked with a smile. "Image?" she squeaked, not daring to even look out the window. Lucas gently pinched her cheek. "Well then, we'll just have to get a curtain to cover this up in a few days. This stupid window has no manners." Jason, having just finished talking with a faculty advisor, walked over. "Why will we cover it?" Lucas put on a serious face. It was a joke, of course, but it was fun to mess with him. "Because the First Lady is afraid of heights." "Dude, you are the worst." Jason and Mia immediately joined forces to condemn Lucas, while Lily stood to the side, wishing she could bury her head in the sand. Even though she knew he was joking, her heart fluttered. She just couldn't understand how he could say things like that in front of so many people with a completely straight face. He was getting more shameless by the day. The faculty advisor overseeing the incubator just smiled. Over the years, she had seen many startups sprout here. Some succeeded, some failed, but every group had one thing in common. At this stage, they were all full of energy, joy, and boundless hope for the future. Even so, this group was one of the most interesting she'd ever met. Lucas, the clear leader, was composed but could still joke around with his team. She had witnessed many successes, and in her eyes, Lucas already had what it took. It was rare to see someone so young remain so grounded, especially after a big win. "Once you finish the paperwork to register your company, you can use this space for free for at least the first year," the advisor said warmly. "Utilities are covered by the university as well." "Thank you," Lucas said with a slight smile, marveling at how generous a top-tier university could be. After the advisor left, Lucas pulled up a plastic chair and sat down. "Why didn't she mention the grant money?" Jason asked. Lucas wasn't worried. "They might have promised it, but they're not going to make it easy to get. Don't even think about it right now. We won't see that money until we're fully set up here. They're smart. They're not just going to hand over 15 grand. If you ask now, they'll just say it's processing. And that'll be the answer until we're up and running. Once we are, that process will suddenly be completed." He stretched and glanced over at Lily, who was being dragged around by Mia. "Are you guys done? Because I've got things to do." "Dude, what exactly do you consider things to do?" Jason was speechless. The way Lucas said it made it sound like this. Right here wasn't the important part. "It's all important," Lucas said seriously, his eyes fixed on the girl in the pale green dress. "I'm going to live my life my way. There is only one kind of success, and that was to live a happy life." Jason nodded, still completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Mia had led Lily into an empty room. "I hereby declare this my office," she announced proudly, her canine tooth flashing as she grinned. Lily just nodded quietly. The sweet, dorky girl didn't yet grasp the significance of all this. She was more concerned about whether her boyfriend's stomach hurt today than how much money he could make. Mia squinted in the bright sunlight, then closed the door. "So," she said playfully, "how did Lucas confess to you? You have to tell me everything, or I'm not letting you out of this room." Lily nervously wrung her hands. I confessed first." "Oh, so you confy." Mia stopped mid-sentence, her eyes and mouth growing wider and wider. She clearly hadn't processed what confessed first meant, or her jaw would have hit the floor. "Wait, what did you say?" Her reaction made Lily even more nervous. "I said, I confessed first." The reality finally hit Mia. She stumbled back against the wall, realizing she'd asked a question she shouldn't have. "Why am I so good at making myself miserable?" she lamented internally. Still, she couldn't help but ask, "So my advice actually worked?" Lily gave a non-committal nod. It had been a combination of Mia's warning and the shock of discovering the bracelet that had finally shattered her restraint. One wouldn't have been enough without the other. "So how do you feel now?" Mia asked, feeling like she was chugging lemonade. It was sour, but she couldn't stop. "Very happy," Lily replied simply. "And he just let it happen." Mia pouted. "He got off easy. He folded me a ring out of paper." Lily wasn't trying to show off. She was just answering Mia's questions honestly. She pulled out her phone, the lock screen showing the photo they'd taken at the bubble tea shop before their movie date. She opened her photos, found the picture she'd taken of the ring, and a blissful smile spread across her face. He folded me a ring out of paper. It was that simple for her. He didn't have to spend a dime. A paper ring was something she would cherish for a lifetime. Mia leaned in and gasped. "Damn, he's smooth." A moment later, Mia threw her hands up. "Okay, stop. I can't take any more." She leaned weakly against the door. The story Lily had just told her was too much. A faded childhood sweetheart? How was that even possible? How could something be so romantic? Why doesn't this stuff happen to me? I can't even remember the names of the kids I used to play with. All I have are fictional characters. She wailed silently. The only childhood memory she could conjure was watching two boys fight while she happily ate sunflower seeds. After a few seconds, Mia took a deep breath and gave her unlucky friend a huge, joyful smile. Congratulations. I guess it's true what they say. All reunions are just long-awaited encounters. Thinking about everything Lily had been through, a single tear formed in Mia's eye and rolled down her cheek. It truly was a miracle. In her eyes, Lily deserved this. Reuniting with Lucas, being with him. The girl had endured things Mia couldn't even imagine, and through it all, she'd remained kind and gentle. Mia knew that Lily prioritized her friends above herself. Whenever they went out to eat, Lily always deferred to what Mia wanted. Mia took Lily's hand, her voice thick with emotion. Lily, do you know what? You're the girl who deserves happiness more than anyone else in the world. No one else even comes close. Lily stared, then quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe Mia's tears. Seeing her friend smiling through her tears made her own eyes well up. You deserve to be happy, too, Lily replied earnestly, not quite understanding what Mia meant. The dorky response made Mia chuckle. Okay. You two better be good to each other. She knew Lucas was more thoughtful than she was. He would take better care of Lily than even she could. What's taking him so long? Jason asked, bored with his phone. Lucas, who was looking out the window, just shook his head. How should I know? Just then, the door opened. Had enough of a look? Lucas asked the two girls with a smile. If you're done, let's go. Lily nodded and obediently stood by his side. As they were leaving, they saw a guy with messy hair and square-rimmed glasses walking by. Are you guys new here? He asked as they passed. What do you do? We make games, Jason replied cheerfully. The guy nodded, his gaze shifting naturally from Jason to the rest of the group. Who's in charge? I am. Lucas turned back, extending a hand while sizing the other guy up. Hi, I'm Lucas Carter. I'm a junior. The guy shook his hand. Alex Grant. Senior. You're the one who won first place, right? I thought you looked familiar. You make games too? Lucas asked. Yeah, we should connect sometime. Alex gave him a small smile and walked away. The group was silent for a moment. Whoa, we've got competition, Jason said. He looked at Lucas and noticed his brow was furrowed. What's wrong? Is that a bad thing? The university only has so many resources to go around, Lucas said after a pause. Whether they make a move on us or not, it's not a bad thing for us to get a feel for the ecosystem here. Jason nodded seriously. You two go do your thing. I'll take Mia home. He wasn't stupid. He understood why Lucas had invited Mia. If Lucas considered her a core member of the team, then he needed to show her respect, too. Smart boy. Your dad didn't come here for nothing, Lucas said with a wicked grin. Where are we going? Lily asked timidly as she watched the other two leave. She thought she was just here to look at the incubator space with him. She hadn't expected to be left alone with him. It made her even more nervous. She hadn't fully adjusted to her new role yet. Lucas turned to her with a gentle smile. What do you want to do? Lily was halfway through thinking about it when she remembered something else. She pulled the bracelet from her pocket and held it out to him. Here, this is yours. Lucas took it and examined it closely. It was different now. Dark strands of her hair had been woven into the red string, making it look more like a bracelet of hair than of thread. He stared at it for a moment, confused. You don't think it's weird, do you? Lily's voice shrank to a whisper. It's supposed to protect you from bad luck. She fidgeted, explaining softly. She didn't dare tell him the whole story, that where she was from, it was said the girl who gave such a gift would take on the boy's misfortune. She had spent hours weaving it last night, until 3 in the morning. If she told him that, he'd never accept it. Don't be silly, he said, gently pinching her cheek. How could I possibly think it's weird? Thank you. Lily didn't pull away, just let him pinch her cheek. Their faces were so close. She stared at him with her big, beautiful eyes, looking utterly adorable. For a boy his age, it would be abnormal not to feel a surge of impulse. Lucas swallowed hard and slowly leaned in, intending to kiss her on the forehead. But just as his lips were about to touch her skin, she shoved him away with surprising force. Caught off guard, he stumbled back, nearly falling. Lily immediately realized what she'd done. Her eyes filled with tears of regret and guilt. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I just reacted. I didn't mean to push you. It's okay. I was moving too fast, Lucas said with a soft laugh, his rational mind taking over again. It was only their second day together, after all. Lily took several deep breaths. Try again. Are you sure? She bit her lip and nodded, then squeezed her eyes shut. The mood was kind of ruined, but Lucas obediently and slowly leaned in again. Just as he was about to kiss her, she put a hand on his chest, stopping him. He looked at her, confused. She was breathing rapidly, her whole body trembling. She looked like she was in pain, and beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. He felt a pang of guilt. I think I scared you, he said, reaching out to wipe the sweat from her brow. Hearing him apologize only made Lily more frantic. Her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. She just stood there, crying in frustration. A little later, in a quiet stairwell, Lucas sat beside Lily on the steps, gently comforting her. Her tears had stopped, but she remained silent. "I'm a terrible girlfriend, aren't I?" she finally asked, her voice trembling. She looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed and still glistening with tears. It was a heart-wrenching sight. "Don't say that." Lucas gently tucked her hair behind her ear, noting that at least she was okay with this level of touch. Lily was quiet for another moment. "I'll try harder. I won't make you wait forever." "Silly girl. Every couple moves at their own pace." "We'll figure ours out," Lucas said. He suspected her aversion to this was tied to the same reason she kept her bang so long. She was afraid. She also just wasn't ready yet. Her suppressed emotions had overwhelmed her reason that night, leading to her confession. That had been the first, monumental step, but there were still many more hurdles ahead. The same rational mind that had helped her survive all these years was now tormenting her. She hadn't learned how to enjoy life yet, and she wasn't willing to. She probably wouldn't let herself until all her worries were gone. Understanding this, he continued, "We can take it slow, but there's something you have to know. I'm going to be by your side for the rest of my life. Now that we're together, we're a team. There's nothing you have to face alone. Your problems are my problems, and vice versa. We'll face other challenges down the road, and we'll face them together, solve them together, and then enjoy the peace together. That's what it means to share everything." She was quiet for a moment. Lucas scratched his head. "Maybe that's a little too serious, since we're just boyfriend and girlfriend right now. But I really do want to marry you someday." "Close your eyes," Lily interrupted. "It's okay, I told you. There's no rush," he said softly. Lily shook her head stubbornly, tears in her eyes, as if afraid he would think she didn't like him enough. "I want to prove how much I like you. Just close your eyes." Lucas sighed. "Okay, fine." He slowly closed his eyes. Plunged into darkness, he felt a strange sense of nervousness. How had the tables turned so suddenly? Was dating supposed to be like a turn-based RPG? "Promise you won't open them," Lily pleaded, her voice trembling. "I promise," he replied softly. The world went quiet except for the sound of her rapid, shallow breathing. She was still so nervous. The midday sun streamed through a window in the stairwell, warming Lucas's face. Lily watched him, her eyes moist, trying to calm her racing heart. True to his word, he sat perfectly still, not moving or rushing her, leaving everything up to her. After what felt like an eternity, she finally made up her mind. Then, a new problem arose. Where am I supposed to kiss him? Lucas squeezed his eyes shut tighter. Time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. He felt vulnerable, not knowing where she was going to kiss him, or when. It could be in the next second, or it could be ages from now. It was agonizing and just a tiny bit thrilling. He swore, just a tiny bit. "Just get it over with, will you?" He thought. Is this what being a damsel in distress feels like? He nervously swallowed, fighting the urge to peek. Just then, he felt a wave of warm breath on his face, followed by the clean scent of her hair. Strands of it brushed against his neck, tickling him. Then, a pair of soft lips gently pressed against his neck. They lingered for 2 seconds before pulling away, leaving a small, cool, damp spot on his skin. The feeling of her breath, the softness of the kiss, it sent a jolt through his entire body. An intense, indescribable wave of happiness spread from that spot on his neck to his heart and then through his entire being. After he recovered from the shock, he took several deep breaths. "Can I open my eyes now?" he asked. "Can you wait a little longer?" Lily's voice was pleading and small. "Why?" "I'm nervous," she mumbled. "If you can't see me, I'm not as nervous." She felt like she was going to die of embarrassment. Her cheeks were burning. She knew they must be bright red. "I was wrong. You're not stubborn as a mule. You're an ostrich," Lucas said with a laugh. This wasn't her just proving she liked him. He felt like she was madly in love with him. A gesture like that must have taken an incredible amount of courage for her. The smile that had appeared on his face hadn't left. After a few more minutes of his begging, Lily finally let him open his eyes. The light was almost blinding at first. When his vision cleared, he saw that her face was as red as a tomato. Although he was used to her surprise attacks, he felt his own cheeks getting warm. He decided it was time to regain control. "We made a deal, remember? Social reciprocity," he teased. "How about you let me kiss you back?" Lily shrank back against the wall. "That was a friendship deal," she mumbled, looking down. It doesn't count anymore." She felt like she sounded like a villain. "Now we're boyfriend and girlfriend," she whispered, fiddling with her fingers. She stuck a peek at the spot she just kissed, relieved to see she hadn't left a mark. "So you don't automatically get a hickey from one kiss?" She wondered, completely clueless about the mechanics. So you can kiss me, but I can't kiss you, Lucas summarized, then let out a chuckle. Well now, whose little troublemaker are you? Lily was mortified. She just hung her head and said meekly, yours. The smile on Lucas's face froze. If he had a health bar, it would have just been instantly depleted. His defenses were made of paper. No matter how much he postured, he had to admit he'd lost today, utterly and completely. He'd been completely flustered by this silly dork, unable to even retaliate. While he was still stunned, Lily leaned in again, resting her forehead on his shoulder. I'll get better, she whispered, her voice small but surprisingly firm. Lucas dazedly turned his head. From this angle, all he could see was her long, dark hair. That was a foul. A kiss on the neck was way more intense than a kiss on the forehead, and her promise to get better had suddenly taken on a whole new, ambiguous meaning in his mind. Is it ruining the mood to already be looking forward to that? This girl was becoming bolder just for him. It was mind-blowing. A slow smile spread across Lucas's face as he began to stroke her hair. Take your time. Lily nodded and nuzzled against his shoulder like a kitten, feeling completely at peace. Her racing heart finally began to slow. She was certain of it now. This boy was the universe's way of making up for everything. After meeting him, she had slowly started to feel happiness again. I like you, she whispered. I really, really like you. The feelings in her heart felt like they were about to burst in a bloom. How could she not be moved by a boy who was so patient and understanding with her? Lucas's hand paused for a moment, then resumed stroking her soft hair. I like you too. I'll try hard, Lily said. She didn't know how many times she'd said it, but for some reason, she felt the need to say it again. I know. Don't rush. Lucas smiled gently. I'll always be with you, just like before. Every word Lily said went straight to Lucas's heart, making his nose sting. He swore to himself that he would never let this dork suffer another moment of hardship for the rest of his life. I will be good to you forever, Lucas said, his expression serious. He meant it from the bottom of his heart. Secretly, though, he was already plotting how to get the upper hand next time. It was just a matter of boiling the frog slowly, a strategy he was very familiar with. He made a mistake before, but not again. This dork was the one who was going to be boiled, not him. He was determined not to let a repeat of last night happen, where he controlled the game the entire time, only to have her score the winning goal by confessing first. No one loses forever, he thought. This time I'll win. The advantage is mine. Lucas snapped out of his triumphant daze to see Lily smiling at him, a gentle, knowing curve of her lips. In that instant, she was so beautiful that every adjective he knew evaporated from his mind, leaving him only with the urgent need to burn the image of her into his memory. Her eyes were still a little red, which somehow made her smile all the more captivating. What are you suddenly smiling about? Lucas asked, his voice softer than he'd intended. Lily leaned her head back against his shoulder. Just felt like it, she whispered. See? Total goofball. The feeling of having her nestled against him, like a contented cat, filled him with a dizzying happiness. Except no cat was this adorable. It was still early, too early to just go their separate ways. He gently patted her back. Where do you want to go? I don't want to move, Lily said, her voice timid. You don't, she hummed, pressing a little closer until her whole body was resting against his. This is perfect. For her, this was more than enough. Just sitting here like this was the kind of happiness that could make you wake up smiling from a dream. Lucas let out a soft, wry sigh. Wow, this goofball really knew how to take advantage of a situation. Lily, he began, turning his head to look at the girl who had her face buried in his shoulder like an ostrich. Technically, this is our first real date. Don't you think just sitting here the whole time is a little weird? He'd imagined something more traditional. Holding hands while strolling downtown, maybe catching a movie. Even an amusement park or a haunted house would have been fine. Cheesy, sure, but it was a rite of passage he wanted to experience with her. Spending the entire day in a stairwell felt abstract. Just a little longer, please? Lily lifted her head, her watery eyes blinking up at him as she gently rocked his arm. Okay, as long as you want. His resolve crumbled instantly. Sitting here was great. Who in their right mind will want to be outside in this heat anyway? Only a crazy person. Just a little while, Lily repeated with a smile, resting her head on his shoulder again, not wanting to be greedy. A little while was all she needed. She would much rather do whatever he wanted to do. An irrepressible smile spread across her face. It was the first time in her entire life she had ever coaxed someone like this, and she was surprised to find how joyful it felt. Her father had passed away so young, and her mother had been so tired ever since. She'd had to be strong. Whether it was watching other kids throw tantrums for toys or seeing teenage girls playfully plead with their boyfriends, she had always told herself she didn't need that she shouldn't even want it. She never thought she'd have someone she could be like this with. And he seemed to be completely susceptible to it. As her smile softened, she found her courage and looked up at him again. Sure enough, he was already watching her, repeating a silent mantra in her head. Just this once be selfish. She shook his arm again. Tell me you like me. Please. The request came out more awkward than she'd intended. I like you, Lucas said, his voice completely serious. Can you like me forever? He wasn't sure what game she was playing, but he answered without hesitation. I like you forever. I want to stay like this all day. Okay. For the first time, she let out a purely silly, happy laugh. I want ice cream. Before the words were even fully out of her mouth, Lucas was on his feet. Stay here. I'll go get it for you. Lily jumped, grabbed his arm to pull him back down. Wait, you're supposed to say no to at least one thing. Lucas frowned, tilting his head. Hey, that's a weird one, Lily. What kind of logic is that? Lily felt a flush of embarrassment. It doesn't feel real, she said in a tiny voice. Like I can ask for anything and you'll just say yes. It feels like a dream. This was all so new to her, feeling she'd never allowed herself to even imagine. You're really something else, Lucas chuckled, unable to hold it back. He gently poked her forehead. All right, now it's my turn. You owe me. She blinked, and the mention of owing him made her tense up again. Okay, now this feels real. Goofball. Lucas shook his head, then smiled as he gently brushed her bangs aside, his eyes meeting hers. He could see her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, his own smiling face reflected in them. You know, I'm just as silly as you are, as long as it makes you happy. He paused, his expression turning completely earnest. If you wanted the stars, I'd figure out a way to get them for you. They really did stay in that deserted stairwell until noon before slowly making their way out of the startup hub. Lily looked like she had fully recharged, radiating a deep sense of contentment. Lucas, on the other hand, ached all over from holding a position that was comfortable for her to lean on. Sensing his discomfort as he rolled his shoulders, Lily stopped in front of him, her face full of remorse. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were that uncomfortable. Lucas was such a good actor that if she had noticed even a hint of it, she never would have stayed so long. It's fine, Lucas said lazily. It was the good kind of pain. He held out his hand, wiggling his fingers in the air. Lily glanced around nervously before sighing and placing her hand in his. There we go. A true professional, Lucas said with satisfaction, lacing his fingers through hers as they started walking. Even though she wasn't ready for him to kiss her, he could see she was trying hard to push her own boundaries. She never refused to hold his hands, something she was clearly comfortable with. He just had to keep playing the long game. Eventually, the day would come when she wasn't afraid anymore. What are you thinking about? Lily asked curiously. I'm thinking about when you're finally going to let me kiss you, Lucas said honestly. Do you really want to? She tested, her voice a whisper. She felt like if she tied her own hands behind her back, she might be able to control herself. It's whatever, Lucas said with a shrug. It's not like you're going anywhere. To his surprise, she nodded in solemn agreement. Seriously? You're making me sound like the bad guy here. They had planned to just stroll hand in hand and find a place to eat, but they somehow ended up walking for over half an hour, both of them so lost in the moment that neither pointed out. When they finally realized, Lucas quickly picked a random diner. Wait here for a second. I'll be right back, he told her as soon as she sat down. Okay. She was curious, but didn't ask. A few minutes later, he was back, wiping sweat from his forehead and handing her something. Here, ice cream. I remembered you said you wanted some earlier. Lily froze, staring at the cup. In that single moment, she hadn't just picked out their future kids' names. She'd already drafted the starting lineup for their family soccer team. After lunch, as Lucas was seriously considering their afternoon plans, he got a message from Emma. Emma, good news. I killed my English exam, highest score ever. Emma, bad news. I bombed biology. So bad. A grin instantly spread across Lucas's face as his fingers danced across the screen. Lucas, LMAO. Serves you right. Time to celebrate. He expected a snappy comeback from his dear sister, but it never came. Emma, you're the best brother in the whole world, and you definitely don't want to see me get murdered, right? Lucas's brow furrowed. Something wasn't right. This felt like a trap. Before he could reply, a call came through from his mom, Emily Carter. Seeing Lily watching him with a curious expression, he forced his trembling hand to lift the phone to his ear. Hey, Mom, what's up? The voice on the other end was so calm, it was terrifying. Emma tells me you have a girlfriend. The primal authority in a mother's voice is inescapable. Lucas felt his heart skip a beat. Even as a college student, He was more nervous than he had been as a kid caught skipping class. Ahem. He cleared his throat forcefully. Maybe we should talk about Emma's grades first? Summer break is right around the corner, and she'll be a senior next year. Don't you change the subject with me. Getting a girlfriend and not telling us. Starting a company at school and not telling us. If your father's colleague hadn't mentioned it to him, we would still be in the dark. Emily had clearly thrown all thoughts of her daughter's academic performance out the window. Her only mission now was to interrogate her wayward son. He'd always been independent, but the problem was he was too independent. He was always cooking something up, leaving her and Robert to guess what kind of trouble he was getting into. As parents, sometimes they just wanted their kid to rely on them a little more. I was planning to tell you everything once it was all running smoothly, Lucas said, which was the truth. Save you the daily anxiety of wondering if I was going to run it into the ground. He and his dad had long ago learned to manage Emily's moods. She was, after all, the undisputed queen of the household. As expected, her anger subsided a little. Who is she? She asked softly. Emma didn't tell you. Lucas was exasperated. That little traitor had set all the landmines for him just to save her own skin. By being deliberately vague, she forced their mom to ask him directly, neatly diverting all attention from her report card. Lucas smiled and gently pinched Lily's cheek as he spoke into the phone. It's Lily Thompson, of course, he said proudly. Lily, who had obviously overheard the conversation, ducked her head, a complex mix of shyness and excitement fluttering within her. The line went quiet for a moment. Lucas guessed his mom had muted the call to consult with his dad. Is Lily there with you? Why don't you bring her over for dinner tonight? Emily's voice was suddenly cheerful. I've been so busy lately. I haven't seen her in ages. Lucas paused. Meet the parents? Isn't it a little soon? Didn't my cousin date his girlfriend for 2 years before he brought her home? As he said it, he instinctively held the phone a little further from his ear. Lucas, what are you talking about? Is your situation the same as his? It's not like your father, and I have never met Lily before. Emily snapped, her gentle tone apparently reserved exclusively for Lily. We'll see. You're going to scare your future daughter-in-law away, Lucas said wearily. I'm busy with the startup today. I've been at the incubator all morning and just now got a chance to eat. If I have time tonight, I'll bring her over, okay? He deliberately said he would see if he had time, not that he would ask Lily. That way, if she was too scared to go, his parents wouldn't hold it against her. That's more like it. Sensing his mom was satisfied, Lucas seized the opportunity. You don't need to worry about me, he said, his voice laced with mock concern. You really need to keep an eye on Emma. Her grades are so inconsistent right now. What's she going to do when it comes to the SATs? The line went dead. You started it, Lucas thought, slumping against Lily, suddenly drained. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Since they were sitting on a long bench, Lucas scooted closer to her. Lily tensed up at his proximity, but didn't say anything, continuing to eat in small bites. Her own mind was short-circuiting. How did a simple lunch turn into a dinner invitation with his parents? My mom's just like a little kid sometimes, Lucas said with a wry smile. Completely spoiled by my dad. Seeing her turn her head to look at him curiously, he leaned in a little closer and smiled. Don't worry, I'll spoil you just like that one day. Emily was clearly a happy woman, and Lucas wanted the same for Lily. You're being ridiculous. Lily's heart swelled, but she shyly turned her face away, chiding him gently. What is with this guy? We just got together, and he's already talking about forever. Even if I daydream about marriage, I would never say it out loud like this. She was too embarrassed to admit she'd been fantasizing about it long before they were even together. Besides, thinking isn't a crime. If you don't want to go, it's fine. Really, Lucas said with a gentle smile. But you don't have to be so nervous. My mom's only pushing because she really likes you. Otherwise, she wouldn't even bother. After a long moment of thought, Lily gave a barely perceptible nod. Okay, I'll go. Lucas sighed. He had a feeling that no matter how nervous she was, the goofball would agree. She was the type to bend over backward for people who were kind to her, even if it made her miserable. Meanwhile, in the Carter living room, Robert Carter closed his book and set it gently beside him. I told you not to rush things, didn't I? Why are you pushing? His policy with Lucas had always been non-interference, as long as his son wasn't breaking the law. And in Lily's case, he felt the best approach for him, and Emily, was to pretend they knew nothing for now. A girl with low self-esteem needed warmth, but not an overwhelming amount of it. Emily clearly hadn't considered any of that. Her mind was consumed with the fact that her favorite girl was now her daughter-in-law. She wrapped her arms around Robert's. Our son really knows how to pick them, doesn't he? He actually managed to trick Lily into being his girlfriend. Robert couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you mean, trick? Don't make it sound so awful. Emily ignored him, lost in her own thoughts. Lucas is 21 and Lily is 19. Next year, they'll both be of legal age to get married. Isn't that just perfect? What else could it be but fate? The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Perhaps because they came from similar backgrounds when they were young, she felt a strong empathy for everything Lily had been through. She desperately wanted to pamper the sweet girl like her own daughter. The girl is still in college, Robert exclaimed, completely exasperated with his wife. What kind of parent was she? They just started dating, and she was already thinking about marriage licenses? Didn't she know you had to play the long game? He let out a deep sigh. There's just no reasoning with you sometimes. The living room fell silent. Honey, what did you just say? Emily asked, her voice dangerously sweet. Nothing. Robert's nerves were on high alert. His eyes darted around, landing on Emma's bedroom door. An idea sparked. Emma, he yelled, get out here. What's this I hear about your grades? After saying, okay, I'll go, Lily grew more and more nervous. A faint blush crept up her fair cheeks, making her look so adorable you just want to take a bite. How is this goofball so cute? Lucas wondered, tilting his head. Nope, I have to find a chance to kiss her soon. Give me your hand, he said softly. Lily resisted. We're eating, and there are people around. Despite her words, a moment later Lucas felt a small, delicate hand sneak into his. He smiled and squeezed it gently. Girls were truly magical creatures. How could a hand be so soft? He felt like he could hold it for a lifetime and never get tired of it. He squeezed her hand again, a wave of genuine wonder washing over him. He turned to look at her. The goofball looked soft all over. She would probably be really nice to hug. Just then, that righteous inner voice piped up in his head again. This sweet girl is so innocent. How could you? Shut up, she's my girlfriend. And with that, all internal debates ceased. The mission was unified. Turn up the heat. The innocent frog, unaware she was being slowly boiled, would occasionally spear a piece of food and feed it to Lucas. Lucas's shamelessness had grown exponentially. Each time she offered, he ate without a shred of guilt. He multitasked, messaging Jason about supplies for the studio while being fed. Jason, just run an Ethernet cable, it's fine. If you say we don't need new computers, then we won't buy them yet. What are you doing anyway? Lucas, eating. Jason, oh, go eat then. We can talk about this later. Lucas, it's fine, keep talking. Jason, how are you even eating if you're texting? Lucas, my girlfriend's feeding me. Jason. After Jason went silent, Lucas shook his head with a sigh. Kids these days have no resilience. Can't even handle that. Pathetic. With nothing else to do, he propped his head on his hand and just watched his girlfriend. The more he looked, the more he was convinced that she was a gift from the heavens. It was one thing to be so beautiful, but to have such a great figure too. Why do you keep staring at me? Lily mumbled, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Lucas smiled. Because you're beautiful, obviously. Lily's left hand, still in his, gently scratched his palm. I'm your girlfriend now. You don't have to keep complimenting me. I'll still do it even after we're married, Lucas said, baffled by her strange logic. What? You think I'm just going to change my tune now that I've won you over? He felt her hand squeeze his tightly. He looked up to see her speaking softly. I thought maybe you wouldn't be as nice to me anymore because... Because what? Lucas leaned closer, curious to hear her answer. Lily kept her face averted, not daring to look at him. Because I can't ever leave you, she whispered. She knew, with absolute certainty, that she could never leave him. Her heart was small, so small that it only had room for him. A few seconds later, she added, unless you don't like me anymore, and you get really, really mean and tell me to get lost. If that happens, I'll leave quietly. I won't cause you any trouble. As she spoke, she leaned against him again and slowly closed her eyes. But I'll still like you, she said, with a strange sense of pride. I just like you that much. I'm that pathetic. Mortified, Lily buried her face in his shirt, resuming her ostrich impersonation. The two of them sat cuddled together in the quiet diner. It's a good thing I'm your boyfriend, Lucas said, inhaling the fresh scent of her hair. Anyone else would hear that and have no idea how much they could get away with. This goofball was unbelievably naive. Who just lays out their absolute bottom line like that? It was the same as saying, go ahead, treat me however you want, I'll never leave. Just as he was thinking this, Lily rubbed her cheek against him. You won't. Then she placed his arm over her own, snuggling deeper into his embrace. Is this okay? Lucas took a quiet, deep breath, trying to sound calm. The sensation had sent a jolt of pure bliss through him. Who could possibly resist a soft, beautiful girl curling up in their arms? Beyond a surprise, he was starting to wonder if Lily was stubborn as a mule or cuddly as a kitten. She nodded against his chest. I'm not as nervous anymore. Feeling his heart start to pound, she couldn't help but smile. This guy was the worst. He was clearly flustered to death, but trying to act all cool about it. Once Lucas regained his composure, he gently pulled her closer. I didn't expect you to make progress this fast. Because I like you, Lily said, hugging him tighter. Listening to her listen to his heartbeat, Lucas let out a long breath. Okay, you're gonna kill me. Let me catch my breath. What the hell is happening? She was supposed to be the innocent goofball, and now she was learning to play games. He felt a flicker of indignation, but then, feeling her in his arms, he instantly melted back into the warmth and decided he didn't care about saving face. This was pretty great, wasn't it? We should get you a new dress sometime, he said after a while. This one is fine. Objection overruled. If I have to, I'll go buy one for you myself. You don't even know my size. A smirk played on Lucas's lips. He actually did know, but he couldn't resist teasing her. Want me to measure with my hands? Lily looked up at him and puffed out her cheeks in a mock glare. Before she could speak, Lucas cut her off. You know what, Lily? What? He leaned in, his lips close to her ear. The more you act scandalized, the more I want to tease you. You. Lily was speechless. Like a little bull, she just bumped her head against his chest again. They stepped outside. Hit by a wall of oppressive heat and blinded by the glaring sun, Lucas realized that in his blissed-out state, he hadn't given a single thought to their afternoon plans. Should I cook dinner tonight? Lily suddenly asked, her voice timid. Lucas nodded slightly. You're catching on quick. Will your aunt and uncle, your parents, not like me? She asked. You're an amazing cook. They'll love you, he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He reached out and took her hand again. And stop worrying about whether they'll like you or not. All that matters is that I do. Somehow, their plans to go out and do something fell through again. They ended up back at the studio, spending the rest of the afternoon quietly cuddled together. That evening, after giving Lily plenty of time to mentally prepare, Lucas finally opened the front door to his house. The moment they stepped inside, Emma was on them, holding a Barbie doll. Look, bro, this is the doll you bought me when I was 6, with a whole month of your allowance. I bet you didn't think I still had it. You really are the best brother in the world. This time, Emma didn't even try to hug Lily in front of him. She just blinked her big, innocent eyes up at Lucas. Anyone else would have melted on the spot. Lucas said nothing. He led Lily to the coffee table, then pulled his laptop from his bag and slammed it down with a loud thwack. He looked at Emma, pointed at the laptop, and uttered a single, deadpan word. Eat. Emma froze for a second, then quickly latched onto Lucas's arm. Brew. Although Lucas had always been gentle with her, she was still terrified of his revenge. Open attacks were easy to dodge, but Lucas was a master of the sneak attack. She had learned at least 60% of her own schemes from him, if not more. When he ignored her, her mind raced. She abandoned him and threw herself at Lily. Sis, the word stunned both Lucas and Lily into silence. Seizing the momentum, Emma continued her dramatic performance. Sis, my brother's trying to make me eat a laptop. She wailed. Don't call me that, Lily stammered, a chaotic mix of shock, nervousness, and a little bit of joy swirling inside her. She tried to stop this socially mortifying behavior. You have to control him, Emma sniffled, looking up with tears glistening in her eyes. Sis, if you don't help me, no one will. Mom and Dad already yelled at me this afternoon. If my brother gets me too, how am I supposed to live? Her voice cracked, which genuinely startled Lily. Lucas was speechless. Anyone who didn't know them would think his sister had suffered some great injustice. Lily, feeling completely cornered, had no choice but to turn to Lucas and say, a little awkwardly, don't bully Emma. At that, Lucas sighed in resignation. He pointed a finger at Emma. Fine. For your sister-in-law's sake, we'll let it slide. But if there's a next time, you just watch what I do to you. He wasn't angry anymore. In fact, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This sister of his was great, a real pro. How could he have ever thought she was a pain? It was all a misunderstanding. You're the best, bro. Emma casually wiped away her tears and was instantly back to her cheerful self, as if nothing had happened. The siblings' feud was forgotten in a flash, leaving Lily as the only one completely bewildered. A few seconds later, Lucas's words finally registered. A deep blush crept up from her neck to her face. She looked at him, utterly mortified. You're just as bad as she is. What was with these two? So, Lily, you don't want to marry my brother? Emma asked, tilting her head with an exaggerated expression that screamed, are you just playing with his heart? The question left Lily speechless. She struggled for a long moment, her mouth opening and closing, before she finally managed to force out a single word. I do. Emma glanced at her brother, whose grin was threatening to split his face, and suppressed a laugh. Well, there you have it, she shrugged. You two are going to get married sooner or later, so what's the difference if I start calling you sis now? Just think of it as practice. Practice? Is that a thing? Lily was now thoroughly convinced these two were siblings to the core. They were both masters of talking in circles and twisting logic. Seeing Lily's flustered state, Emma couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. She hugged her tightly, rubbing her cheek against Lily's. Sis, you're so cute. And so pretty. My brother really lucked out. She couldn't find anyone in her entire school as beautiful as Lily. With a sigh, she straightened her t-shirt and headed for her room. I'm gonna go. Don't want to be a third wheel. But don't you two do anything naughty. Not that I'd hear you anyway. The soundproofing in our house is really good. Lucas ignored her. Where are Mom and Dad? He asked. Mom has a meeting. Dad want to pick her up. Don't worry. They won't be back for at least half an hour. Pervert, Lucas muttered under his breath. With a slam of the bedroom door, the living room fell silent. Ever since hearing Lily say I do, Lucas's grin hadn't left his face. What do you want to eat tonight? Lily finally asked, unable to bear the quiet, slightly charged atmosphere. Lucas glanced at the time and remained sprawled on the couch. It's still early. I'll go with you to buy groceries later. Lily had just nodded when she saw Lucas suddenly leaning close. Want to hang out in my room for a bit? No way. She refused immediately. Going into his room under these circumstances? That was like a lamb walking into a lion's den. I'm not going to eat you, Lucas said, exasperated. He'd only suggested it because she looked so stiff sitting on the couch, and he thought she'd be more comfortable. I'm a perfect gentleman, you know. What kind of impression does she have of me? There must be a misunderstanding. I would never take advantage of her. He thought this to himself as he subconsciously took her hand. The front door of their house opened directly into the living room, facing the sofa, so Lucas didn't dare overstep his bounds. For now, holding hands would have to be enough. After sitting in comfortable silence for a while, they headed downstairs to the grocery store. As they reached the entrance of their neighborhood complex, they saw two old men playing chess under a tree. A gentle evening breeze rustled the leaves above them as they sat in the shade, sipping from mugs. I knew I'd find you here at this time, Mr. Henderson, Lucas called out naturally. The old man in reading glasses looked up, his face breaking into a joyful smile. Lucas, quick, come take over for me. I need a break. The other man protested. No substitutes allowed. Need a break, my foot. You just realized you were losing. Mr. Henderson pretended not to hear, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at the girl whose fingers were intertwined with Lucas's. Well now, Lucas has a girlfriend. As he spoke, he deftly swept his hand across the board, scattering the pieces. Sure enough, the other man's attention was drawn to Lily, completely missing the sly move. Lily felt her cheeks flush under their gaze. She ducked her head and stood close to Lucas, murmuring a polite, "Hello, sir." What a polite young lady. And so pretty, Mr. Henderson said before shaking his head with a soft sigh. I'm getting old. He held his hand out, waist high. In my memory, you were just this tall, and now, in the blink of an eye, you've got a girlfriend. Time really flies. Lucas smiled and agreed, squeezing Lily's hand a little tighter. For some reason, the old man's words made him feel a bit wistful. When someone who has watched you grow up tells you time flies, it probably means you really are grown up. After all, reminiscing was what old folks did best. After a bit more chatting, they continued on their way to the nearby market. Do you know them well? Lily asked curiously. Lucas nodded. Yeah, we moved here not long after I met you. He's watched me grow up. His wife passed away a few years ago, and ever since then, he just fishes and plays chess. He's terrible at it, though. All passion, no skill. My dad gets roped into playing with him sometimes. Lily hummed softly and didn't say anything more. She had always been impressed by Lucas's ability to talk to just about anyone, except for the people he actively chose to ignore. I'm going to make sure I live longer than you. Just a little bit longer will be enough, Lucas said suddenly, as if to himself. Lily thought it was an odd thing to say. She turned to look at his serious expression. I would have thought you'd say you wanted to go first, so you wouldn't have to be sad or something. Thanks to a best friend who loved romance dramas, she was familiar with that particular trope. Lucas shook his head, dismissing her guess. I wouldn't trust anyone else, he said, his voice low and serious. Lily blinked, then slowly wrapped her arm around his, pressing closer. Those four simple words seemed to hold a universe of meaning. Soon, Lily was regretting her decision to go grocery shopping with Lucas. She had lost count of how many times he had proudly introduced her to people along the way. This wasn't a grocery run. It was a full-blown family reunion tour. After they finished shopping, they went back home to start cooking. It felt novel to Lucas. The last time they'd gone grocery shopping together, he'd only been fantasizing about this. Now he was actually holding her hand for real. It was nice. He called his dad to get an ETA, and after confirming they still had some time, He went into the kitchen to help Lily. Hearing strange noises, Emma first pressed her ear to her bedroom door, then poked her head out with a curious expression. "What are you guys doing?" "Cooking," Lucas said, as if it were obvious. "You're cooking?" Emma ran out excitedly. She loved Lucas's cooking, but he usually only made it for her after extensive begging. "Your sister-in-law is, and let me tell you, she's an amazing cook." Lily had clearly given up trying to fight the nickname. Hearing Lucas's praise, she just kept on with her prep work. Emma's expression grew even more excited. She didn't speak, just pointed at the rice Lucas had just rinsed, then at the rice cooker. Lucas shot her a smile. "Get lost. How did our respectable family produce such a little bandit?" Her suggestion brutally rejected. Emma sulked back to the couch, propped her feet up, and started scrolling through videos on her phone. Lucas flipped her the bird before turning back to the kitchen. Lily had tied her hair up in a practical ponytail, which Lucas couldn't resist gently squeezing. "Just make a few things. We can't eat that much," he said while washing vegetables. This goofball was like a little bull sometimes. Once she started something, she didn't know when to stop. Okay. The whole process felt easy for Lily because Lucas never gave her a chance to do too much, taking on every task he could. A little while later, Lily gently pushed his hand away from her hair. "Don't mess with me. I'm busy," she chided softly. This guy was so weird. Who plays with someone's hair? And who enjoys it that much? "Well, you won't let me hold your hand, so I have to play with your hair." Lily bit her lip. "Can you play with it later, please?" she asked softly. Lucas had been about to stop, but her gentle tone just made him want to tease her more. He moved behind her and blew a soft puff of air on the back of her ear. Lily felt a jolt, like a tiny electric shock. A shiver ran down her spine, and her legs felt a little weak. "You only know how to bully me," she said, turning to face him, pouting slightly to show her displeasure. This gave Lucas the perfect opportunity to pinch her cheeks. "You're so cute. Who else would I bully?" "Then you can only bully me," she said timidly. "Other girls probably don't cook as well as I do." It took Lucas a moment to understand. The goofball had said something similar before, about how other girls might not be as easy to bully as she was. It was a sign of her deep-seated insecurity. "Don't worry," Lucas said, taking both her hands in his and smiling. "I only like you. My girlfriend is the best. I won't even look at other girls." Lily seemed unprepared for such a direct declaration. Flustered, she instinctively leaned back a little before nodding shyly, an irrepressible joy blooming in her heart. "Your boyfriend is so great. Don't you think he deserves a reward?" Lucas asked shamelessly. Lily turned up the heat on the stove. "What? What kind of reward do you want?" "Up to you." She took a deep breath. "Then close your eyes." "Close my eyes again?" Lucas feigned dissatisfaction. "It makes me feel vulnerable, you know?" Though it did add a little thrill. "No closed eyes, no reward," Lily said, fiddling with her fingers. She'd rather die than do it with him watching. Fine, fine. Something was better than nothing. Lucas gave in, closing his eyes and even tilting his head up expectantly. An indeterminate amount of time passed before a pair of soft lips pressed against his cheek, giving him a quick, wet peck. When he opened his eyes, she was already back at the stove, stirring vegetables as if nothing had happened. "Lily," he said softly. "What?" Lily jumped like a thief caught in the act. She didn't dare turn around, terrified that he would retaliate by grabbing her and kissing her senseless. Lucas, recalling the feeling, said playfully, "What, that's it? You're just going to leave it at that?" His words made her feel inexplicably guilty. "No, I'm not." "Then let me kiss you back." "No." Come on, come on. I already kissed you." Lily bargained, trying to appease him. "Right, and I can kiss you too." They bickered playfully in the kitchen until the sound of the front door opening made Lucas clear his throat and walk out. Lily quickly smoothed the stray hairs by her cheeks, her entire face flushed. She was pretty sure he'd managed to sneak in a quick kiss on her cheek anyway. She took a deep breath and was surprised to find she wasn't as scared as she thought she'd be. A little flicker of happiness ignited within her. Did I get her or not? Lucas mumbled to himself as he walked, a look of genuine confusion on his face. Emily Carter looked at him curiously. "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing." Lucas quickly changed the subject. "I brought your daughter-in-law home for you." Emily's face lit up with surprise and delight. She rushed into the living room without even taking off her shoes. "Where?" "In the kitchen, cooking for you," Lucas said proudly. Before he could say more, Emily darted towards the kitchen. Let me," she called out. Lucas watched his mom's retreating back and sighed. Then he heard his dad sigh at the exact same time. "What are you sighing for?" Lucas asked, frowning. Robert Carter sank wearily onto the couch. "Your mother had reservations at some ridiculously expensive restaurant. It took everything I had to talk her out of it." He looked at Lucas, as if seeking understanding. "You get it, right?" Lucas nodded, then deadpanned. You've spoiled her rotten. Robert stuck his chin out. I love spoiling my wife. I'd like to see you do a better job one day. Just watch me, Lucas retorted. This is so unfair. You both promised I was the little princess of this house. Emma wailed. A few moments later, Emily led Lily out of the kitchen and sat her down on the sofa. Lily sat ramrod straight, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Great. She had just started to relax, and now, coming here in this new capacity, she was even more nervous than before. Before, if her parents didn't like me, I'd just lose a tutoring job. Now, if they don't like me, I'll lose my chance to be their daughter-in-law. Sweetie, I invited you over for dinner. How could I let you cook? Emily said, taking Lily's hand, her voice full of affection. If there was a single moment Emily had completely fallen for this girl, it was when she first noticed the calluses on her hands. Combined with everything else she knew, it painted a clear picture of the kind of person Lily was. Lily didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she simply told the truth. I want you and Mr. Carter to like me. Emily and Robert were taken aback by her blunt honesty, but a wide, happy smile spread across Emily's face. This girl's sincerity was just adorable. Just having that thought is enough, dear, Emily said, patting Lily's head, liking her more and more by the second. Lucas had to suppress a laugh at the goofball's answer. He glanced over at Emma, who wasn't jealous at all, just sitting there with a look of pure shock on her face. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon, kid, he whispered in Emma's ear. Emily ignored the murmuring siblings and focused on Lily. Don't be nervous. I honestly just missed you. And when Lucas mentioned you two were dating, I thought it would be nice to have you over. Lily nodded emphatically, feeling a little thrill of happiness. So far, so good. I think they're okay with me. She guessed, though she was far from certain. You're not against it? Lily asked, her voice barely a whisper. It took all her courage to get the words out, and the moment she did, she regretted them. She wished this were a text conversation so she could unsend it, but there was no delete button in real life. Resigned, she forced herself to look up at Emily. Emily was staring back at her, looking just as surprised. After a moment, she broke into a smile. Why would I be against it? She thought the girl's way of thinking was endearingly strange. Lily was at a loss again. She didn't have Lucas's talent for smooth talking, so she just continued to voice her thoughts. Because I'm not really very useful. She truly believed it. So she said it. And my family, we don't have much money. Lily just kept talking, laying out her family situation like she was being interviewed for a census, one honest, clumsy detail after another. No one interrupted her. They just listened quietly. Robert and Emily had only heard the broad strokes from Lucas before. Hearing the details now brought a sting to their eyes. And Emma, who had been kept in the dark, listened with wide-eyed fascination, as if it were a tragic novel. Only after Lily had finished did Emily sniffle and speak. First of all, she said earnestly, for you to hold your family together since you were so little. I have never met a stronger girl than you. That was the first point Emily felt compelled to correct. Second, I already liked you before any of this. And financial situations can be changed by the two of you working hard together. It's really not that important. What's truly difficult is keeping your feelings for each other from changing. As long as you and Lucas love each other, I would never be against it. I love him very much, Lily blurted out instantly, then realized Emily's statement hadn't been a question. She immediately ducked her head, deeply embarrassed. Emily just smiled at her. I want to die, I want to die. Lily, you are such an idiot. Acting on a primal instinct for support, she looked toward Lucas. He just made a silly face at her. Strangely, the intense nervousness she'd felt just moments before began to dissipate. With his eyes on her, Lily found her courage again. She looked up and said softly, Mrs. Carter, I'd like to finish making dinner. She could read the message in his gaze. I'm right here. And as long as he was by her side, she wasn't afraid of anything. Lucas picked up the conversational thread. Your future daughter-in-law is a fantastic cook. Not wanting to refuse the girl's kind offer, Emily agreed. I'll help you. She started to get up, but Lily gently pressed her back down onto the sofa. I can do it myself. With that, Lily walked back toward the kitchen. Watching her go, Emily felt a growing complexity of emotions, but the strongest was a deep, aching sympathy. For just a moment, she tried to imagine what it would be like if Emma had gone through something similar, and tears immediately welled in her eyes. She couldn't even bear the thought. It was like a knife twisting in her heart, cold and painful. Lucas. Hearing his mom's summons, Lucas tore his gaze away from the kitchen. Yeah. Go pick up Lily's mother. Have her join us for dinner. I already asked. Sophia won't come, Lucas said with a sigh. Lily's occasional stubbornness was definitely inherited from her mother. Most of the time, she was easygoing, but when she made up her mind about something, she was immovable. That was thoughtful of you. Hearing this, Emily let the matter drop. As a mother herself, she understood Sophia Thompson's mindset perfectly. The pain for her daughter and the crushing sense of powerlessness must have led to countless nights spent crying alone. For a mother, that was a fate worse than death, an agony from which there was no escape because she was her daughter's only support. Robert had been quiet the whole time. He'd briefly considered asking Lucas if he was serious about all this, but seeing the way his son's eyes never left the kitchen, he decided the question was redundant. In his view, the rest was no longer his concern. As a father, he had already given Lucas the security to make choices based purely on love, though it seemed Lucas was determined to make it on his own anyway. That's fine too, he thought, leaning back on the couch to wait for dinner. I'll go help, Lucas announced, heading into the kitchen to keep Lily company as they finished preparing the meal. Before long, they had brought 4 dishes and a soup to the table. Lily hadn't made her signature fish dish because Lucas didn't like fish. She had a feeling grilled salmon wouldn't be her specialty for much longer. The Carters' dining table was rectangular, and they'd never been formal about seating. Emma had claimed the head of the table since she was a child. Robert and Emily sat on one side, with Lucas and Lily on the other. With the exception of Lucas, everyone was blown away by how delicious Lily's cooking was. The praise was non-stop, especially from Emma, whose compliments grew more and more extravagant. During a moment when all eyes were on Emma, Lily secretly placed more food on Lucas's plate. Lucas felt a pang of nostalgia. He remembered when they first met. He was the one always piling food onto her plate. Unconsciously, the roles had reversed. She was constantly feeding him now, as if terrified he wouldn't get enough to eat. Since Lily is my brother's girlfriend now, does that mean I don't have to have English tutoring anymore? Emma suddenly asked, a hopeful gleam in her eye. After all, with this new relationship, it would be awkward to charge money. I can tutor her for free, Lily offered quietly, having considered the same thing. Absolutely not, both parents said in near-perfect unison. Business as usual. Emma's beautiful fantasy was shattered. She wilted like a dying flower, slumping over the table. This new sister-in-law was perfect in every way, except for her refusal to be an accomplice in her schemes. Why waste your youth tutoring me? Go be disgustingly in love with my brother. Throughout dinner, Lucas skillfully guided the conversation, and Lily's nervousness eased considerably. His care was always like that, quiet and unobtrusive. After they ate, Lily was about to clear the dishes, but Emily insisted on doing it. Robert followed her into the kitchen, and the two of them started chatting quietly. I'd like to see your photos, Lily said to Lucas from the sofa, her request shy and hesitant. She knew that for most people, childhood pictures were the stuff of nightmares, so she didn't have high hopes he would agree. Lucas, however, was unfazed. Sure, they're in my room. Ultimately, curiosity won out over her fear of the lion's den, and she nodded. The two of them slipped into his bedroom. Lily sat primly on the edge of the bed, while Lucas rummaged through closets and drawers. A moment later, he pulled out a slightly yellowed, old-fashioned photo album. This is it, from my 100-day photo to age 12. It seemed to be a universal truth that girls were interested in their boyfriend's childhood pictures. Lily was captivated. She blushed a little at the photo of a naked baby Lucas, but otherwise she was all smiles. Soon, she reached the pictures of a slightly older Lucas. The boy with the faint smile in the photo was exactly as she remembered him. I was as tall as you back then, Lily said proudly, a gentle joy on her face. Even if Lucas hadn't been that little boy from her past, she would have liked him anyway. But the thread of fate connecting them gave her a sense of predestined happiness. She was a girl, after all. While she didn't actively seek it out, she had a soft spot for romance. Don't rest on your laurels. What about now? Lucas teased from across the room as he tidied up. As if trying to make up for all the years she'd missed, Lily painstakingly went through the album, from his baby pictures to his preteen years. Then, suddenly, the subject of the photos shifted from Lucas to her. She was surprised, but also deeply touched. Lucas had printed out every single picture he had taken of her, each one carefully labeled with the date. Seeing herself now, in her drama club costume, standing there with her face shyly turned to the side, stirred up a complex wave of emotions. She didn't even know how to smile back then. And she had certainly never imagined she would one day be his girlfriend. It all felt like a dream. At the very end of the album, she found a sheet of A4 paper. It was a pencil sketch of a girl clutching a bag, one side of her body soaked by the rain, looking like she was waiting for someone. She was no art critic, but she thought the drawing was beautiful, and she knew, without a doubt, that the girl was her. Lily stared at the sketch, blinking slowly. Lucas was always like this. Their daily life was simple and calm, but every now and then, he would hit her with a grand, romantic gesture that made her want to gift wrap herself and give herself to him completely. Having finished tidying, Lucas came over. I drew that one night when I couldn't sleep. Lily looked up at him. When? The day you first messaged me saying you wanted to see me. You were the one who asked me. Lily mumbled. And you said yes. Lucas replied smugly. Lily fell silent. She had wanted to dig a hole and bury herself after sending that message. Knowing he remembered it so clearly only made her more embarrassed. Your face is so red, Lucas teased, leaning closer. My skin is just thin. It gets red when I'm warm. Really? I don't believe you. Unless. You want to kiss me? Lily stated, eyeing him warily. Yes, I do. You just want to. Lily's brain short-circuited. She never expected him to be so blatant. She scrambled across the bed to the other side and buried her face in the comforter, leaving only one eye peeking out, blinking at him. Lucas laughed and decided to let her off the hook. He handed her the sketch. It's for you. In a way, this was the beginning of our story. The goofball was his now. There was no need to rush. I was so cringe back then, Lucas said, looking at a photo of his younger self posing with a toy sword, a look of disgust on his face. It was a facepalm-worthy picture. Well, you were the Dragon Knight, Lily replied with a giggle. Lucas cringed even harder. Can you please forget that? Never, she laughed. Honestly, I always thought the Green Ranger was cooler. Or maybe Zio, Lucas mused. Speaking of which, you still haven't changed your profile picture? Lily, lying on her side, looked at him. I like it. It was the first thing you ever gave me. It's meaningful. She had cried for days when her cousin's bratty kid had broken it. Lucas sat down beside her and gently pinched her cheek. What's in that head of yours besides me? She purred like a cat, rubbing her cheek against his hand. More you. Lucas froze. You silly goofball, he whispered. You're going to be the death of me. Perhaps afraid of giving the wrong impression, Lily didn't stay in his room for long. Mom, I'm taking her home, Lucas called out. Emily and Robert came over immediately. This might be a bit sudden, but it's a tradition in our family to give a gift when our son brings his girlfriend home for the first time, Robert said, holding a thin, elegantly wrapped envelope. It had clearly been prepared in advance. Seeing Lily's hesitation, he smiled. It's just a little something, a token of our affection. Please accept it. It's our way of showing you how happy we are. Thank you, sir, Lily said, taking it with both hands. Tears she couldn't control welled up in her eyes. She had never known what it felt like to be so thoroughly accepted, especially when so much was at stake. The moment they stepped outside, Lily gently tugged on Lucas's sleeve. What's up, he asked. I feel a little bad about your parents, she said, fidgeting with her fingers. Huh? Why would you feel bad about them? They were so nice to me, and I've been fooling around with you. Her voice got quieter and quieter. It was unclear if she had any idea how bizarre her train of thought was. Her self-esteem was so low that she still felt like she was dragging him down. From Lucas's perspective, or any guy's, really, he was the one who had hit the jackpot. Yet somehow Lily thought she was the one who had gotten lucky. What's the big deal? I like fooling around with you, Lucas said dismissively. Besides, you could just pay them back with a grandson or granddaughter later, and you'll be even. Lucas had to discuss a few things with Jason, so after dropping Lily off, he headed back to campus. As he approached his dorm, he saw Scarlett Montgomery waiting for him. He sighed deeply, his voice low under the cold, white light of the hallway. Don't waste your time on me. Lily and I are together. You didn't respond to me back then, so why torture yourself with feelings that came too late? Look forward, Scarlett. What's past is past. It took a lot for him to say that much. It was the most he could offer. Scarlett looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? I have a girlfriend, Lucas repeated, looking at the anguish on her face, enunciating each word. The reality finally sank in for Scarlett, though her expression remained one of disbelief. Her mind was flooded with images of that shy, timid girl standing happily by Lucas's side. Had they held hands? Shared passionate kisses? Every scenario was a new thorn in her heart. If only she had been a little more proactive, all of that could have been hers. The future of the boy standing in front of her, it seemed, truly had nothing to do with her anymore. And all because she hadn't cherished what she had. Scarlett stared at him, speechless. 7 years was such a long time. Why hadn't she made a move? Not even once. Why? She couldn't understand her own complacency, her own sense of entitlement. Another weary sigh from Lucas finally pulled her back to the present. At least let me make it up to you, she pleaded, her ruby-red lips trembling. Tears welled in her eyes, and she was drowning in a sea of regret. There's no need. I've told you before, I don't regret any of it. Not growing up with you. not the 7 years I spent trying. So you don't need to make anything up to me. And, if you really want what's best for me, you should keep your distance. Lucas's expression was solemn. Whether it was unrequited love or a misconnection, to him, it was all in the past. When a person truly moves on, looking back only elicits a quiet acknowledgement that it's over. He had sacrificed too much for it before. Now, all he wanted was to bury that part of his life. His words exploded in Scarlett's mind. His meaning was crystal clear. She was now an outsider, a potential disruption to his relationship. When he had been pursuing her, he had kept his distance from other girls. She never thought the day would come when she would be on the receiving end of that same treatment. A bitter smile touched Scarlett's lips. You haven't changed a bit since we were kids. Still so resolute, so kind, so rational in everything he did. Pursuing me for 7 years. That must have been the most irrational thing you've ever done. She wiped a tear from her eye with the back of her hand. I'm sorry. I'm the one who changed. She had become one of the people who used to watch her with envy, just as she now envied Lily Thompson. Go home, Scarlett. Don't stand out here feeding the mosquitoes, Lucas said softly. He opened his dorm room door and walked inside. His steps were slow but deliberate, never faltering. The warning was the last courtesy he could offer. Whether she listened was her business, and it no longer had anything to do with him. Even a single glance back would be a betrayal of Lily. After what felt like an eternity, Scarlett stopped biting her lip and walked away, her steps heavy. What did he say to you? Vanessa asked. The two of them walked under the streetlights, their shadows stretching long behind them against the chorus of chirping crickets. Scarlett stared blankly ahead, her body limp and devoid of energy. He said, he and Lily are together. Vanessa paused, then sighed. I figured. The day she saw Lily at the recruitment event, she had already guessed this would be the outcome. The most devoted people are often the most absolute when they finally give up. And Lucas was fiercely loyal. Treating Scarlett this way now was just inevitable. A flower doesn't bloom twice. A river never flows backward. A missed opportunity is just that. Missed. Once you miss it, you have to let it go. Thinking this, Vanessa patted her beautiful friend's shoulder with a mixture of pity and helplessness. The moment she was touched, the tears Scarlett had been holding back finally broke free. After a while, she spoke, her voice trembling and choked with sobs. He's so cruel. The more I remember him saying he had no regrets, the more I want to cry. I just came down to take out the trash, and I get a free drama. Lucas had only made it up 2 steps when he heard Jason's voice. He looked up to see his friend leaning over the railing, cheekily blowing a smoke ring. You're so damn bored, Lucas said, exasperated. Vanessa must have asked Jason where he was, which was how Jason managed to show up just in time for the main event every single time. Where's this trash you were taking out? Lucas asked irritably, determined to call his bluff. The trash. Jason clearly hadn't thought that far ahead. He fumbled around in his pockets before sheepishly holding up his cigarette. But, right here. Idiot. The trash is in your head, Lucas shot back with a grin, starting up the stairs again. Their footsteps echoed in the stairwell, activating the motion sensor lights one by one. Jason suddenly stopped. Everything will work out for the best, man, he said. A small smile played on Lucas's lips. Yeah. Scarlett never came to his dorm again after that. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of June. Summer break was just a week away. Lucas and Jason had expanded the studio's team and finalized all the paperwork. All that was left was to officially register the company. That afternoon, the sun hung directly overhead, turning Seattle into a giant furnace. If the joke weren't so overused, Lucas would have tried to fry an egg on the pavement. The team was at the startup hub, setting things up. After a morning of hard work, the once empty space was actually starting to look like a real office. Lily, didn't I tell you to take a break? Lucas said, watching her move boxes. He didn't know whether to be angry or amused. If you keep this up, I'm not inviting you here anymore. As a new couple, he naturally wanted her around all the time, which is why he'd asked her to come. He just hadn't expected her to work nonstop. He'd lost count of how many times he'd told her to rest, his heart aching each time. He was seriously regretting it. He should have known Lily was as stubborn as a mule. I know, I'm sorry. Lily mumbled from behind a stack of boxes, wobbling slightly. Lucas couldn't even see her face. With a resigned smile, he helped her put the boxes down and took out a tissue to carefully wipe the sweat from her brow. She stood there obediently, her eyes fluttering shut as the tissue dabbed at her face, looking impossibly cute. Everybody take 5, Lucas called out. He had given up on reasoning with her directly. Maybe if everyone else stopped, she would finally take a break. Funnily enough, because everyone saw the unofficial boss's wife working without a pause, no one else had felt right about stopping either. After they had displayed the award they won, the second round of recruitment had gone even more smoothly than the first. The studio now had over a dozen people, a healthy size for a new venture, and it finally felt like they were on the right track. As Lucas was doting on Lily, Jason came over. By the way, we still haven't decided on a name for the company or the studio. We need to do that soon for the registration. Why are you asking me? I don't care. We can make money no matter what it's called, Lucas said, tossing the used tissue into a trash can like he was shooting a basketball. He chuckled when it actually went in. Lily watched him, blinking, completely surprised by this childish side of her boyfriend. Lucas was an autocrat when it came to major company strategy and direction. He made all the final calls. But for trivial matters like this, he couldn't be bothered. I'll do it. Mia Thompson, who had been sitting off to the side, shot her hand up. How about Polaris Interactive? The symbolism is great. Our company will never lose its way. Not bad, Lucas nodded. He turned to Lily. What do you think, boss lady? Being teased like that in public made Lily even more flustered. She quickly turned her head away. I don't know. So you admit you're the boss lady? Lucas asked with a wicked grin. She nervously fiddled with the hem of her shirt. I'm a girlfriend. Lucas gently tucked a few strands of sweat-dampened hair behind her ear. You'll be someday. Same difference, he said softly. Giving up, Lily took a thermos out of her canvas bag, unscrewed the lid, and held it to his lips. Watermelon juice. Then she added timidly, it's room temperature. She never told him things like, you can't have cold drinks. She just quietly made sure that any water she brought or any soda she bought for him wasn't chilled. In that instant, it was as if a lemon had exploded in the minds of everyone in the studio. The sourness was overwhelming. Their boss wasn't a jerk, the colleagues were friendly, the work environment was great, and the pay was on time. The only downside was the constant, high-density PDA from the founders. What about the studio name? Jason pressed, clearly tired of the public display of affection. Lucas thought for a moment. Let's call it All Kate Studios. The Star of the Warrior. It's part of the Big Dipper, so it fits the theme. Good. With that settled, Jason quickly retreated. Lucas handed the thermos back to Lily. You drink some? Look how dry your lips are. Lily stood up and whispered in his ear, I can't drink it. That time of the month. She nodded, embarrassed. Lucas gently poked her. Then why did you put watermelon juice in your thermos for me instead of hot water, you silly goose? Does it hurt bad? Lucas lowered his voice. It was his first time dealing with this as a boyfriend, and it felt surprisingly novel. It's okay. I just don't have much energy. Just as Lucas was about to say something, there was a knock at the studio door. He looked up to see a middle-aged man with thinning hair and glasses standing there. He recognized him as one of the university deans. The man glanced down at a paper in his hand. Is Lucas Carter here? Yes. Lucas got up and walked over. Can I help you? The dean nodded at him, then stepped aside to reveal a woman in a sharp business suit. She offered Lucas a faint, practiced smile. For some reason, his first impression of it was that it was perfectly calibrated. This is Ms. Vance from one of Seattle's top investment firms. Veronica Vance. She graduated from here as well. So she's one of your predecessors, you could say. Lucas then realized he'd seen her speak at the homecoming gala. The company she ran was a big name in the city. He'd heard of it long ago. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let's have some tea and chat, Veronica said calmly. Lucas exchanged a look with Lily, then gestured for Jason to join him before stepping outside. The moment they left, the previously quiet studio erupted in hushed whispers. Whoa, who is she? The dean personally escorted her here. I didn't know our fearless leader was this big of a deal. Lily watched the door, tilting her head in confusion. After a moment, she screwed the lid back on the thermos and quietly went back to helping tidy up. In the administrative office, Lucas sat on the sofa, waiting calmly for them to speak. He looked composed, but inside his mind was racing. He couldn't figure out why he had been sought out, especially by an investment giant like her. From her position, a small workshop like his shouldn't even be on her radar. His plans were ambitious, his goals lofty, but no one else knew that. I'll just play it by ear, he thought. Veronica Vance set her teacup down, her eyes subtly appraising him. She hadn't come today specifically for this fledgling studio. She was back in the country to see her daughter and, on a whim, decided to visit her alma mater. She remembered that a student team had recently won first place in a game development competition. Of course, in her eyes, that award was meaningless. But she had noticed a few intriguing details. It was a team cobbled together by a law student who had poached a few computer science majors. This meant they had no prior experience working together, yet they had still managed to create a decent demo and beat out more experienced, cohesive teams. The leader had to have exceptional leadership skills, an eye for talent, and a keen sense of the industry. In her chat with the dean, she also learned that they had only applied for university support after winning the award. These were the things that had made her willing to spend 10 minutes of her time meeting Lucas Carter. It was an occupational hazard for an investor. If it had taken any longer, or if Lucas hadn't been there, she would have dropped the matter entirely. I've been following the competition you participated in recently, Veronica began. I'm very interested in your studio. Lucas smiled and nodded politely, not believing a word of it. Veronica didn't press the topic of the game. She knew that while she understood the market, she didn't understand games. The market was whatever the majority decided was valuable. The brilliant could predict it, the smart could follow it, and the fools try to lead it. Instead, she asked, I'm not in the industry, so I won't get into the details of your game. I'm more curious about your plans for profitability. Do you have a marketing strategy? What kind of performance do you need to sustain the company? And if you're successful initially, what are your plans for the future? She was genuinely curious. In her eyes, these are just a bunch of kids who hadn't even fully grown up yet. A small part of her wanted to nurture new talent, to offer a bit of guidance from her own experience. Jason's brain had already overheated. Lucas, however, still wore a faint smile. Ma'am, with all due respect, we're not just playing around here, he said softly. We considered all of these questions before we started. As for our operational and marketing strategies, those are internal matters that I'm not at liberty to discuss. Veronica nodded. And what if I were to offer an initial investment of $100,000? Meanwhile, back at the studio, Lily was wiping down a table when she heard another knock. A delivery person was standing at the door. I have a delivery for a Ms. Lily Thompson. Lily walked over nervously. I didn't order anything. It's your hot ginger tea. But I didn't order it, the girl said, tilting her head. Her voice, a mix of gentle confusion and innocence, was utterly disarming. Mia walked over and poked her on the forehead. Goofball, who do you think ordered it for you? Your boyfriend, obviously. But he just got called away. Exactly. Which means he ordered it for you while he was on his way to that important meeting. I'm actually touched. Mia felt like a green-eyed monster. Other people's boyfriends were out there handling big business with the university deans and still remembered to order their girlfriend's hot tea. Her own boyfriend was perfect in every way, except for the fact that he was a fictional character. The realization finally dawned on Lily. She murmured a thank you, carefully took the drink, and gently closed the door. Her first instinct was to look at the receipt, and she bit her lip, a look of pain on her face. Oh, give me a break. Are you seriously worried about your boyfriend's money right now? Mia threw her hands up in exasperation. You two are going to be the death of me. Lily, embarrassed, scurried back to her seat, tried to be invisible, but it was too late. Every eye in the studio was already on her. She sat there, staring at the cup, speechless for a long time. It seemed that even the smallest thing she mentioned, Lucas would remember. That morning, she had said she wanted ice cream, and hours later at lunch, he had not only remembered, but had run out in the sweltering heat just to get it for her. When she'd mentioned her period, she hadn't thought anything of it, but he had remembered that too, even while on his way to what was clearly an important meeting. So this is what it felt like to be cherished. Lily smiled faintly and rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, wiping away a single, happy tear. Invest in U.S.? Lucas was genuinely surprised. The university dean, who had been lounging comfortably, sat up straight at her words. Jason's mind was just repeating one word. Well, his family was well off, but even for him, that kind of money wasn't something he could just pull out of his pocket. He still couldn't figure out how Lucas, or their studio, had earned the favor of this woman. He always knew his friend was brilliant, but brilliant enough to warrant this level of investment right off the bat. An initial investment of $100,000. The phrase hung in the air, full of tantalizing ambiguity. Veronica Vance's expression remained placid. She was only surprised by Lucas's composure. This was just a kid in his early 20s. As an investor, she had seen countless entrepreneurs, from scrappy starters to seasoned veterans, and this young man's demeanor was something she had only witnessed in a very select few. Whatever he was thinking, his reaction had already passed her test. With that thought, her internal valuation of the studio ticked up a notch. As long as she could be the majority shareholder and install one of her own managers, she would be willing to double or even triple that initial offer. Finally, under her watchful gaze, Lucas smiled and spoke. Thank you for the generous offer, but we don't need it right now. Oh, Veronica turned to him, a slight curve on her lips. You don't. Lucas nodded politely and said with a playful tone, our operating costs are very low, and our expenses will be manageable for the foreseeable future. We just don't have a use for that much capital at the moment. But you never know, he added. Maybe one day I'll come begging you for an investment. Veronica recalled the number of people she had seen in the studio, and her smile widened. She could now see the truth and the bluff in his words. That their expenses were currently manageable was likely true. As for their operating costs being low, that was debatable. This young man was ambitious. Interesting. Very well, Veronica said, unoffended. Lucas had let her down easy. Besides, investment was always a negotiation, especially when she had her own agenda. Some founders were willing to give up autonomy for growth. Others weren't. It seems you have a very thorough plan, she said, her praise genuine. She then rose slowly to her feet. In that case, I won't take up any more of your time. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. It was a blessing, nothing more. A small studio like theirs wasn't in a position to collaborate with her firm. I'll do my best, Lucas said with a smile. He watched her leave, an unconscious sigh of relief escaping his lips. There was something about her that felt like a snake, constantly watching, tongue flicking, sizing him up. Mom, you made me wait for 10 minutes, a girl with a high ponytail complained, pouting, as Veronica stepped outside. Veronica patted her daughter's head. I was meeting with a student. The girl remembered her mom's texts. The Lucas Carter guy? I've actually heard of him. That's the one. I was even considering investing a little. You think his studio has a future? Her daughter asked curiously. A studio made up of college students? Honestly, the odds of one of them making it out of the startup graveyard are 1 in a million, Veronica said, her face impassive. At least, I've never seen it happen with my own eyes. Then why did you want to invest? Veronica's expression turned serious. I wasn't interested in the studio. I was interested in him. Even if the studio failed, a person like that would find a way to succeed. She flicked her daughter's forehead. Spend less time obsessing over celebrities. You still have a lot to learn. The girl rubbed her head and glanced curiously toward the office. College students doing this kind of thing. Interesting. After a few more pleasantries with the dean, Lucas and Jason finally left the office. Dude, that was so much money. Why didn't we take it? Jason asked, hovering at Lucas's side, a mix of bewilderment and pain in his voice. Lucas sighed and explained patiently. First, we have enough capital for now. Having a lot of money at the start is good, but having too much can be a curse. We don't necessarily have the ability to manage an operation of that scale. Too much money can make you overconfident, and when you fall harder. He then smiled. And second, this is my son's dream. As long as I have the final say, when we make it big, we can do whatever we want. If I give that up, sure, we won't have to worry about money in the short term, but you'll never get the chance to achieve your dream. Jason stopped dead in his tracks, forgetting to walk, a lump forming in his throat. Suddenly, being forced by his dad to change his major didn't seem so bad after all. A few seconds later, he yelled and ran to catch up. Wait for your dad. Back at the studio, Lucas saw that the team had already tidied most of the place up. Being around people their own age in a comfortable environment seemed to foster a sense of ownership. Everyone was proactive. Lucas cleared his throat. All right, everyone, let's circle up. I want to discuss a few things. He walked over to Lily, a faint smile touching his lips as he saw she'd finished the drink he'd bought her. Let's talk about the project timeline moving forward, he said, his voice ringing with authority as he addressed the room. For the next phase, Aaron will be heading up the art team, and Leo will take the lead on programming. As for music, that's not something we need to worry about in-house right now. We'll outsource all of it for this stage. Hey, Lucas, Leo Jenkins called out, looking up from his laptop. What's the plan for the summer? Do I need to apply for campus housing? Leo was from out of state and had already been looking at apartments just to stay in Seattle. His mix of raw talent and obsessive passion was exactly why Lucas had put him in charge. You guys can work remotely over the summer. Go home, it's fine. The stipends will continue as scheduled. But Lucas's voice suddenly sharpened. For those of you who've been here from the start, you know I don't care about punching a clock. You can be late, leave early, or work from your dorm for all I care. I've never micromanaged that. His expression hardened. But the deliverables I assign must be completed on time. The programming team has to have the basic framework built by July. Tasks will be assigned to individuals. If you don't finish your part, you can collect your last check, and that's it. The game wasn't overly complex. In Lucas's schedule, a playable demo had to be ready by the end of August at the latest. That was when the real work would begin. The marketing, the launch, everything required to actually turn a profit. If they messed this up, getting that next round of funding from the university would be next to impossible. Okay, that's all. The company isn't catering lunch, so I'm out of here, Lucas said, his tone instantly shifting back to its usual casualness. He took Lily's hand and led her out the door. Wow, Lucas is usually so chill, a girl sitting next to Aaron muttered. I've never heard him sound so intense. You get used to it. He keeps business and everything else separate, Aaron said with a shrug, her eyes fixed on the illustration she was drawing. As long as you hit your deadlines, you could sit in his office and play video games right in front of him, and he wouldn't care. The girl looked at her, incredulous. Seriously? Have you actually done that? Yep. Once they were in the car, Lucas leaned over and clicked Lily's seatbelt into place, a familiar gesture. Hey, are you going home for the summer? He asked suddenly. He remembered her family wasn't from Washington State. If this goofball went back home, he'd be miserable for the entire break. Forcing a couple in the honeymoon phase to be apart for 2 months was a fate worse than death. Lily adjusted the strap, pulling it away from her neck, and shook her head. No. Besides, that's not really home anymore. After her father died, she and her mother had moved around constantly. As far back as she could remember, she'd only spent a few years in her hometown. What do you mean? Lucas asked, confused. There's nowhere to stay. My uncle's family took the house, Lily said, her voice flat, devoid of any emotion. After Dad died, my grandfather and my uncle said my mom was bad luck, that she'd cursed him, and since she couldn't give them a grandson, they tried to kick her out. They wanted to keep me, though. I might not seem very smart, but back then, I was worth a few $1,000s to them. They figured they could marry me off later and get a good price. When my mom found out, she grabbed a kitchen knife and threatened to kill them if they didn't let her take me with her. Lucas was silent for a long, long time. He couldn't believe things like that still happened in the 21st century. The fact that it had happened to his girlfriend made his stomach twist. He couldn't imagine what she must have gone through all these years. The bubble machine you gave me. My uncle's son was the one who broke it, Lily said, her voice finally tinged with a hint of old hurt. He said he'd never seen one before and asked to play with it. When I said no, he just snatched it from me. By the time he gave it back, it was broken. She looked up at Lucas, her clear eyes shimmering with a thin layer of moisture. After that, all I had left was the picture on my mom's phone. Lucas's heart ached. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come. After a moment, he spoke softly. I don't know how you went through all that and still stayed so decent. You should have become meaner than all of them. He knew if it had been him, he'd be walking around muttering, it's not me, it's the world that's wrong, before turning into a full-blown villain. She looked at him, her expression blank. My mom always said be a good person. That good things happen to good people. Lucas sighed, a mix of frustration and fondness. That's just something bad people made up to keep good people in line. Otherwise, how do you explain your life? He thought, if that were true, you'd be the happiest person in the world. But it is true. Good things do happen to good people, Lily countered, a rare note of firmness in her voice. As Lucas watched her, puzzled, a sweet smile spread across her face, warming him from the inside out. Otherwise, how would I ever have met you? Lucas's mouth twitched into a smile. He squeezed her cheek gently. Okay, you win. Can I? Kan Iukio? Lily asked in a small voice. Even though it was a long time ago, remembering still hurt. Of course. Lucas thought she was impossibly cute. My advice? Next time, don't ask. Just do it. Oh, she murmured, blushing, then unbuckled her seatbelt and started to open the car door. What are you doing? Lucas asked. Getting out to hug you, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Lucas's brow furrowed. You can't do that in the car. Hearing that, she ducked back inside, looking at him curiously. She scooted a little closer, but the center console made it awkward. Just come over here, Lucas said softly. Lily clumsily climbed over the gear shift and emergency brake, squeezing in next to him in the driver's seat. Lucas immediately felt a jolt. This was a little too intense. He wasn't sure he could handle it. Before he could compose himself, she wrapped her arms around him. Her soft body pressed against his, a warmth spreading between them. A few seconds later, with a soft sigh from Lily, Lucas slowly buried his face in the smooth, pale curve of her neck. Lily fought the instinct to push Lucas away. It was so overwhelming that she finally gritted her teeth and pulled him even closer, hugging him tightly. Lucas inhaled her unique, sweet scent and unconsciously tightened his own embrace. They held each other as if trying to merge into one being. Can I kiss you? This time, it was Lucas asking in a low whisper. After a few deep breaths, the girl gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Hold my hand, Lily whispered. A few seconds passed. He reached out, his fingers closing around her delicate wrist, and lifted her hand away. Then he leaned in and pressed a kiss to her porcelain neck. Her skin was just as soft as it looked. Apparently, that wasn't enough. He began to pepper her neck with soft, wet kisses, one after another. As she felt him gently nibbling at her skin, a wave of weakness washed over her. All the strength drained from her body, and she could only slump against him. It was as if tiny jolts of electricity were shooting from her neck through her entire body, making her release a few faint, breathy moans. When she felt his tongue flick against her skin, A full-body shiver racked her. She had no idea her neck could be so sensitive. Don't lick, she murmured, but she quickly realized her words were useless. Giving up all resistance, her free hand clenched and unclenched on his back, her fingers trembling as they fisted the fabric of his shirt. Soon both their minds went completely blank, losing all track of time. He didn't know how long it was before he finally lifted his head. Lily's neck was arched, her breathing ragged and her face flushed as she looked at him, her eyes hazy and unfocused. The sight, especially that dazed look, made Lucas's heart skip a beat. Her lips were slightly parted, soft and inviting. Lucas swallowed hard. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, she pleaded in a low, frightened voice. Can we take it slow? Please. Lucas smiled at her. Of course. He could see how hard she had been trying to go along with him. Pushing any further would make him a monster. Reassured, Lily relaxed and buried her face in his chest, a contented sigh escaping her lips. She wished she could freeze time in this very moment. This is different from when I kiss you, she mumbled against his chest after a while. Kissing him made her feel happy. This also made her happy, but it left her feeling dizzy and dazed. It was a strange sensation. Lucas held the girl, who felt like a kitten curled up in his arms, and said softly, "If you're like this just for me kissing your neck, I don't know what you're going to do in the future." Lily looked up at him, curious. "What do you mean?" "Nothing," Lucas said, feeling a pang of guilt under her innocent gaze. He quickly looked away. Seeing this, Lily pressed her ear back against his chest, listening to the steady thump-thump of his heartbeat. "Why are you so weird?" "Stop listening to my heartbeat," he grumbled, feeling embarrassed. She giggled softly against his chest, her face radiant with happiness. "It tells me that you like me." "You goofball. Normally, maybe. Right now, all it tells you is how bad I want you. That's still part of liking me." She looked up at him again. "You don't want other girls, do you?" "Only you," Lucas said, feeling like she had somehow managed to trap him in his own logic. He was losing his edge, being pulled down to her level of sweet absurdity. "Why are you hunched over like that?" Lily asked, noticing his strange posture. Lucas coughed. "Some questions are better left unasked." After a bit more playful wrestling, Lily managed to coax him into going to the campus cafeteria. It was peak dinner time, a sea of students everywhere you looked. Most couples had probably already checked off every restaurant and cafe in the university district, but he and Lily still ate at the cafeteria more than anywhere else. He didn't know how his girlfriend did it. He couldn't even find a way to spend money on her. She was just too practical. "Do you have anything going on this afternoon?" Lucas asked. Lily thought for a moment. "I have one class. Want to go to the amusement park after?" "We haven't been yet," Lucas said, scrolling through his phone for nearby places. He had always been a homebody. A trip to the mall with his mom was his personal idea of hell. But for some reason, ever since he'd been with Lily, he found himself wanting to be out more and more, as long as it was with her. "Can we go in a few days?" Lily's voice was tiny. She glanced up at him, afraid he'd be disappointed. "Sure, whatever you want." He was about to ask why when she spoke again. "You should eat well for the next couple of days." "What's that supposed to mean?" Lucas looked at her, completely baffled. The way she said it sounded like she was giving him final instructions. Lily lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. "I have to go back to my hometown for a bit." Then she added, "It's the anniversary of my dad's death." "Oh," Lucas said, pausing. "I'll go with you." "What?" Lily was so surprised she forgot to chew the food in her mouth, just staring at him. "What if you get kidnapped? Then I wouldn't have a girlfriend anymore." Lily didn't want to waste his time. "I've never been kidnapped before. I go back by myself every year." She was starting to wonder if Lucas had a skewed perception of her. She wasn't that helpless. "You were lucky before," Lucas said dismissively. "You have to be careful. What if you get tricked and sold into some labor camp?" "No, wait, they'd harvest your organs." The more he talked, the more serious he sounded, as if it were a real possibility. "What if you get trafficked into the mountains somewhere? You'd never see me again." He quickly pulled up a news article on his phone and pushed it in front of her. "See for yourself." Lily was completely taken in, cautiously taking the phone and reading the article with wide-eyed seriousness. "You can't just assume it won't happen to you, you know? Even if it's a small chance, when it happens to you, it's 100%. Lucas continued to embellish. "But you don't have time. Aren't you really busy right now?" Lily asked timidly. Hearing that, Lucas knew his plan was halfway to success. He just needed to seal the deal. "I'm not busy," he said breezily. "Aaron and the team are busy right now. My busy season starts after they're done. It's really far. The drive will be exhausting." Lucas put some food from his plate onto hers. "Exactly, which is why I need to be there to take care of you." Lily tilted her head, looking at him. Why was it suddenly impossible to argue with him? Where did she go wrong? Lucas moved fast. That evening, he went home to pack. Since their dorm rooms wouldn't be theirs after junior year, he'd already moved most of his clothes home anyway. Well, look what the cat dragged in, Emily Carter said, looking up from the book she was reading on the couch. She smirked at her son. What brings you home, mister? Big shot. Lucas felt his skin crawl. He sat down next to his mom and started massaging her shoulders. Just came back to see you. I missed you. Emily didn't buy his nonsense for a second, but decided to play along. How sweet. A son this good is hard to find. Lucas knew that she knew he was faking it, and she knew that he knew that she knew. They chatted amiably like this for a while, a perfect picture of mother-son affection. After a few minutes, when Emily had had enough of the massage, she pulled out a pack of Robert's Marlboros, slapped it on the coffee table, and said, All right, spill. What do you want? Mom, can't I just come back to my own home? Lucas said, exasperated. Do you ever set foot in this house unless you need something? Emily looked at him, annoyed but not truly angry. She knew her and Robert's parenting style was partly to blame. They were always jetting off on their own adventures, and Robert had never been one to restrict Lucas or Emma's freedom. It was only natural their kids turned out so independent. When Lucas was in high school, she didn't mind not seeing him much, but these last couple of years, she found herself wishing he were home more often. She was getting older, after all. Emily sighed inwardly. From passionate romance to the daily grind, and now to watching the product of that love navigate his own chaos. Maybe this was all part of it, and it wasn't so bad. Noticing his mom's flicker of sadness, Lucas leaned in closer, no longer worried about getting smacked. Once summer starts, my studio is going fully remote. I'll be home every day to give you massages. Emily rolled her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. Yeah, right. It's less stressful when you're not around. Go do whatever you want. He was his own person. She didn't want to tie him down. Speaking of, why are you back? Packing. He finally told her the truth. It's the anniversary of Lily's dad's death. I'm going to drive her back to her hometown. Emily nodded slightly. Is it far from here? Pretty far, I think. Lucas rummaged through his closet, grabbing a couple of outfits and stuffing them into a bag. We'll probably be back the day after tomorrow, or the day after that. Then you should go with her. I wouldn't feel right with her traveling that far alone. Lucas suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. How come you're not worried I'll get kidnapped? You. Emily laughed. You'd probably sell the kidnappers for a profit. Then, as if remembering something, her eyes crinkled at the corners. The first time your dad went with me to visit your grandpa's grave, he suddenly knelt down and told him, I'll take care of her from now on. I was so moved I almost burst into tears right there. Lucas couldn't even remember seeing a picture of his own grandfather. His mom's fondness for Lily was partly tied to that memory. Touching, sure, but that doesn't sound like Dad at all, Lucas mumbled, trying to picture a young Robert Carter saying something so dramatic. The secondhand embarrassment was enough to make him want to crawl into a hole. He could maybe think something like that, but he died before saying it out loud. The next morning, Lucas arrived at Lily's apartment and knocked gently on the door. It opened almost immediately. Lily stood there in the t-shirt he'd bought her and a pair of jeans, clearly having been up and ready for a while. She obviously didn't want him to wait for even a second. Seeing him, she nervously smoothed her bangs and stepped aside to let him in. Gee, good morning, she stammered, unsure what else to say. Did you miss me last night? Lucas whispered. Lily gave a tiny shy nod. The truth was, she'd even dreamed about him, though the dream had been a little scandalous. Lucas grinned shamelessly but stopped teasing his girlfriend in front of her mother. He took a few steps inside and saw Sophia Thompson watching him with a warm smile, the wrinkles around her eyes crinkling kindly. Lucas, dear, I told you not to bring anything, Sophia said with a sigh of resignation. Lucas pretended not to hear, setting the bags of gifts aside. These aren't for me, Sophia. My mom asked me to bring them to you. Sophia froze for a second, then asked tentatively, when Lily had dinner at your house. She wasn't any trouble, was she? My mom loves Lily, Lucas said proudly, as if it were his own achievement. I was worried she'd like her so much she'd adopt her on the spot, and then I'd be out of a girlfriend. His joke made Sophia chuckle. That's good, that's good. She had been so afraid that Lucas's parents would dislike her introverted daughter, or that they would object to their relationship because of their family situation. She didn't care what happened to her. Her life was what it was, but if she dragged Lily down, she'd rather not be around at all. All she wanted was for Lily to be happy. Lily brought Lucas a bowl of oatmeal, and then stood quietly to the side, her hands clasped, listening to them talk with a blush on her cheeks. Lucas glanced at Lily with a smile. My mom is definitely on board with us. I was always more worried you wouldn't approve. Of course I approve. I adore you, Lucas, Sophia said, wheeling her chair a little closer to pat his head. She had never dreamed that Lily would end up with a boy like him. Her daughter was beautiful, yes, but her personality and her family's circumstances had held her back so much. A little later, while Lucas was eating breakfast, Sophia called Lily into the bedroom. "Why don't you have Lucas drop me off on the way?" she whispered. "I can find a place to stay. You can stop spending money on my treatments. You stay here, finish school, and build a life with Lucas. I'll go back and keep your father company. You two won't have to worry about me anymore." She stroked her daughter's head over and over, feeling the smooth, silky strands of hair. "My foolish girl," she thought. "No matter how kind another family is, they'll still have to consider my situation. I'm useless. I can't give you anything, so the least I can do is be less of a burden." Lily took a sharp step back, her breathing growing ragged. She stared at Sophia, her expression hardening as if she were about to get angry. But she wasn't the type to throw a tantrum. Instead, 2 streams of tears welled up and streamed down her cheeks. "No," she choked out. "I won't." Sophia's own eyes turned red. She pulled Lily into a hug, repeating the words she had said 1,000 times before. "Okay, Mom won't say it again. Don't cry. It's okay." Lucas finished his breakfast, but Lily still hadn't come out. He slumped over the table, deciding to sneak in a quick nap. He was not a morning person. He faked being sick to skip early classes more times than he could count. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw Lily walk out, her eyes red and puffy. Sophia looked about the same. He pretended not to notice. "Ready to go?" he asked softly. Outside, Lucas glanced at the GPS, his brow furrowing. It was a 4-5 hour drive, and it looked like her hometown was in the middle of nowhere. That's why he hadn't opted for the Amtrak. "How did you used to get back?" he asked, exasperated. Hearing the estimated travel time, Lily felt a fresh wave of regret for letting him come. "I took the bus," she said quietly. "There's no direct route, is there? You have a transfer 3 times. Lucas nodded, downing the Red Bull in his hand. It was far, but nothing was boring when he was with his goofball. "Let's roll." They hit the tail end of morning rush hour, so it took a little longer to get out of the city. But once they were on the highway, Lucas picked up the pace. "Why were you crying earlier?" he asked gently. Lily was clearly surprised. Not that he'd noticed she'd been crying, but that he had waited until now to ask. He usually picked up on her mood swings instantly. "My mom said to stop worrying about her from now on," she answered, her reply surprisingly simple. Lucas was at a loss for words. He sighed deeply. "She really, really loves you." "I know," Lily murmured, turning to look out the window. He couldn't tell what she was thinking. A moment later, she added in a tiny voice, "I said no." It took Lucas a few seconds to understand what she meant. He reached over with his right hand and stroked her hair. "I told you before, I'm not just playing around with you. I really want to spend the rest of my life with you. That means we share things. All of it. I've thought about it, and I don't regret it. And besides," he looked at the road ahead, his tone suddenly serious. "I can handle it." From the very beginning, Lucas hadn't started the studio for some lofty dream like Jason had. He'd done it for one simple reason: to have the ability to build a future for this goofball, to give her the freedom to be with him without worrying about anything else. He didn't think loving someone was any less noble than chasing a dream. Growing old with the best girl in the world, wasn't that a dream in itself? "Lily Thompson, I love you." "Do you love me?" he asked again. "I do. I love you so much," she responded, her voice tight with earnestness. She wondered why he was suddenly saying all this. "You love me, and I love you. That's why we're together. Don't think about anything else. And don't ever think you're a burden to me. That's not a possibility." Lily felt as if his words had pierced straight through her heart. She turned to look at his profile, her gaze trembling. I'll work hard too," she stammered. "You've always worked hard," Lucas said with a smile. "I see you. I know you've even been trying to save up to buy me that DSLR camera." The girl felt a prickling in her nose and turned away again. Lucas always knew how to say things that moved her to her core. She'd already told him she would love him no matter what. Did he think that wasn't enough? Did he need her to love him to an impossible degree? The sweet, foolish girl stole glances at the boy beside her, lost in thought. But she already loved him as much as she possibly could. The atmosphere in the car settled into a comfortable quiet, filled only with the soft murmur of their conversation and the occasional GPS direction. They had been like this since they first met, talking about anything and everything. The time flew by. Being with someone you love is like that. Even sitting in silence feels comfortable and happy. It was the first time Lucas realized he could talk for so long. No matter what he said, Lily would listen quietly and attentively. Lily was even happier. On all her previous trips home, she had been alone on a desolate bus. She never imagined she would one day make this journey like this. 2 hours passed in a blur. Lucas pulled into a rest stop and parked the car, cutting the engine. "Need a restroom?" he asked softly. She shook her head. Lucas reclined his seat slightly, and let out a lazy yawn. I'm gonna crash for 20 minutes. Wake me up when it's time. He still had another 3 hours of driving ahead of him. He needed a break. This was the farthest he'd ever driven since getting his license. Okay, Lily said, checking the time. She mentally decided to let him sleep a little longer. You want to get out and stretch? He asked, his eyelids heavy. No, it's okay. You should sleep, she whispered. I'll watch over you. Lucas closed his eyes and reached out his hand, squeezing the air. A moment later, a small, soft hand slipped into his and stayed there, perfectly still. He squeezed it gently, and she squeezed back. Good girl. You get a kiss for that, he teased, already drifting off. He never even noticed her leaning her cheek toward him. 10 minutes later, Lily watched him sleep, unconsciously leaning closer. She didn't know why she could stare at him for so long. She just loved watching the steady rise and fall of his chest, his peaceful expression, the handsome line of his jaw. She just loved being near him. The past 2 hours had flown by. She hoped they could really be together forever. When you truly love someone, even a lifetime feels too short. Lily felt like she was becoming a very greedy person. Lucas was woken by a tickling sensation. When he opened his eyes, their hands were still tightly clasped. As his mind cleared, he realized the tickling on his neck was her hair. Long, soft strands had fallen across his skin. He felt her warm breath ghosting across his cheek and fought the urge to open his eyes. What is this goofball up to now? Don't tell me she's trying to take advantage of me. So devious. Well, if you're going to do it, can you hurry up? The anticipation is killing me. Wait, why do you always do this when my eyes are closed? Lily Thompson, you play a dangerous game. Lucas, I love you, the girl whispered, the words so quiet they were barely audible. As if they felt unfamiliar, she cleared her throat and tried again. Lucas, I love you. He didn't know if she was trying to understand the difference between in love or just practicing, but she kept repeating it in a tiny voice over and over until the words flowed smoothly, her voice sweet and clear. The clumsy girl was expressing her feelings for him in her own way. Lucas was convinced he was still dreaming. How can my girlfriend be this adorable? He used every ounce of his willpower to keep the corners of his mouth from curling into a massive grin, continuing to feign sleep. There was no turning back now. He was sure that if he opened his eyes, Lily would be so mortified she'd jump out of the car and bury herself in a ditch, never wanting to see him again. Just as he was about to fall asleep for real, a firm kiss landed on his cheek. Well, that's it. He didn't know if Lily had any strange hobbies, but he felt like he was about to break. At that moment, only one thought consumed Lucas's mind. I want to open my eyes, grab this goofball, and kiss her senseless. But he quickly suppressed the urge. If I pretend I didn't notice, she might just do it again in the future. The thought brought him a profound sense of clarity. This wasn't her getting a free kiss from him. This was him getting a free kiss from her. A little while later, Lily gently shook his arm. Lucas feigned grogginess and slowly opened his eyes. Have some water, Lily said softly, holding out her insulated bottle. After so many indirect kisses, her tolerance had grown considerably. The frog in the slowly warming pot seemed completely unaware of the rising temperature. Lucas, the master chef whose only recipe was boiling frogs, took the bottle and chugged a few large gulps. I had a dream just now, he said. Lily looked at him curiously. What was it about? I dreamed you snuck a kiss. The girl immediately averted her eyes, sitting up straight in her seat. Our dreams aren't real. She was so nervous she was twisting her fingers together. Lily Thompson, look what you've done. You almost got caught being a little pervert. Even though it was just a little kiss for her own boyfriend, she felt like she was going to die of embarrassment. But she quickly found a way to deceive herself. It was a good 10 minutes after I kissed him. If he were really awake, he couldn't have stayed still that long. Lucas isn't that boring. Yes, that had to be it. Lucas let out a dismissive of. Even if it was fake, it still made me happy. It was nearly noon now. The sun was high in the sky, its intense glare making it hard to see. Lucas pulled a pair of sunglasses from the console and put them on her before starting the car. Seeing her in the shades, he couldn't help but chuckle. You look pretty cool. The pure, innocent goofball wearing sunglasses had a unique charm. Another 3 hours later, Lucas finally parked the car near Lily's hometown. The remaining path was too rough to drive, so they had to get out and walk. Unlike the concrete jungle of the city, the countryside offered an expansive view. The clouds floated high in a brilliant blue sky, and the air was crisp and clean. It was late June, and as soon as Lucas stepped out of the car, he was greeted by an endless field of golden wheat. It stretched to the horizon, meeting the sky in a perfect line, a sight so beautiful he had to stop and stare. A gentle breeze rustled through the field, and the wheat swayed in unison, creating waves that rolled toward them like a tide. He felt like he could smell the sweet scent of the grain. A love for the land seemed to be encoded in his very DNA. "Want to try some?" Lily asked, coming to stand beside him. Seeing his captivated expression, she found it amusing. Her seemingly all-knowing boyfriend had his moments of cluelessness, too. It was adorable. "You can eat this raw?" Lucas turned to her, shocked. Although he sometimes visited his grandparents' old town with his father, he knew very little about farming. He had no idea that nature, just like a playground, could offer a child a complete and happy childhood. "You can," she said softly. She plucked a small head of wheat and rubbed it between her palms. When she opened her hands and blew gently, only a few grains remained. "Here." Lucas incredulously picked up a grain and put it in his mouth. His brow furrowed. It tasted strange, a bit tough. Seeing his reaction, Lily couldn't help but laugh. "It's not as good when it's yellow. It's best when it's still green, soft, tender, and a little sweet." "How much farther do we have to walk?" Lucas asked, his eyes fixed on her. The wind played with her hair, making it dance with the wheat field behind her. He was mesmerized. He noticed her hair had gotten longer and wondered if she was growing it out because she knew he liked it. The thought touched him. "Still a while," Lily said, looking down shyly. When she saw him taking a picture of her, she found the courage to look up at the camera. Posing was still a bit difficult for her, but she could manage to cooperate for a photo. Maybe Lucas had rubbed off on her, because now she liked taking pictures of him, too, sometimes looking at them later and smiling to herself. She hadn't understood it at first, but now she realized what a happy thing it was to capture the image of the person you love. Looking at the photo would bring back memories of the day you shared. Lucas lowered his phone and held out his hand with a smile. "Good. That gives me more time to take a walk with my girlfriend." Lily's guilt about the long walk dissipated. She shyly took his hand, and they walked along the narrow path together. In this new environment, all her stress seemed to melt away. Seeing Lucas's childlike wonder at everything, she felt like she was on a field trip. It had been so long since she had felt this relaxed and carefree. Most importantly, Lucas was by her side. In that moment, she wished time would slow down, just a little, so she could selfishly enjoy this feeling for a bit longer. Just a little longer. After a while, they passed through the wheat field and entered a wooded, hilly area. Lucas thought, ironically, that after all his dire warnings about her being sold into the mountains, it seemed he was the one being led into them. Once they were in territory Lily knew well, she became more talkative. Like a tour guide, she pointed out all sorts of things he had never seen before. It was only after she caught a cricket in her hands that she discovered her boyfriend was terrified of bugs. Seeing her giggle, Lucas looked away, embarrassed, and walked over to a small, fast-flowing stream. He dipped his hand in, feeling the refreshing coolness of the water. "Do you know how to catch fish?" he asked, turning back to her. The giggling girl instantly reverted to her usual dazed state, unsure how to respond. I don't know how to do everything," she mumbled. Lucas darted around the woods, looking at this and that. For a moment, they both felt like children again. Lily felt a sense of déjà vu. So many places she had seen and played in as a child were now taking on new meaning as she shared them with Lucas. If a younger Lucas had been here with me back then, would it have been just like this? Suddenly, she remembered something. She ran up to him and took his right hand in both of hers. "I want to take you somewhere. I know you'll love it." "There's something else?" Lucas's playful side emerged. He followed her like an excited puppy, their steps light as they both savored the moment. At first, Lily had been anxious, worried Lucas would regret coming or be bored by her childhood stories. But so far, he seemed to love it, his excitement never waning. Whether he liked the place itself or just being with her, she couldn't be sure. Her insecurity lingered, but seeing him look around with such curiosity, she pushed the question aside. As long as Lucas was happy, nothing else mattered. Looking at the lush green scenery, Lucas thought for a fleeting moment that living here might not be so bad. Then he remembered there was no food delivery and probably all kinds of bugs, and he quickly dismissed the idea. Soon, she led him to a lake nestled between rolling hills. It was even quieter here, with a cool breeze occasionally drifting by. Across the water was a small village, the whole scene an image of peace and serenity. "This is incredible," Lucas said, sitting on a large rock. He meant it. "You really like places like this, don't you?" Lily sat down beside him and rested her head on his shoulder. She noticed he seemed to like lakes and oceans. Now Lucas felt even more like he was on vacation. "How'd you know?" he asked. "Back at the gazebo on campus, you were always looking at the lake," she said, her tone proud and endearingly innocent. "You could stare at it for the longest time. And every time, she would sit beside him, quietly watching him." Lucas smiled and gently pulled her into his arms, stroking her long, smooth hair. "You're not always a goofball, are you?" Lily didn't care if he was teasing her or not. She was happy to be praised, snuggling into his embrace like a cat. I used to spend hours here when I was little. The bracelet I gave you, I made it while sitting right here. Lucas nodded. Did the little girl you ever imagine you'd be sitting here with your boyfriend one day? I did, she said, taking his hand. I always thought that when I got a boyfriend, I'd bring him to my favorite place. I never really had any friends, so this was where I spent most of my time alone. It's just what? Lucas asked, looking down at the girl in his arms. Lily shyly buried her face in his shirt. I just never imagined my boyfriend would be this wonderful. You're such a goofball, Lucas said with a laugh, poking her cheek. He looked across the lake toward the small village. Is that where you used to live? Yeah, we might have to stay there tonight. She glanced over for a second before her gaze returned to Lucas. My grandma will give us a place to stay. We just won't talk to anyone else. Lucas was momentarily speechless, an image of Lily making this trip alone for all those years flashing through his mind. You don't like it there? Lily nodded against his chest. I don't like them. Then we'll leave as soon as we're done. We're not staying. He gently stroked the girl in his arms, thinking she must have been a cat in a past life. So sweet and cuddly, who could resist? She looked up at him, surprised. But you'll be exhausted. Her words trailed off as Lucas put a finger to his lips and smiled. Why do you think I insisted on coming with you? He squinted at the distant village, a thoughtful look on his face. You said it yourself, this isn't your home. From now on, I'll bring you here every year. You won't have to have any contact with them ever again. It's not good for them to see me with you anyway. You can't let them know you're doing well, and you don't need them to know. Relatives who were both short-sighted and greedy were best kept at a distance. If Lily ever did become successful, they would just become leeches. It was better to cut ties now, since they obviously didn't care about her or her mother anyway. The bond of blood only has value when both sides are willing to invest in it. When one side only wants to take, it becomes a parasitic cord utterly useless. He met the gaze of the girl in his arms, who looked like she only half understood. Besides, I don't need their permission to marry you. I only need Sophia's. After a long silence, Lily hugged his waist tightly, her assent a barely audible hum. How much do you remember about your dad? Lucas asked softly as they walked side by side. I remember a lot, Lily said, her mind drifting back. The thing she remembered most vividly was the look in her father's eyes. Before that, she never knew a person's gaze could hold so many emotions at once. Love, longing, regret, a soul-deep worry, and fear. That was the last time she saw him. After they covered him with a white sheet, Sophia refused to let her look again. My dad used to travel a lot for work, Lily said quietly, a faint smile on her lips. But every time he came back, he would bring me lots of snacks and little dresses. I didn't know how much things cost back then, but I knew that none of the other kids in the village had them, not even the children of the other men he worked with. Only my dad would spend money on things like that. My mom would always scold him for wasting money, but then she'd sigh and tell me how pretty I looked in the new dress. As she spoke, she gently took his arm. In her entire life, only 2 people had ever bought her dresses. Her father and Lucas. That's why the first time she wore the dress he bought her, she'd had to fight back tears for so long. He would have really liked you. If he were still here, Lily said earnestly, Dad would have liked you just as much as Mom does. It's okay to cry. I'm right here, Lucas said, stroking her head. He could hear the tremble in her voice. Your boyfriend will wipe your tears for free. It's a limited time offer. No, a good girlfriend can't just cry all the time, Lily said, holding his arm tighter. I want to be stronger, so I can be someone you can rely on to. I don't cry, Lucas said with a small laugh. That's not what I meant. Lily grew flustered, struggling to explain herself. Lucas looked at her, amused. I know. I'm just messing with you. Lily puffed out her cheeks. Just when she was thinking how wonderful he was to her, he started teasing her again. It was so unfair, but she could never truly be angry with him. This little protest was all she could manage. Lucas didn't say anything else, simply following wherever Lily led him. She knew the way, and soon they arrived in front of a small, grassy mound. She bit her lip, forcing down the wave of grief, and knelt to pull the weeds growing around the grave. I'll help. Lily looked up, stunned, to see Lucas kneeling on the other side, doing the same thing, his movements careful and efficient. She didn't say anything more, just sniffled and lowered her head, pulling the weeds as fast as she could. She knew she couldn't stop him, but if she worked faster, he would have less to do. Time passed quickly as they worked. Dusk began to settle, the fading light casting a somber mood over the clearing. By the time they had cleared most of the weeds, Lucas stood and dusted off his hands. If you want to say something, I can wait over there, he offered. Lily's gaze was fixed on his dirt-covered hands. She nodded, her expression complicated. She took out the memorial offering she had brought and drew a circle on the ground with her finger. Lucas leaned against a tree a short distance away, watching her silently. A few minutes later, all he could see was the flickering flame of the small fire she'd lit. The dancing light illuminated the darkness, catching the delicate lines of her profile and the silent tears streaming down her cheeks. The heat from a fire made Lily's eyes sting, and she blinked. She knelt quietly, patting the earth of the grave gently before finally speaking, her voice a near whisper. "Dad, I'm sorry. I'm still saving up for Mom's treatment. It looks like I won't have enough until after I graduate. I'm still so useless, but I'm really trying my best. Oh, Dad, I have a boyfriend now. He's so good to me. I love him so much. I promise I'm not just focusing on him and ignoring Mom, so please don't be mad at me." Voicing her deepest insecurities, her voice broke with a sob. "If you're not mad at me anymore, please come visit me in my dreams. It's been so long. I'm starting to forget what you look like." As she mumbled, a shadow fell beside her. She watched as it lowered until the figure was kneeling beside her, at her same height. Lucas knelt beside her on the ground. His movement was fluid, without a hint of hesitation. "Hello, sir. My name is Lucas Carter." As Lily stared, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, he added in a low, steady voice, "From now on, I'll take care of everything." Lily's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. She didn't even know what she wanted to say. She turned back to the fire, silently feeding more paper offerings into the flames, watching them turn red and crumble into ash. The fire blurred in her vision as tears streamed relentlessly down her face. She sobbed, her body shaking, and Lucas simply knelt beside her in silence, keeping her company. Lily thought that if, years from now, someone were to ask her at what moment she first wanted to marry Lucas, she would probably say she wanted to marry him every moment of every day. But if they asked for the single moment she wanted it most, it would be this one. Right now, in this moment, all the scars left by years of hardship finally, truly began to heal. "Walking through the mountains at night is terrifying," Lucas grumbled, gently wiping the tears from Lily's face with a tissue. They were back in the car, and for the first time, Lucas had turned on stereo. He would claim it was because he felt like listening to music, not because he needed to bolster his courage. He was just now learning that moonlight could actually be used for illumination. Unlike in the city, out here when there was no moon, it was truly pitch black. "And you're afraid of bugs," Lily said, her voice still thick with tears, but a hint of a smile in it. Lucas wanted to die. How could his reputation be ruined by a few tiny insects? "Can we please just forget about that?" "No," Lily said. A single tear still clung to her eyelashes, but he could tell she was smiling. Seeing her expression, Lucas couldn't help but smile too. "Forget my reputation. As long as this goofball was happy, that's all that mattered. I wasn't always afraid of bugs, he said, starting the engine. But then one day, I looked at them under a microscope. Their mouths, especially crickets and spiders." He shivered. "I've been terrified ever since. I just can't stand the thought of something like that touching my skin." His description gave Lily the creeps, too. She rubbed her eyes and said softly, "Isn't it unsafe for you to drive when you're this tired? Maybe we should just sleep in the car for the night." She had summoned all her courage to make a suggestion she never thought she'd make in her life. "You could suffocate sleeping in a car, goofball," Lucas said, poking her on the forehead. If it were just him, he might have cracked a window and roughed it out. But he couldn't do that with her. He wouldn't be able to rest until she was safely home. "Then just sleep for a little while," she pleaded, as if afraid he would reject her idea again. He was clearly exhausted. She could see it. The empty Red Bull cans were proof. Her gaze shifted to the back seat. You can rest your head on my lap." Her voice grew quieter and quieter until it was inaudible. The suggestion jolted Lucas awake more effectively than any energy drink. All his exhaustion vanished. Still, a sliver of his remaining rationality prompted him to ask with a wicked grin, "We're in the middle of nowhere, No one will hear you if you scream. Aren't you afraid I might have other intentions?" Lily shook her head firmly. "No, you're not that kind of person. What if I am?" He leaned closer, his grin widening. She seemed to seriously consider it, looking both nervous and scared, but still, her voice trembled as she said earnestly, Then I'd still love you." "Stop talking. I can't take it." Lucas felt like he was about to cough up blood. He clutched his chest and took a few deep breaths. "She's just a sweet goofball. Stop with the critical hits." Lily was also incredibly embarrassed after her confession. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "Even if you did have other intentions, I would still love you just the same," Lucas whispered after a moment, trying to regain the upper hand. Perhaps it was to maintain his dignity as a master chef whose only specialty was boiling frogs. He was always competitive about these things. "I know you don't believe me. Want to test it out? Lucas asked. Then you'll see if I'm telling the truth. I would never, Lily said, mortified, her voice a little louder than usual. Well, I would. Before she could react, Lucas's lips were on her cheek, tasting the salty traces of her tears. Lily was terrified. She couldn't tell if he was joking or serious, so she just closed her eyes and let him. Thankfully, Lucas knew his limits. Soon, she relaxed, holding him tightly as he kissed her cheeks and neck. Unlocking new permissions was pretty great. He still couldn't kiss her on the lips, but at least now she was comfortable with him kissing her face and neck. At this rate, a real kiss was just around the corner. In that moment, Lucas only regretted not turning up the heat on the pot sooner. People are greedy. Before, Lucas thought a kiss on the cheek was amazing. Now, he always wanted more. He still didn't know what kissing on the lips felt like after all. A long time later, Lucas, feeling content after thoroughly teasing Lily, started the car, feeling fully recharged. You're thinking bad thoughts, Lily said, hugging her knees on the passenger's seat, her face buried in them. Her voice was muffled. What makes you say that? Lucas asked, confused. You were pressing against me just now. As a person living in the 21st century, some things were impossible not to know, especially with a seasoned expert like Erin around. Erin had never had a boyfriend, but when it came to theory, she wasn't just driving. She was flying a fighter jet. Lucas cleared his throat awkwardly. I wasn't. I didn't. Stop making things up. You were, the stubborn ostrich next to him insisted. She had felt something hard pressing against her the whole time, like a TV remote. Did Lucas carry a remote control around with him? Lucas couldn't think of a good excuse, so he just huffed. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to kiss you on the mouth. The threat worked. Lily fell silent, like an innocent maiden who'd been wronged but was too scared to cry out. Seeing her look of indignant shame, Lucas grinned triumphantly. As long as you were shameless enough, you were invincible. The car grew quiet, the sound of their ragged breathing and playful chatter fading away. Lucas drove down the empty road, the headlights illuminating only the dense trees on either side. But he didn't feel lonely at all. You're too easy to bully, he said suddenly with a laugh. When Lily didn't respond, he glanced over and saw that she had fallen asleep, her eyes closed, leaning quietly against the window. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically, and her small hand was resting near him, slightly open. She was beautiful even when she was sleeping, so peaceful and sweet. In that moment, Lucas felt the whole world go still. He just wanted to sit there and watch her sleep. Seeing her peaceful expression and the slight smile on her lips, he smiled back, turned up the heat a little, and reached over to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Silly goofball, smiling in your sleep. A moment later, regretting that he had been too busy driving to notice her outstretched hand earlier, he gently took it in his and mumbled, You have no sense of self-preservation. One of these days, I'm going to trick you into coming home with me and making you my wife. Lucas drove the rest of the way in silence, careful not to wake her. It was a long, grueling drive, but for some reason, he felt incredibly happy. It was never the grand, dramatic gestures of love that moved him most, but these quiet, stable moments of life, where a sense of peaceful happiness would suddenly wash over him. Like the time he saw Lily wearing an apron and cooking for him, or right now, with her sleeping soundly beside him. Time felt gentle, quiet, and beautiful. This was the life he wanted. Lily was in the middle of a sweet dream about Lucas when he poked her awake. Goofball, wake up. If you don't wake up, I'm taking you to a hotel. Hearing his voice and seeing his gentle smile, she realized it had all been a dream. Though this felt a bit like a dream, too. Where are we? She asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning. She couldn't remember when she'd fallen asleep. It felt like she'd only been out for a minute, and she was still drowsy. Lucas sighed with a smile and pointed out the window to the familiar alleyway. We're home. Huh. Lily was still out of it. She stared blankly out the window, and it took her a few seconds for reality to sink in. It felt like she had time traveled. Seeing her dazed and utterly baffled expression, Lucas felt all his fatigue vanish. Feel like you time traveled? He said with a laugh. It's a superpower only people who are loved have. He'd had the same experience as a kid, vaguely remembering falling asleep exhausted in the car and waking up the next morning tucked into his own warm bed. He'd never paid attention to it back then, and once he grew up, he never got to experience that superpower again. I'm sorry, was the first thing Lily said when she finally came to her senses. Lucas blinked. Sorry for what? Lily's hands clenched tighter, her face filled with guilt and worry. I shouldn't have fallen asleep. I really didn't mean to. She couldn't drive, but she could still imagine how boring and exhausting it must have been for him to drive for so long alone. The sky outside was already starting to lighten. The more she thought about it, the more upset she got. I don't even know why I fell asleep so suddenly. Lucas was stunned by her reaction, finding her both incredibly gentle and adorable. Before she could work herself up into tears, he stroked her head. Actually, I kind of like it when you sleep next to me. Besides, I spent all that time staring at you, so we're even. He leaned closer, his eyes fixed on her shimmering gaze. But if you still feel bad about it, you could give me some compensation. Lily blinked, her eyes wet with tears. A mix of touched and scared, she asked in a trembling voice, "What kind of compensation?" Lucas had been with her long enough to know that saying it's okay, "I'm not tired," would be useless right now. He swore to himself this wasn't about satisfying his own selfish desires. With that settled, he pointed to his own lips. Lily thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head. No, why not? Her rare refusal caught him completely by surprise. Because that's something a girlfriend is supposed to do anyway. It can't be compensation, she said, twisting her fingers nervously, even though I'm not brave enough for that yet. Eventually, I'll do all of those things with you. It took Lucas a while to decipher her logic. She meant that those things were his by right, so counting them as compensation would mean he was getting shortchanged. This frog was about to be fully cooked, and she was still worried about the chef. He almost laughed out loud. Seeing Lucas trying to stifle a cough to hide his laughter, Lily wanted to die of embarrassment. "What are you laughing at?" she mumbled sadly. She had been so serious. "Then how about something that can be compensation?" Lucas said suddenly. "What is it?" Lily immediately regretted it. She should have thought of something herself. Giving Lucas the power to choose was like a sheep walking into a wolf's den. Lucas didn't speak. He just typed 2 words on his phone and showed her the screen. "Call me honey." The girl's face turned beet red. It's too soon. Why? That's not something a girlfriend has to do, right? So it can count as compensation. He was so convincing, he almost believed it himself. "It's not like I won't call you that after we're married." Lily's voice was barely a whisper as she put up a feeble resistance. Lucas faked a yawn. "Well, you're going to say it eventually anyway. Just think of it as practicing once to make it up to me." Lily deeply regretted giving this bad man the choice. But thinking about how hard his journey must have been, she finally nodded reluctantly. Just this once. She leaned over, her expression aggrieved, and whispered the word into his ear. Lucas froze on the spot, still as a statue. She felt a mortifying wave of shame and buried her face like an ostrich. "Just this once, okay?" she insisted. "And you have to forget it happened. I didn't say anything." But just as she finished, Lucas's hand shot out and gripped her wrist tightly. A long time later, they were walking side by side through the alley. Lily looked like a sulking child, trying to fix her messy hair. Even in the dim light, the blush on her cheeks was visible. So were the bright red marks deep on her neck. She noticed them and quickly pulled the collar of her t-shirt up. She would rather die than let her mom see them. Lily now understood how hickeys were made, but the knowledge had come at the cost of being a test subject. It looked like Lucas had marked her as his territory. It was so embarrassing. She kept tugging at her shirt, pretending she couldn't see anything. Lucas looked at her, feeling a tiny bit of guilt mixed with a healthy dose of satisfaction. After all, he had planted those strawberries himself. Well, not with his hands. Every time he saw them, he could clearly remember what had just happened. "I told you it would be better if I went a little deeper, but you wouldn't let me," he said with a sigh. Lily butted him with her head like a little bull. "Don't you dare say another word." How much deeper could he go? She'd have to take her clothes off. All right, I'll stop," Lucas said with a shrug, taking her hand. He waited until her blush faded a little before walking her home. For the next few days, Lucas monitored the project's progress while Lily crammed for finals. Every college student has a genetic lock that only opens the night before an exam, unlocking unprecedented processing speed. Theorems that took scholars a lifetime to develop could be mastered in a single night. Time flew, and soon it was the last day of final exams. After their last test, Lucas and Jason went straight back to the studio. Neither of them was particularly worried about their grades. Lucas's name and failing didn't belong in the same sentence. His grades were always near the top of the class. As for Jason, he was so used to borderline grades, he was numb to it. For him, as long as he didn't score so low that the professor couldn't possibly pass him, it was a success. He left the rest up to the mercy of the faculty. "What's up? You don't look so hot," Lucas asked, seeing Jason's gloomy face. Jason slumped in his chair. He reached for a cigarette, only to remember someone had swiped his lighter, which only worsened his mood. "Ugh, got in a fight with my girlfriend." Lucas's eyes were glued to his computer screen. "About what?" "Because I've been so busy lately, I haven't had much time for her," Jason said, slapping his desk in frustration. "Hey, don't drag me into this. I never asked you to work overtime." "You did that to yourself," Lucas said quickly, distancing himself from the issue. He really hadn't given Jason extra work. His friend was just too dedicated. It was strange. The only person in the entire studio who seemed to be slacking off was him, the guy in charge. But since he had everything organized so well, no one ever complained. Have you and Lily ever fought? Jason asked after a moment. Nope, Lucas answered instantly. Seriously? She's never once gotten mad at you. Never, Lucas said with a smug shrug. He couldn't even imagine her being angry, let alone fighting with her. Jason, feeling like he'd just set himself up for that, crumpled up a piece of paper and threw it at him, then fell silent. You hate to see your friend struggling, but you also hate to see him cruising by in a new sports car. Damn you, Lucas. What kind of charmed life do you live? A few minutes later, Lucas was reviewing the art team's progress, his expression complicated. They were getting work done quickly, but it was clear Aaron was carrying most of the weight. That wasn't good, for a number of reasons. He looked up at Jason. If the game launches successfully, I want you to help Aaron interview and hire another artist, someone to be her second in command. Jason immediately sat up straight. Why? First, so someone could take over for her in the future. Seeing Jason's alarmed look, Lucas quickly finished his thought. If she ever decides she wants to leave, I don't want her to feel trapped. As her friend, I need to make sure she has an easy out. Second, she doesn't have the stamina for this. Once the studio is officially running, it's going to be way more stressful than it is now. She needs someone to help share the load. Jason relaxed. That doesn't sound like your usual heartless capitalist persona. Is it because she's your girlfriend's best friend? Not entirely, Lucas said with a grin, taking a sip of water. He added, jokingly, if I work them to death, how am I supposed to exploit them later? Lily walked toward the studio, her heart in a knot. Everyone knows that love makes you stupid. It slows down a man's sword draw and turns a brilliant strategist into a giggling fool. It's a terrifying thing. She'd been feeling down the last few days because Lucas had suddenly become polite. He hadn't teased her or touched her. He was so well-behaved, he was like a different person. It got to the point where she actually missed his kisses and hugs. It's not just guys who crave physical affection in a relationship. Girls do too. It's mutual. Otherwise, you might as well just be platonic friends. Inside the studio, Lucas saw Lily and was about to hand her a glass of water when she marched past him, head down, and pulled him into his office. Jason watched the closed door with a triumphant smirk, remembering Lily's hurried steps. He muttered himself. Says he never fights. Serve you right for showing off. Under Lucas's utterly astonished gaze, Lily locked the office door without a word. Head bowed and face burning, she walked slowly toward him. Finally, she pressed her forehead against his chest and asked in a voice so quiet it was almost inaudible, Do you want to kiss me? Lucas swallowed hard. What did you say? He couldn't believe it. He'd been busy for a few days, and now this goofball was adding fuel to her own fire? Lily risked a peek at his shocked expression, which only made her feel more mortified. Her hands clutched his shirt, and she was too flustered to speak. How did I become such a dummy who can't live without his kisses and hugs? She couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think at all. She hadn't seen much of him while studying for finals anyway. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, she threw her arms around him, offering herself up. Lucas, already stunned, was now completely frozen. He never expected Lily to be this bold. For some reason, he remembered every single one of her proactive steps with perfect clarity, because she was trying so hard, trying to love him, trying to change for him. As his thoughts swirled, he slowly wrapped his arms around the lovely girl in front of him, burying his face in her neck and inhaling her unique, clean scent. Lily's waist was slender, making her incredibly comfortable to hold. With just a slight squeeze, her soft body melted into his embrace. The girl didn't resist, letting him hold her tightly. She even leaned in and pecked him on the cheek before burying her face in his shirt again. In that instant, all the fatigue from her late-night study sessions vanished. So did the longing that had kept her tossing and turning at night. Both she and Lucas had been busy, giving her a taste of what it felt like to truly miss her boyfriend. She found herself thinking about whether he was eating properly, but she didn't dare text him, afraid she'd be bothering him or nagging too much. Lucas caught a faint, sweet scent like lychee-flavored candy, but didn't think much of it. He began to respond in earnest, lowering his head to kiss her cheek. Her skin was incredibly soft and smooth. It was an amazing feeling. Don't leave a hickey, Lily instructed, tilting her neck back to make it easier for him. Okay, replied Lucas, the master chef of frog boiling and expert strawberry planter, obediently following her request. He was getting kisses. Who was he to complain? But he had only postponed his hickey planning plans, not abandoned them. He secretly vowed to one day leave them all over her. You have dark circles under your eyes, he he said after a moment, gently cupping her face in his hands. Held like that, her lips puckered slightly, and her words came out muffled. You do too. His were just as bad as hers. He'd clearly been pulling all-nighters as well. Lucas widened his eyes, making a goofy face. I got them just for you. They're matching. Now when we walk down the street, everyone will know we're a couple. The girl giggled. She knew he was joking, of course, but his words filled her with a bubbly happiness. She was so easy to please. Little things like that could make her happy for a long time. But as much as she smiled, her heart ached for him. She wasn't worried about herself at all, but seeing him so tired made her feel a pang of sympathy. You need to get more sleep, she said softly. Lucas continued to gently squish her face, watching her cute expressions. Can't be helped, he joked. Money doesn't grow on trees. If I don't work hard now, how am I supposed to give you a good life after we're married? He deliberately kept his tone light and teasing, not wanting her to realize he was serious and feel-burdened. But even with his playful tone, Lily took his words to heart. She grasped his hands tightly, her expression both nervous and serious. It's okay. You don't have to pay for my mom's treatment. And for the future, as long as you're with me, I'll be happy with anything. If we can't afford a car, we can get a scooter. You can drive me around, and I can hug you from behind. We can save up for a house slowly. We don't have to live in Seattle. I'll go wherever you want to go. She counted on her fingers, planning their future with intense focus. I know how to cook, so we'll just need money for groceries. And I don't have any expensive hobbies, and I don't like shopping, so I don't spend much money. Lily's words were cut off as Lucas pulled her into another tight hug. His mouth twitched, his emotions a complex mix. If she weren't underage, he would have dragged her to the courthouse right then and there. This goofball. The more she said things like this, the harder he wanted to work to give her everything. How could he ever let a girl like this suffer, even the slightest bit? He wouldn't. The sudden hug surprised Lily. After a moment, she hugged him back just as tightly, her hands resting on his back. She closed her eyes and nuzzled his cheek, her face a picture of pure happiness. Nothing else matters, she said softly, as long as you're always by my side. Feeling his rapid heartbeat, she resolved to work even harder. What if she became a successful woman who could support him? Then she wouldn't let him do anything. He would just have to love her and give her kisses and hugs every day and spend the rest of his time playing video games. Coincidentally, Lucas was thinking the exact same thing. He gently traced the calluses on her soft hands, calluses that shouldn't be there, and looked at the business plan on his desk. His gaze, for once, was firm. He swore he would build a future for her. He, a guy, didn't have calluses on his hands. Why on earth should his girlfriend? A long time later, Jason saw that Vanessa had only replied to his text with a beating you up emoji and felt his heart sink. But then he remembered that his good buddy Lucas was in the same boat, and he instantly cheered up. Misery loves company. He saw the door to Lucas's office slowly open and cleared his throat, suppressing a grin as he prepared for the drama. But then he saw Lucas and Lily emerge, stuck together like glue. Wait, that's not right. Weren't you supposed to be suffering in solidarity with me? While Jason was still gawking, Lucas sat down in front of him with a look of disgust. What's with that stupid expression? Get back to work and reconfirm the project timeline. As for Lily, the moment she stepped out, she was dragged aside by Aaron, who had just returned to the studio. So, did you eat the fruit candy I gave you? How was your first kiss? Aaron grew more and more excited. Was he totally shocked? Lily just shook her head, dazed. We didn't kiss. Aaron's mouth fell open. She was speechless for a moment. What do you mean you didn't kiss? You practically threw yourself at him. How could he resist? The more she thought about it, the less she believed it. If it had been her, she would have kissed her. A girl that beautiful and adorable, throwing herself into your arms for kisses and hugs. What kind of man could resist that? Lily hung her head. Maybe you didn't get what I meant. Aaron tapped her digital stylus against her drawing tablet, making a rhythmic tap-tap-tap sound. She didn't think Lucas could possibly be that dense. Did you say the lines I gave you? No. Lily looked like a child who had made a mistake, unable to meet the eyes of her theoretical advisor. I was too embarrassed. Aaron sighed in exasperation. Then all that mental preparation was for nothing. Lily, you're a grown woman now. You have to learn how to seduce him into kissing you. That's how you capture a man's heart. You understand? As women, we have to be proactive too. We can't just let the guys do all the work. But at the same time, you have to be coy. For example, you can let him hug you without any resistance, but you have to say don't out loud, got it? Lily nodded with an expression of sudden understanding, not once doubting the professional expertise of her advisor, despite the fact that said advisor had never been in a relationship and all her dating experience came from anime, gal games, and those kind of movies. Lucas, who was in the middle of a discussion with Jason, saw Aaron leading the charge on a group goof-off session and couldn't help but smile. Is the results screen finished yet? Aaron was not amused. I'm doing something far more important than work right now. You should be grateful I'm not charging you for this. If they weren't in a room full of people, she would have absolutely told him he'd be bowing down to her one day. Lucas tilted his head, studied her for a moment, and decided not to press the issue. Her brain was just wired differently. He turned back to Jason. This game should make some money, right? His expectations for their first attempt weren't sky high. As long as they broke even, anything extra was pure profit. The first step was always the hardest. If they could just get stable, they'd get the hang of it. Based on the playtest feedback, the outlook is pretty optimistic, Jason replied. Lucas was usually the one setting the overall direction, while Jason handled the hands-on execution. That's why I keep saying your decision to enter that competition first was a genius move. It proved our concept was solid. Lucas nodded. For the first month, let's hold off on performance bonuses. I need to keep some cash on hand for an emergency. We'll make it up to them later. A heartless boss wouldn't even think about paying bonuses in the first place, Jason said with a smirk. Then his expression shifted. Wait, what kind of emergency? Let's just say I need to make sure I can pull together $15,000 at a moment's notice for the next few years. Easy enough, Jason said, not prying. I won't take my cut of the profits until you've saved it up. Lucas looked at the faint smile on Jason's face and felt a familiar weight settle on him. It seemed like everyone around him was giving him another reason to push harder, to the point where not succeeding felt like letting them all down. As he was lost in thought, Jason sighed. Man, we're about to get kicked out of the dorms. They're really clearing us out for the incoming freshmen? Lucas asked. The idea of not having his dorm room anymore felt jarringly final. Yep, same thing every year. Jason threw his hands up in a gesture of resignation. That's senior year for you. They kick you to the curb and throw you out into the real world to get beaten up by life. Lucas propped his chin on his hand and gazed at the sunset painting the sky outside the window, a wave of melancholy washing over him. So this was it. College was really over. The wide-eyed kid who'd first stepped on a campus could never have imagined this life. That he, the king of slacking off, would be working this hard. And he certainly never would have imagined he'd be with such an adorable door. That was life, he supposed. You never knew what was waiting for you just around the corner. After the last exam was finished and everyone had gathered, Lucas held a meeting to lay out the work plan for the summer. By the time everything was settled, the studio was nearly empty. When he returned to his office, he found Lily, fast asleep, her head resting peacefully on his desk. Between studying and working, the poor dork was so exhausted she could fall asleep anywhere. Smiling, Lucas nudged the thermostat up a few degrees and quietly closed the door. He thought for a moment, then dialed a number. Lucas, my man. What's up? Why the call? Dylan Cooper sounded surprised. He'd moved off campus a while ago, and they didn't talk much these days. Lucas made some small talk. Still grinding away on your senior engineering project? Yeah, man. Not all of us are geniuses like you. Please, what genius? The only thing I'm better at than you is gaming. At least my Yasuo doesn't go 0-8. The voice on the other end immediately grew frantic. Dude, I feed one time and you guys never let me live it down? Seriously, what's up? Lucas dropped the banter. Hey, for real, where did you rent your place? I'm thinking of getting an apartment near campus once things settle down here. The commute from my parents' place is killing me. He'd done a quick head count earlier and was surprised by how many of the team were staying in Seattle for the summer. Jason was right. Some people were really driven by the dream. At their age, before life had a chance to really knock them down, it made sense that they'd be willing to sacrifice for their ambitions. He'd been so moved that he'd given everyone staying for the summer a $1,000 bonus on the spot. After all, if they could launch the game a little earlier and catch the summer traffic spike, the extra revenue would be far more than a few $1,000. Since nearly half the team was staying, he felt like he should be around more often. Aaron and Leo weren't seniors, so they could easily register to stay in the dorms over the summer, but that wasn't an option for Lucas anymore. Dylan didn't hesitate. I'll help you look, man. You've helped me out enough times. What are you looking for? A one-bedroom. Lucas's gaze fell on Lily, still sleeping soundly at the desk. He let a soft sigh. Make it a two-bedroom. It was definitely too early to be moving in together. But this way, once the fall semester started, the dork would have a place to take a proper nap in the afternoon instead of dozing off with him in a campus gazebo. The weather would turn cooler eventually, and he didn't want her catching a cold. It wasn't like anything would happen. After all, he'd managed to restrain himself from kissing her all this time. When you truly love someone, the desire was there, of course, but you wanted things to happen naturally, when you were both ready. Besides, the dork was going to be his sooner or later. There was no need to rush. Got it, Dylan said. No further questions asked, and hung up. Lucas listened to the dial tone, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. They were all so different, but his boys were always there for him. A great bunch of guys. It was a shame graduation was just around the corner. When Lily had slept her fill, Lucas had the sudden urge to take a walk around campus with her. They strolled around the quad like any other college couple, then wandered through other parts of the university grounds. The sky had long since darkened completely, and a gentle evening breeze swept away the lingering heat of the day, leaving the night cool and pleasant. Lucas intertwined his fingers with Lily's. "Any plans for the summer?" he asked softly. "Part-time job," she replied instantly, the words tumbling out without a second thought. "We should find time to go to that amusement park we talked about." "Okay." Lily nodded gently. She was looking forward to it, too. She'd never been to one before. She'd only just gone to a movie theater for the first time with him recently. The longer she spent with Lucas, the more the girlish heart she had buried so deep was beginning to bloom. She was still a girl, after all. If life hadn't forced her hand, how could she possibly be immune to romance? Especially when she liked Lucas so much. "It's crazy. In the blink of an eye, we're about to be out in the real world," Lucas mused suddenly. The girl tilted her head, looking at him curiously. "Are you still feeling lost?" "A little before, but it's much better now," he said honestly. Just then, two girls in black stockings walked toward them from the opposite direction. Lucas frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. Seriously? In this heat? Aren't they burning up? Lily gently looped her arm through his. "I told you before, I'll always be with you." "It's just." "What is it?" Lucas asked. "It's just. Could you please not look at other girls?" she mumbled, her head bowed in embarrassment. Lucas cleared his throat hastily. I didn't." He felt truly wronged. It was just a passing thought. As he was trying to figure out how to defend himself, he heard her delicate voice again. "If you like. Those kinds of stockings. I could wear them. Just for you." Lucas turned his head in astonishment, only to see the girl burying her face in his shoulder, unable to meet his gaze. "Are you serious?" he asked, genuinely shocked. Was this for real? Lily's legs were practically perfect. He couldn't even imagine what she'd look like in black or white stockings. Wait a minute. Something wasn't right. I really wasn't staring at those two girls. They were walking right toward him. It was impossible not to notice them in his peripheral vision. "I wasn't looking," he insisted. Lily lifted her head to glance at him, then immediately hid her face again. He had no idea how her mind worked. She felt awkward looking at him, but perfectly fine burying her face against his body. "You're such a lecher," she muttered softly. "How am I the lecher?" Lucas felt wronged. If anyone was taking advantage of the situation, it was her. Lily bit his arm, her teeth barely applying any pressure. "That smirk hasn't left your face." Only then did Lucas realize he'd been grinning like an idiot. He cleared his throat and resorted to shameless deflection. "Well, I only act like a lecher for you." It was a tactic with a proven track record of success on this particular dork. Sure enough, Lily looked up at him again, her beautiful eyes filled with a clear, innocent gullibility. "Oh, really?" "Of course," Lucas said with a solemn expression, as if he were discussing something profoundly noble. "But seriously, you mean it?" Lily's embarrassment reached its peak, and she fell silent. How could he be so shameless? Did he really need her to say out loud that she would wear them for him before he was satisfied? No way. It was too humiliating. "Why, yes," she finally mumbled a few seconds later, unable to bear leaving her boyfriend hanging. The fading smile on Lucas's face immediately returned. "I feel like you're just making me a lot of promises, Miss Thompson," he teased. They hadn't even kissed yet, and here they were, talking about this. "I'm not," Lily pouted. "I'm trying my best. It's okay. I don't mind waiting for a good promise." Lucas squeezed her hand a little tighter. "It doesn't matter when, as long as it happens." Lily let out a soft MHM. She felt that Lucas was especially good to her in this way. He might tease her verbally, but he never did anything she wasn't comfortable with. Ever since that one time she had gotten so scared she could barely breathe, he had never once made her feel afraid again. Lost in thought, she leaned her entire weight against him, knowing he would always be there to support her. She was certain that all her years of perseverance had been for this very moment, to meet him. No, to meet him again. The next day, Lucas was lying on his bed, lazily staring at the blue sky outside his window. Summer vacation was here, he was about to be kicked out of the dorms, and his student days were officially coming to an end. But none of it felt real yet. It was probably because he always planned everything so far in advance. He was so prepared that when the moment finally arrived, the impact was dulled. Besides, he'd been pouring all his energy into the studio for a while now. Just as he was contemplating a trip to campus to pack up his things, Emma burst into the room. The door slammed open with such force that you'd think she'd just come off a raid with the FBI. Lucas jumped, startled, and sat up to glare at her. "What is wrong with you?" Emma, her hair not yet pulled back into its usual ponytail, was laden with fishing gear and had a bag of bait clamped in her teeth. "Bro," she garbled, "we're going fishing. Do you realize you're going to be a senior after this summer? Don't you have finals in a few days?" Emma spat the bag of bait aside like a sunflower seed shell, her expression disdainful. "And what about you, your junior year summer, sneaking out to pull all-nighters gaming behind mom's back? Who was your lookout every single night? You think you could have sat there screaming Hasagi at your monitor without me?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Lucas had already pulled on a t-shirt and was helping her with the gear. "Let's go fishing." "All right." The two of them walked into the living room to find Robert Carter on the sofa, watching TV. For some reason, he was watching The Sopranos again. Lucas remembered his dad watching it when he was a kid. Now, here he was old enough to be bringing girls home, and his dad was still watching it. To this day, Lucas could still sing the theme song. He had no idea how his dad never got tired of it. Maybe he did, and when he did, he'd switch to Band of Brothers or Friday Night Lights. "Dad, where's Mom?" Lucas asked. It was 8 in the morning, and there was no breakfast, which meant Emily Carter definitely wasn't home. Robert yawned. "On a trip." Emma blinked. "How come you didn't go?" "It was a company thing." "What would I do there?" he replied, his face expressionless. "Are you sure it's not because you made Mom mad?" And she stormed off with her coworkers in a rage. Emma couldn't hold back her grin, which soon turned into a full-blown laugh. "We are trained professionals. We do not laugh, unless we absolutely cannot help it." "Don't talk nonsense," Lucas said, shaking the fishing rod in his hand. "Want to come fishing with us?" "You two go ahead. I'm going to go play some chess down at the community entrance later." "All right." A few minutes later, in the car, Emma stretched languidly in the passenger seat. "I kind of feel bad for Dad, all alone at home." Lucas glanced at her, unimpressed. "You know what they're like when they fight. It's just their weird way of showing affection." Emma dropped the subject. Seeing Lucas staring at his phone, she grew impatient. "Why aren't we going?" Lucas clicked his tongue and continued typing a message to Lily. "I'm asking your sister-in-law if she wants to come fishing." Lily, who would always say yes whenever Lucas asked her to hang out on a day she wasn't working, agreed immediately. After a moment's thought, Lucas decided to invite Aaron, who was also staying in Seattle for the summer. It seemed a little sad for her to be all alone in a city with no family, getting exploited by a ruthless boss. Oh wait, he was the ruthless boss. Never mind. Still, the thought of putting Aaron and Emma together, Lucas felt a headache coming on. He couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen when two top-tier social terrorists joined forces. "Why aren't we moving?" Seeing her brother put his phone down but not start the car, Emma prodded him again. "Get in the back," Lucas said flatly. Emma whipped her head around, her long ponytail flying. "Why?" A corner of Lucas's mouth lifted. "Because we're going to pick up your sister-in-law now. I'm your actual sister. She's my future wife. I've been following you around calling you brother for years. Doesn't your conscience hurt? She's going to be calling me honey in the future." "You?" Emma was speechless. At least when her sister-in-law wasn't around, she was still her brother's little princess. She comforted herself with that thought as she obediently got out and moved to the back seat. What has the world come to? Is there no safe place for single people anymore? Sure enough, when they picked up Lily, who knew Emma would be there, she instinctively hesitated by the passenger door before her brain caught up, and she opened the back door instead. Seeing Emma already there, she tilted her head in confusion. That's when Lucas spoke up. "Come on, shotgun's all yours." "Huh? Oh." Lily froze for a second, then obediently slid into the passenger seat. "I thought Emma would be sitting here. Whenever you're here, this seat is reserved for you," Lucas said softly. With one hand on the steering wheel, he reached over with the other and flipped down the sun visor for her. Lily ducked her head, too shy to respond, and quickly suppressed the little flutter of pride in her heart. Lucas glanced at her. "By the way, did you ask Aaron?" He hadn't messaged Aaron directly, instead suggesting it to Lily. He wanted to eliminate any possibility of jealousy, no matter how small, and it was better to let Lily be the one to extend the friendly invitation. "I did. I think she was really touched," Lily recalled, thinking of Aaron's excited voice on the phone. Lucas nodded slightly. "Then let's go pick her up." Emma poked her head between the two front seats, a curious kitten. "Who's that?" "Is it my sis-in-law's best friend. MHM. I think you two will get along really well." It was clear Lily had completely given up on trying to stop Emma from calling her sis-in-law. It was pointless. The brother and sister were cut from the same cloth, and she was no match for them. Really? Emma found that hard to believe. Lucas sighed, regretting not bringing earplugs. You'll see. Aaron had applied to stay on campus, so she was still in her dorm. Lucas made a turn and headed toward the university. Half an hour later, he parked near the school gate. Hearing they were going fishing, Aaron had dressed for the occasion in a t-shirt, denim shorts, and a baseball cap. She hopped briskly into the back seat. My parents almost drove all the way to Seattle to see me. That's the one downside of being an only child. Erin started complaining the moment she sat down. It took everything I had last night to convince them not to. Her voice trailed off as she realized someone was sitting next to her. She jumped, and for a moment, she and Emma just stared at each other, stunned. Lucas caught the scene in his rearview mirror and couldn't help but laugh. That's my sister, Emma. She'll be a high school senior this fall. Damn, Erin thought to herself. The Carter family genes were no joke. This kid was gorgeous. Hi, I'm Emma. My sister-in-law just showed me some of your art. You're amazing. Emma scooted closer to Erin with a huge grin, already holding up her phone with her WhatsApp QR code displayed, radiating pure enthusiasm. Hi, Erin said, her brain still trying to catch up. I'm Erin. Your name is so pretty, Emma chirped, tapping on her screen to quietly add a contact note for Erin. Aqua Erin. Lucas smirked and sighed. As the old saying goes, in literature there is no first, and in martial arts there is no second. Apparently, the same applied to social anxiety. When two social terrorists met, one of them had to be the alpha. It looked like his sister had won this round. Not that he was happy about it. After chatting with Emma for a bit, Erin turned to Lucas. I had a burst of inspiration last night and redesigned the result screen. You should take a look later. Sure, Lucas said, a little surprised. Why so dedicated? I told you guys to take a couple of days off. Because I love the environment here, Erin said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I was always scared of getting bullied at a future job. So if I could just keep working here, that would be amazing. That's why I have to work hard, to make sure your studio doesn't go bankrupt. Exactly, Lucas said with a laugh. If you're going to be exploited by a boss anyway, it might as well be me and Lily. Lily looked at him blankly, thinking, what does this have to do with me? Erin huffed. If you're too much of a tyrant, I'll have Lily beat you up. Right, Lily? Lily fidgeted with her fingers for a moment before mumbling, I'll have a word with him. Erin bit her lip, caught between anger and laughter, and slumped back in her seat. You traitor, choosing love over friendship. Just then, Emma offered her a handful of potato chips and shrugged. Love makes people stupid. They're both stupid. We have to forgive them. Exactly. Erin grabbed a handful of chips, stuffed them in her mouth, and chewed forcefully. In that instant, a revolutionary bond was forged between her and Emma. The girl was cute, and she had complimented her art the moment they met. What was not to like? The moment passed, and Lucas drove on, listening to the three girls laugh and chatter all the way. Overwhelmed by Erin and Emma's combined energy, Lily often found herself at a loss for words, occasionally shooting Lucas a helpless, pleading look. It was pitiful and absolutely adorable. Wow, Aqua Erin, you have so many cosplay photos, Emma said, having quickly bonded with Erin and now scrolling through her phone in awe. I want to try when I graduate. Maybe Amaya or Liv would be cool. Emma puffed out her cheeks. But I'd probably only wear it at home. I'd be too embarrassed to go out in it. Erin spoke with the wisdom of experience. Don't worry. Everyone's nervous the first time. After that, it's just pure fun. And your makeup is so good. You look amazing even with a natural look. I don't even know how to do makeup. As a fellow otaku, Emma was completely won over. I had to learn. It's what reality forces you to do. If I were as naturally pretty as Lily, I wouldn't bother with makeup either. Actually, I don't think cosplay would suit Lily, Emma mused. I feel like she'd be perfect in period costumes. As soon as the words were out, both of them paused. Then, they turned in unison to look at Lily. It was true. The heroines in those fantasy dramas couldn't hold a candle to her. They often had a glamorous edge, but none possessed Lily's pure, ethereal quality. I wouldn't wear that, Lily said, her voice a frightened whisper. She might wear it for Lucas alone, but wear it in public? You'd have to kill her first. How did you two become accomplices so fast? Lucas asked, exasperated. It felt like they were one step away from becoming sworn sisters. When they arrived at the reservoir, they began setting up their gear. There was one fishing rod for each of them. For seats, Lucas had borrowed 2 folding stools from Mr. Henderson, the security guard at his apartment complex, which was just enough. Emma had checked the weather before they left, so it wasn't too hot. It was actually quite cool by the water. Of course, that could all change by noon. That was Seattle weather for you. Lucas was staring out at the vast expanse of water when he felt a cool sensation on his arm. He turned to see Lily applying bug spray for him. She insisted on doing it herself before finally sitting down obediently. I'll bait your hook, Lucas said, crouching beside her and carefully attaching the bait. Emma sidled over with a mischievous grin. Bro, you're not going to get skunked in front of your girlfriend, are you? Fishing was all about luck, after all, and coming home empty-handed was a common occurrence. Why else would people fish all day and still stop by the fish market on the way home? Don't jinx it, Lucas shot back. If I don't catch anything, I'll just drain the whole reservoir. An hour later, Lucas was ready to die. He looked at the few fish lying next to Emma and Aaron. Even Lily had caught one. Then he looked at the empty bucket beside him. He was done. Let the world burn. Why? Was there really such a thing as beginner's luck? Then how did Emma manage to catch one? Lucas stared at the placid water, growing more frustrated by the second. A bunch of thirsty fish, only going for the girl's hooks. Lucas, Emma called from a distance. You can do it. Shut up. The taunt only made him feel worse. He turned back to his motionless bobber. Lily gently poked him. Do you want to feed me a piece of candy? She knew that ever since her hypoglycemic episode at the hospital, Lucas always carried fruit candies with him. No exceptions. Sure. Lucas washed his hands with some bottled water and pinched a candy between his fingers. Before he could hand it to her, she opened her mouth and took both the candy and his fingertips inside. A few seconds later, she slowly pulled away. A breeze blew past, and the damp spot on his fingers felt cool. It doesn't matter if you don't catch any fish. Lily gave him the sweetest smile. You already caught me. Lucas blinked, then leaned in and kissed the girl's forehead. In that case, I'm taking you home with me, he said with a grin. Lily had already turned her face away, too embarrassed to look at him. Not yet. It's only a matter of time. Lucas kept his eyes on his fishing rod, his free hand tightening its grip on hers. You were fished out of the river by me, so you better be prepared. You're not getting away from me for the rest of your life. Who needed to catch fish when he already had the best girlfriend in the world? He was going to bring her home and make her his wife sooner or later. Lily blinked blankly. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to run. Aqua Aaron, hurry up and net it. My arms are getting tired. I'm trying. Why is this stupid fish thrashing so much? Wait, what did you just call me? Don't push me, just get the fish. I can't pull it up. Humph. See if you dare say that again. Oh my God, it's too far, I can't reach it. Hearing the playful shouts of Aaron and Emma in the distance, Lucas asked softly, Is fishing fun? It is, Lily said with a firm nod. Even though she'd only caught one fish, she was incredibly happy. Whether it was being out with Lucas or just spending time together as a group, these are things she had never even dared to dream of before. Compared to that, catching fish wasn't important at all. As she thought about it, a happy smile unconsciously graced her lips. Am I smiling now? She asked him. Of course you are. And it's beautiful, Lucas said, looking proud. Your boyfriend's doing a pretty good job, right? He could still vividly remember the first time he saw her smile at the hospital. He used to think that the human brain could never compete with a photograph, but now he knew that wasn't true. He remembered that moment with perfect clarity. He could even recall the feeling of time standing still, of his own heart skipping a beat. No photograph could ever capture the way Lily's smile had lit up the world in that instant. MHM. Lily rested her head on Lucas's shoulder and closed her eyes with a smile, feeling the gentle breeze. She wished time would slow down. If only things could stay like this forever. If only Lucas would like her forever. If I could catch a fish every day, would that save a lot of money? She asked after a while, a not-so-bright question escaping her lips. Lucas's mouth fell slightly open. He was speechless for a moment before he finally replied. Have you considered the possibility that if you spent that time working, you could earn enough money to buy even more fish? The girl realized how silly her question was and pressed her lips together, saying no more. Lucas gently poked her forehead. Whose girlfriend is this, being so frugal? Lily let out a soft huff and closed her eyes again. It was approaching noon now, and the sun was getting higher and a little more intense. You didn't put on sunscreen, did you? Lucas asked. He figured the dork probably hadn't. She would never spend money on something like that. He'd been careless. He should have bought some for her beforehand. Nope, she said, as if it were a given. Be careful not to get a tan. I feel like girls get sunburned more easily. If I get darker, will you still like me? Of course I will. Your personality alone is enough to make me completely obsessed with you. Lily couldn't help but smile, so she just chided him softly. You have no shame. This boy of hers knew exactly what to say. She'd figured it out by now. Lucas was greedy. Her liking him wasn't enough. He needed her to be absolutely head over heels for him. Too bad he didn't know she already was. And on top of that, you're so beautiful. I literally dream about how I'm going to marry you. Jay, just focus on fishing, the girl stammered, not daring to listen anymore. Her heart was pounding so hard she was afraid he might hear it. If he kept talking like that, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from marrying him right then and there. She couldn't. There were still things to deal with at home. Not to mention, she wasn't even old enough. There's something wrong with the fish in this place. They only bite for girls, Lucas said resentfully. Suddenly, he remembered something, closed his eyes, and muttered, I'll trade 10 years of Jason's life for one fish. And may he always hit pity on his gotcha pulls. It wasn't that he was being cruel. Jason had once shouted in their dorm room that he'd trade 10 years of Lucas's life for a character pull. And a second later, he actually got it. A single, perfect pull. It was Jason's luckiest moment, and it had left Lucas with severe psychological trauma. About 2 minutes later, Lucas's bobber finally twitched. He shot to his feet, yanking the rod upwards with all his might. The fish in this reservoir were strong, thrashed and fought in the water for a good while. But Lucas soon realized this fish was bigger than he'd expected. Judging by its strength, it was the biggest one he had ever hooked. "Lily, quick, net it," he shouted excitedly. Okay." Lily, having never done this before, awkwardly picked up the landing net and stepped to the water's edge to reach for it. Lucas had been the one to net the fish she'd caught. Now that it was her turn, she was clumsy. Unfortunately, the fish seemed to sense her, constantly darting away and keeping its distance. Normally, an experienced angler wouldn't fight a fish like this. They would reel in a line bit by bit, waiting for the fish to tire itself out before pulling it in all at once. Lucas knew this, but after seeing the fish dodge and weave, he couldn't help but get competitive, pulling harder and harder. Lily didn't realize that while Lucas looked strained and anxious, he was actually having the time of his life. Seeing him struggle, she grew even more frantic, moving to the very edge of the bank. After another moment, the fish finally started to calm down. The splashes it made were smaller, and Lucas was able to pull it closer. Lily seized the opportunity, netted it, and bit her lip as she hauled it in. Maybe it was tired, or maybe the fish in this reservoir really were just thirsty. Once it was in Lily's net, it only thrashed a couple of times before going still. Only when it was close did they see how huge it was, almost as big as the one sold at the fish market. Lucas's grin stretched from ear to ear. "Quick, put it in the bucket." A fish this big was worth bragging about for at least a year. It was more satisfying than getting a pentakill. He was pretty sure his own father, who had been fishing for years, had never caught one this massive. Lily nodded and tried to put the fish in the bucket. Because she was holding the very end of the long net handle, it took a lot more effort. Just as she managed to drop it in, the previously docile fish started thrashing wildly again, startling her and causing her to take 2 steps back. Her foot found nothing but air. She blinked, not even having time to scream. Splash! A huge spray of water erupted from the surface that had just quieted down. Lily, who had been bracing herself for the shock of cold water and the fact that she couldn't swim, suddenly found herself falling on a solid ground. She sat there, dazed, a dull ache spreading through her wrist. She was supposed to have fallen in, but something had pulled her back. The event of the last few seconds finally registered. She scrambled to her feet and rushed to the edge of the bank. "Lucas!" she screamed, her voice louder and more panicked than it had ever been. A moment later, a figure broke the surface. Seeing it was Lucas, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes instantly filling with tears. She grabbed the nearby landing net and extended it to him, desperate for him to have something to hold on to. "It's okay, I can swim. I slipped when I grabbed you," Lucas said, pushing his soaking wet hair out of his eyes. He smiled at the terrified girl. "You okay? Did that scare you?" The instant he'd seen her lose her footing, he had lunged forward. He hadn't expected to grab her successfully, only to have his own feet slip, the momentum swinging him out into the water. He had perfectly swapped places with the dork. Normally, no one could react that fast. The only reason Lucas had was because his attention had been entirely focused on Lily. Unfortunately, because of the height difference, he hadn't noticed just how close to the edge she was standing. Lily shook her head and reached out to pull Lucas onto the bank. She held his hand, her eyes darting all over him, checking him for any missing pieces as if he'd been attacked by piranhas. She was worried sick, while Lucas, acting as if nothing had happened, was grinning at the fish he'd just caught, completely ignoring his drenched clothes and the water dripping from his body. "Are you guys okay?" Aaron and Emma ran over, panting. "We're fine," Lucas said, hugging the bucket. "How do you know I caught a huge fish?" Lily and Lucas both stared at Emma, who was also completely soaked. She took off her hair tie, letting her wet hair fall loose around her shoulders. How had both siblings ended up like drowned rats? Aaron seemed to guess what Lily was thinking and let out a sigh of relief. "She saw you about to fall and jumped into the water." She paused, a wry smile on her face. Then she saw it was her brother who fell in, so she just got back out. Her smile turned a little pained. "I'm signing up for swimming lessons this summer." She never wanted to experience that feeling of helpless panic ever again. Emma, also acting like nothing was wrong, ran over to Lucas. The two dripping figures huddled together, staring into the bucket. Water from their hair dripped into the bucket, startling the big fish into another frenzy, but both of them had huge grins on their faces. This thing is massive. You gotta take a picture. Doing it now? I'm posting this on my timeline and the fishing forums. Should we buy a fish tank? We could tell people who come over that we caught it. Are you crazy? We're obviously eating it. It's not even a pretty fish. Lily blinked, looking from Lucas and Emma to Aaron, who wore a slightly guilty expression, and felt her nose begin to sting. She didn't need anyone else in the world to care about her. Right now, she was the happiest person alive. Lucas glanced up at the sun. Let's pack it up. I'll go home, take a shower, and then we can cook the fish. Yay, Emma said, growing more excited the longer she looked at the fish. A freshly caught fish was always better than one from the market. Come on, crybaby, Lucas said, gently taking the girl's hand. You're cooking, by the way. Lily sniffled, looped her arm through Lucas's wet one, and smiled at him. Okay. After buying a few towels to dry off, they prepared to head home. Erin felt it would be too awkward to tag along to Lucas's house, so she took a bucket and one of the smaller fish and went back to campus. As the three of them reached the entrance to Lucas's neighborhood, they saw Mr. Henderson sitting in the shade, fanning himself. Back already, Lucas? Lucas smiled and nodded, placing the bucket in front of the old man. How'd you know I caught such a big one? Mr. Henderson jumped, looking up at him in shock. Where did you catch this? He asked in a low voice. You didn't buy this at the market, did you? Nope, T Creek Reservoir. You'll have to take me some time. The more Mr. Henderson looked at the fish, the more excited he got. Suddenly, playing chess seemed incredibly boring. You got it. I'm heading home now. Gotta show this off to my dad. Mr. Henderson watched the three of them walk away, his eyes crinkling into a smile as he noticed Lucas and Lily's hands, which had found their way back together. Youth. It was a wonderful thing. Old girl, he thought. Why do you have to leave so soon? The little Lucas you doted on so much has found himself a girlfriend. She's a real looker, too. A shame you can't see her. Robert Carter, who had been contemplating what to order for delivery, shot up from the sofa when he saw the sorry state of his son and daughter. Weren't you guys fishing? Did a fish pull you in? Lucas set the bucket on the floor. No, he said deadpan. Emma pushed me in. My brother pushed me first. While the two were bickering, Lily mumbled shyly. Hello, Uncle. There we go. You should come over more often, Robert said with a nod. Let me take you guys out to a restaurant. What do you want to eat? As the man of the house, he couldn't very well admit he didn't know how to cook, and letting his future daughter-in-law cook for the family was even more inappropriate. He resolved to dip into his secret stash of cash. No need, Lucas said nonchalantly. Your daughter-in-law is going to cook fish for you. Lily tensed up, shooting him a look that was both panicked and annoyed. Lucas coughed twice and nudged the bucket with his foot. The fish inside immediately thrashed. Look at the fish. Robert walked over curiously and froze on the spot. You bought this. Caught it. Bought it. I really caught it. They can both vouch for me, Lucas said with a shrug. I don't believe you. What, you think I bought it because you have before? Don't talk nonsense. Robert looked at his kids' clinging, wet clothes and figured they might have actually gone into the water to catch it. It was something those two troublemakers would do. He peered at the big fish again. TSK. He was actually a little jealous. 10 minutes later, Lucas, fresh from a shower, walked into the kitchen to find Lily already cooking. Her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing the smooth, elegant nape of her neck. She was diligently chopping vegetables, the rhythmic thump, thump, thump filling the air. Her slender, adorable back was so inviting he couldn't resist the urge to hug her from behind. He'd imagined doing it before, but this time he could do it for real. The girl jumped, trembling slightly in his embrace, but she didn't resist. Instead, she nuzzled against him like a cat. When did you learn to swim? She asked softly. Lucas thought for a moment. Elementary school. I learned because I fell in the water when I was a kid. Luckily, your boyfriend is a genius. I just held my breath and didn't move, and I actually floated to the surface. He was too embarrassed to admit that he had almost drowned at a public swimming pool. His dad had gone to the bathroom, and he had wandered into the deep end. Robert had rushed back and yanked him out, and when they got home, his mom had given him the spanking of a lifetime. Lucas still maintained it was the pool's fault. He'd been able to touch the bottom just fine, but who would have expected a sudden slope? One wrong step, and his feet were dangling in the water. Lucas buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her faint, clean scent. You're chopping so fast. Aren't you afraid of cutting yourself? Lily held her hand up for him to see, curling her fingertips inward. If you keep your knuckles against the blade, you can't cut your fingers. Well, I guess I'm an idiot. Lucas stared, not moving. He knew how to cook, but he had never known that trick. He clearly lacked experience. He picked up a slice of cucumber and popped it into his mouth. You should teach me how to cook sometime. Your food is so good. The girl turned around, tilting her head to meet his gaze. You don't have to learn. I can cook for you for the rest of my life. In early July, the sun was scorching. It was the hottest time of the year, and shimmering waves of heat rose from the streets, which were much emptier than usual. Lucas sat in his office, examining the latest build of their game. They were on the verge of finding out just how much money this project could make, and everyone in the studio was on edge, not daring to slack off. There was a soft knock on the door. "Come in," Lucas said. Aaron tiptoed in, closed the door, and slumped into the chair opposite him with a look of utter defeat. "What's up?" he asked. The art team's work was mostly done, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Aaron cleared her throat and asked in a low voice, "So, I have this friend, and he sent $500 to a Nigerian prince, and then he got blocked. Is there any way to get that money back?" Lucas's face scrunched up as if he'd just eaten a lemon. "What nonsense are you talking about? There hasn't been a prince in Nigeria for decades." "Oh, right. So it wasn't a prince, it was a scammer." Aaron quickly corrected herself. "So my friend's money is gone for good. It's not enough to even file a police report. Just give up." Seeing Aaron sigh deeply on her friend's behalf, he added, "There is one other way." "What is it?" Aaron's eyes lit up. Lucas smirked. "You could send the scammer another $2,500. $3,000 is enough to get the police involved." Realizing he was joking, Aaron's entire body went limp in the chair. A whole $64.80 down the drain. "Wait, wrong currency. How did your friend, get scammed?" "He said he was a Nigerian prince, and he made it sound so real," Aaron said, staring blankly at the ceiling. "I didn't believe him at first, but then he asked me if I believed him or if I believed in love." Lucas pressed a finger to his lips, shushing her gently, before saying with a grave expression, "Actually, I'm Jeff Bezos's long-lost brother." "It's true. Get out." "Fine, I'll just believe in love from now on. Is that what you want?" "Strictly speaking, believing in love will probably get you scammed even more. A jerk won't just take your money. He'll take your heart, too." At least the prince only took $500. By this point, Lucas was laughing so hard he had no strength left. He collapsed on his desk, clutching his stomach, feeling dizzy and struggling to breathe. Watching Aaron storm out and slam the door, he almost doubled over with laughter again. He leaned back, taking a deep breath to compose himself, daring to give your boss attitude. "Just you wait. I'll find an excuse to dock your pay." Just as he said it, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, William Montgomery. "Hello, Uncle William," Lucas said softly, waiting for the other man to speak. William Montgomery chuckled. "Starting your own company and not even telling your old uncle, Lucas? Did I watch you grow up for nothing? It's just a little project, nothing serious. The whole company is less than 20 people. That's how everyone starts. Once you've grown a bit, I'll take you to a few networking dinners. It'll be good for your company's future." "You're the best, Uncle," Lucas said with a smile. He knew it wasn't just polite talk. William Montgomery had always treated him well. Whether he'd actually go was another question. He wasn't keen on using his connections to get ahead, and he didn't need to for now. After a bit of small talk, William's tone shifted. "What's really going on between you and Scarlett? Can you tell me?" Lucas paused. "I've been wanting to talk to you about this in person, but I was worried you wouldn't have time." "In person, huh?" William mused. "Are you free now? I can have my driver pick you up. We'll get your dad, and the three of us can have dinner tonight." Lucas was looking over a report from Leo when William's sharp voice came through the phone again. "I'll call you back. Something just came up. I have a meeting." "Okay, you take care of it. If you want to have dinner, I'll make time no matter what." He closed the door and slumped into the chair opposite him with a look of utter defeat. "What's up?" he asked. The art team's work was mostly done, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Aaron cleared her throat and asked in a low voice, "So, I have this friend, and he sent $500 to a Nigerian prince, and then he got blocked. Is there any way to get that money back?" Lucas's face scrunched up as if he'd just eaten a lemon. "What nonsense are you talking about? There hasn't been a prince in Nigeria for decades." "Oh, right. So it wasn't a prince, it was a scammer." Aaron quickly corrected herself. "So my friend's money is gone for good. It's not enough to even file a police report. Just give up." Seeing Aaron sigh deeply on her friend's behalf, he added, "There is one other way." "What is it?" Aaron's eyes lit up. Lucas smirked. "You could send the scammer another $2,500. $3,000 is enough to get the police involved." Realizing he was joking, Aaron's entire body went limp in the chair. A whole $64.80 down the drain. "Wait, wrong currency. How did your friend, get scammed?" "He said he was a Nigerian prince, and he made it sound so real," Aaron said, staring blankly at the ceiling. "I didn't believe him at first, but then he asked me if I believed him or if I believed in love." Lucas pressed a finger to his lips, shushing her gently, before saying with a grave expression, "Actually, I'm Jeff Bezos's long-lost brother. It's true. Get out. Fine, I'll just believe in love from now on. Is that what you want? Strictly speaking, believing in love will probably get you scammed even more. A jerk won't just take your money. He'll take your heart, too. At least the prince only took $500. By this point, Lucas was laughing so hard he had no strength left. He collapsed on his desk, clutching his stomach, feeling dizzy and struggling to breathe. Watching Aaron storm out and slam the door, he almost doubled over with laughter again. He leaned back, taking a deep breath to compose himself, daring to give your boss attitude. Just you wait. I'll find an excuse to dock your pay. Just as he said it, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, William Montgomery. Hello, Uncle William, Lucas said softly, waiting for the other man to speak. William Montgomery chuckled. Starting your own company and not even telling your old uncle, Lucas? Did I watch you grow up for nothing? It's just a little project, nothing serious. The whole company is less than 20 people. That's how everyone starts. Once you've grown a bit, I'll take you to a few networking dinners. It'll be good for your company's future. You're the best, Uncle, Lucas said with a smile. He knew it wasn't just polite talk. William Montgomery had always treated him well. Whether he'd actually go was another question. He wasn't keen on using his connections to get ahead, and he didn't need to for now. After a bit of small talk, William's tone shifted. What's really going on between you and Scarlett? Can you tell me? Lucas paused. I've been wanting to talk to you about this in person, but I was worried you wouldn't have time. In person, huh? William mused. Are you free now? I can have my driver pick you up. We'll get your dad, and the three of us can have dinner tonight. Lucas was looking over a report from Leo when William's sharp voice came through the phone again. I'll call you back. Something just came up. I have a meeting. Okay, you take care of it. If you want to have dinner, I'll make time no matter what. Just give me a call tonight when you're free. Lucas waited silently for the other end to hang up. Hearing the dial tone, he placed the phone flat on his desk, his index finger tapping rhythmically on the surface, a thoughtful expression on his face. Something fell off. What did Uncle William really want to talk about? William Montgomery quickly ended the call as a young woman with long hair walked into his office. A flicker of awkwardness crossed his face, an expression rarely seen on him. But perhaps it was because, alongside all his other roles, he was also a father. Scarlett Montgomery bit her lip. Why were you calling him? She asked, her voice low. I just wanted to ask him what was going on, William said, a hint of helplessness in his tone. You won't tell me why you're suddenly going abroad, so I had to ask Lucas. He could find out if he really wanted to, but it would take time, and by then his daughter would be gone. What would be the point? Scarlett hummed, sinking onto a nearby sofa and hugging her knees tightly. After a long moment, she finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. I'm in love with him. William froze. Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken to his daughter in so long, but he kept finding himself at a loss. When his secretary told him someone claiming to be his daughter was downstairs, he nearly choked on his water. Then, when Scarlett told him she was leaving, he'd almost fallen out of his chair. He had never remarried, and Scarlett was his only child. Of course he cared for her, even if she had always misunderstood and blamed him for the divorce, refusing to see him for years. You love Lucas? Isn't that a good thing? William walked over to her, a smile spreading across his face. You two grew up together. Your Uncle Robert and I have been friends since we were in diapers. I watched that boy grow up, he continued. He's far more capable than most kids his age, and I know he's a loyal one. You have no idea how many people would be jealous of a love story like yours. As he spoke, the smile on his face slowly stiffened, then faded away. His daughter's expression was all wrong. He has a girlfriend, Scarlett said, her chin resting on her arms. A moment later, she buried her face completely. Realizing this was far more than a simple childhood spat, William's demeanor became serious again, his usual composure returning. When Scarlett was in elementary school, she had cried to him about Lucas playing with other girls. But this was different. They were grown up now. That can't be right. William frowned, unable to make sense of it. I always thought Lucas was crazy about you. Scarlett lifted her head again, two clear tear tracks staining her perfect cheeks. But I once made him wait for me at a restaurant for 3 hours. But I was always so hot and cold with him, and I never once comforted him when he looked so sad. Later, I couldn't even be bothered to reply to his messages. I only talked to him when I wanted to. He's always been the type to hold a grudge, but he never once talked back, no matter how mean I was to him. The tears flowed faster. She finally released her tightly clenched jaw and cried out. I made him chase me for 7 whole years. I tortured him until he had no confidence left, until he couldn't even hold his head up high. How could he possibly still like me? As if venting all her self-loathing, her voice rose to a near shout, yet it sounded so weak. Then she mumbled again, He was by my side for so long, ever since we were kids. I just got used to it. I got used to him being good to me, and I just kept pushing for more. I always thought it was fine to keep things as they were. I was too scared to take that next step. I thought, since he's already here with me, why risk changing things? What if we ended up like you and Mom? She trailed off. It was pointless. They were all just excuses. William reached out to stroke his daughter's hair, but his hand hovered in midair before he quietly pulled it back. He sat down next to her, keeping a small distance. Kan iukio? Scarlett asked, her voice trembling and choked with tears. The question shattered William Montgomery's heart. With every beat, a fresh wave of pain washed over him. Silly girl, he said softly, letting Scarlett rest her head on his shoulder. I'm your father, fighting with me for all these years. Such a silly girl. He didn't realize he'd repeated the phrase. In his mind, no other words suited his daughter better. Naive, proud, and stubborn. How could you be so silly? In her father's arms, Scarlett cried like a child, just as she had all those years ago. William's eyes reddened as he watched her, feeling as if time had rewound. As a parent, he had never wanted his child to grow up, because growing up always meant losing something. People don't mature without a reason. The more naive a person is, the happier their childhood tends to be. And that was before they discovered that the world was still just as unkind. At a loss for how to comfort her, William began to tell his own story. From meeting Scarlett's mother as a child, to growing closer step by step, to walking down the aisle, and then to pouring all his energy into his career until finally, her mother asked for a divorce. Racked with guilt for having been so focused on work, he hadn't fought for custody of Scarlett. It was ironic, really. The final straw for Scarlett's mother had been when he had to leave for a meeting while Scarlett was burning up with a fever. Now, after the divorce, she had thrown herself into her own work, becoming just like him, unable to be there for her family. They had both come to understand the other's struggles and motivations. But there was no going back. Regret was the most useless emotion. It only served to torment, never to change. To others, it might seem like your father has everything. In reality, I have nothing. I have the ability to give you and your mother the best life now. But she's gone, and so are you. All because when I was young, I didn't know what was most important. I wasn't as clear-sighted as your Uncle Robert. I should have listened to him back then. The conversation between father and daughter flowed more easily, and a fragile understanding began to form between them. After a long while, William's throat felt dry, but he still found himself muttering, "It's all my fault." He felt that if he hadn't been so obsessed with providing a better life, if he had realized sooner that his presence was more important, or if he had taken Scarlett with him after the divorce, his daughter might not have ended up in this situation. "Dad, I want to try on a wedding dress," Scarlett said suddenly. William stood frozen for a long time, unsure whether to be happy that his daughter was finally calling him dad again or shocked by her sudden request. Under his stunned gaze, Scarlett wiped away her tears and offered a faint smile. There won't be another chance to wear one. The dream was over. It was time for her to grow up. It took William a few seconds to understand her meaning. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. He hadn't even untangled his own knots of regret. He had no right to tell his daughter to move on. "I'll take you," he said. He turned his gaze out the window, tilting his head up slightly, and sighed to himself. "Robert Carter, you're the one who really figured it out. How did you always know exactly what you wanted? Are you sure about this?" "If you stay, I can be here for you," William said, making one last attempt. For the first time, he truly envied Robert Carter. Scarlett shook her head gently. "When we were little, we made a pinky promise that we'd get married when we grew up, and I'd become a great lawyer, the kind that helps people who can't afford it for free." A sad smile touched her lips, beautiful but full of bitterness. "Since I'm breaking the promise about getting married, I have to at least keep the other one." That afternoon, in a lavishly decorated bridal boutique, Vanessa stared at the price tags on the wedding dresses, each one an astronomical figure, and couldn't help but click her tongue. They could have just robbed people outright, but instead, they kindly threw in a dress. Though she had to admit, they were all breathtaking. She took out a tissue and dabbed at the tear tracks on her cheeks, composing herself. She acted as if she didn't know that Scarlett was leaving the country tomorrow. "Your coffee, ma'am," a sales associate said, handing a cup to Vanessa. Vanessa took it with a look of shock and carefully placed it on a table far away. She wouldn't dare drink it, even if it was free. All she could think about was the disaster of spilling it on one of the dresses. Just then, Scarlett emerged, wearing a mermaid-style wedding gown. The pristine white dress, with its fishtail skirt and cascading lace train, accentuated her long legs and slender figure, making her look absolutely divine. Holy, regal. Unspeakably beautiful. Vanessa couldn't think of any other words. Her attention was completely captivated. She's so beautiful, Vanessa thought, but she doesn't look happy. Scarlett, you have to smile. If you don't smile, everyone will know you're a fake bride. Is it beautiful? Scarlett asked, setting her veil aside and giving a graceful twirl. Vanessa nodded. It's so beautiful. Scarlett forced a smile and walked over to Vanessa, holding the veil. Here, bridesmaid, help me put it on. Vanessa's tears immediately overflowed. She knew that as the attendant to this fake bride, she would never be a real bridesmaid. Then why were you so stubborn back then? She suddenly yelled. Why couldn't you have just woken up sooner? You were guaranteed to win. Lucas didn't owe you anything. Why couldn't you see that? Her sudden outburst echoed through the spacious hall, a cry against Scarlett's past naivete, and a raw expression of her anger at Scarlett's decision to just leave. Scarlett tilted her head back, the white veil on her head trembling slightly. She collected herself, sniffled, and looked at her friend with a sad smile in her eyes. That's why I regret it so much. Vanessa fell silent. All she could think was how difficult it is for people to cherish what they have before it's gone. But time only moves in one direction. Some mistakes can be fixed after you realize them, and some can't. She asked herself 1,000 whys. Why are people so childish sometimes? Why can't we learn to cherish things sooner? Why didn't I try to talk more sense in her back then? Why didn't I threaten to end our friendship? Why didn't I tell Lucas to just give her the cold shoulder for a few months? But she had no answers. You have to cherish things to not lose them, but you only learn to cherish them after you've lost them. A perfect, tragic loop. Scarlett's smile turned into tears. The two friends stood there, crying, looking at each other. After a long time, Scarlett took Vanessa's hand and led her to a sales associate. I'll take this one, she said, pulling a bank card from her purse. Charge it to this. Of course. The associate gave a small bow. Your fiancé will be so moved. Scarlett smiled at her, but said nothing. At this moment, having experienced the feeling of buying a wedding dress, her self-indulgent dream was officially over. This dress would just have to be thrown away. You should try one on, too. Let me see what you look like in a wedding dress, Scarlett suggested, pretending to be struck by a sudden whim. But Vanessa knew exactly what she meant. She stood frozen like a statue for a long time before finally choking out the words. Scarlett, I hate you. The next morning at the studio, Lucas sat impatiently in his chair, a rare edge of anger in his voice. I said I'm not going. I have a girlfriend. Mom, don't you like Lily? Why are you doing this? Just friends? Scarlett and I are not just friends. Before I got together with Lily, I chased Scarlett for 7 years. How is it appropriate for me to go? What do you think Lily will feel? Even if I tell her, it's not okay. Yes, she'll definitely understand, but she's very sensitive. Why would I put her through that for no reason? After hanging up, Lucas turned on the AC, pressed his temples, and let out a deep sigh. This was such a mess. Just then, his office door opened slowly. Lily walked in with breakfast for him and placed it quietly on his desk. Lucas paused, then asked softly, How much of that did you hear? Lily sat down in the spot Lucas cleared for her, her head slowly drooping. All of it. She was incapable of lying, especially to him. Don't be sad. You must have heard me say I wasn't going, Lucas said gently, taking her hand. Lily pursed her lips, her fingers fidgeting restlessly, a nervous habit. You should go. Lucas frowned. Why are you telling me to go to? He realized his tone was still harsh and quickly pulled her into a hug, afraid he had scared her. His parents had been calling him nonstop since that morning, and he was at his wit's end. He hadn't wanted to reveal the full extent of his history with Scarlett, fearing it would affect the two families' relationship, but he'd had no choice. As expected, his dad hadn't said another word after hearing it. His mom, however, was more sentimental, insisting he should at least go say goodbye, as they might never see each other again. Lily finally lifted her head, her watery eyes meeting his. Because I don't want you to be sad, she said earnestly. Lucas's eyes widened, and he hugged her even tighter. It's okay. I'm not sad. It was true he wasn't sad, but to say he felt nothing at all would be a lie. Even if it were any other childhood friend moving abroad, he'd feel a little down. But there was no reason to go. Wishing each other well from a distance was the best possible ending. But your parents will be sad, and you might regret it later, Lily whispered, as if afraid of making him angry. What if she never comes back? This was the conclusion she'd reached after putting herself in his shoes. If it were her, watching Lucas with another girl, she would rather never return. The mere thought was suffocating. To witness it in person would be a special kind of torture, like having her heart slowly carved out, piece by piece. Lucas gently cupped her cheek, making her instinctively close one eye. Do you even know what you're saying? You silly, silly girl. No one is sillier than you. Lily wasn't happy about that. She gently bumped her head against his. I'm very smart. Oh yeah? How are you smart? Lucas asked. The girl continued. If you have regrets, then this whole thing, and her, they might stay in your heart forever. I don't want that. I want your eyes to only ever have me in them. She looked down at their intertwined hands, embarrassed. Is it selfish for me to think like that? It's like I'm treating you like a possession. Lucas planted a firm kiss on her cheek and grinned. How is that selfish? It's completely normal. I feel the same way. I even get anxious sometimes, afraid of losing you. The dork's thought processes were always a delightful mystery. Lucas was used to it by now. It was part of what made her so endearing. Don't be, Lily said, kissing him back. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, I'll always be yours. Hearing that Lucas felt the same way was a novel feeling for her. There was no room in her world for any other guy. Her mind was completely filled with Lucas. He was turning her into a dork. Yes, that had to be it. She was very smart before she met him. It was all his fault. Lily, you're playing dirty. Lucas, realizing he'd been staring blankly for a while, felt a little flustered. If you keep this up, I might just marry you one day without your permission. I'm not old enough. You can't marry me, Lily said, a little smug. She knew exactly how many days were left. Lucas scoffed. Then we won't get a license. I'll just take you home. Lily thought Lucas was the silly one for calling her silly. She let out a small huff. It's not like I can't run away. The moment the words left her mouth, Lucas pulled her into a tight embrace, their bodies pressed together. Then I'll tie you up and take you home. Make you do the laundry and cook all day and warm my bed at night. Lily buried her head deep, letting him hold her, and fell silent. Well, in that case, there was nothing she could do. She was just a helpless girl. What choice did she have but to go home with him? A little while later, Lucas walked out of his office and let out a long breath. If she really wasn't coming back, then he should go, say a final goodbye to the past, just as he'd promised the dork he would. He was about to leave when Jason walked over, twirling his car keys. Were we off to my man? The meter's running, by the way. Lucas glanced at him. What are you getting involved for? I'm picking up Vanessa. The airport is a long way from here. Lucas didn't say anything else. At least he didn't have to drive. The car moved along the elevated highway, and for a long time, no one spoke. Lucas felt a wave of hot air hit his face and turned to see Jason cracking the window open to ash his cigarette outside. Perhaps sensing Lucas's gaze, Jason finally spoke. I don't think she's coming back. Yeah, Lucas said quietly. Jason clicked his tongue, a hint of melancholy in his voice. She probably regrets it a lot. I guess this is the price she pays for how she acted. I used to think the dramas on TV were over the top, but now I get it. We've grown up, Lucas. First, you love like a child, hysterically and completely. Then, you learn to accept the endings that aren't what you wished for, like an adult. The past is just the past. It's for the best, Lucas said suddenly. Jason looked at him, confused. What's for the best? Not seeing each other again, Lucas said, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside, his expression calm. For Lily's sake, we need to make a clean break. It's better for us to live our own separate lives. After we part ways, she'll understand eventually. I don't like her anymore, and I don't hate her. I just hope she'll be happy. Jason nodded in agreement. Looks like you don't need me to comfort you. I never did. At the airport, Vanessa even came out to meet them and lead them inside. You've been crying? Jason asked, looking at Vanessa's red eyes. You can tell, so why ask? Vanessa glared at him. What? I can't be concerned about you. You're insane. What did you say? I said you're insane. Who are you calling insane? Lucas tuned out their bickering as they approached the security checkpoint. The area was crowded with people seeing off their loved ones, each small group a world of its own, with its own story. His parents, Uncle William, and even Emma were there. Scarlett was hugging Emma, laughing and talking with them, acting as if nothing was wrong. But the moment she saw Lucas, her smile froze. Joy and sorrow warred on her face, twisting her expression. She said something to the others, then began walking toward him. Everyone else tactfully stayed back. Vanessa and Jason also moved to the side. You came to see me off? Yeah. They stood in silence for a moment. Scarlett stared at Lucas, a bitter smile on her lips. It would have been better if you had never met me. She sniffled, her voice trembling slightly. But meeting you is still the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. Her thoughts raced faster than ever before, as if she were desperately trying to leave no regrets behind, scrambling for the right words. I never thought that, in the end, keeping my distance would be the only way I could make it up to you. Her gaze drifted to the polished tiles on the floor. I'm sorry. It was all my fault for being so selfish. In the end, all she wanted to say was sorry. Anything else was inappropriate to say to a boy with a girlfriend. The mistakes she had made were hers to bear alone. Lucas sighed softly and smiled at her. I didn't know any better back then either. I didn't know how to love someone. All I knew was how to be good to you. His own smile was tinged with bitterness. Let's just leave it at that. We're not the only ones who've missed out on each other. She's a good girl. I went to see her at her part-time job once, secretly. I wish you both happiness. Lucas nodded slightly and mumbled an affirmation. He wasn't sure if any sound had actually come out, and it would be too awkward to say it again. Scarlett glanced at the time, her face turning pale. Can I ask you one last question? She said quickly. And can you answer me honestly? Lucas refocused his scattered gaze on her. What is it? Scarlett's tears finally broke free, falling one by one onto the floor. To any passerby, it now looked like a proper farewell. Do you feel any regret? She asked in a small, cautious voice. Even just a little? If I didn't feel regret, I wouldn't have chased you for 7 whole years, Lucas said earnestly. He didn't understand why she would ask such an obvious question. At his words, Scarlett, who had been crying, suddenly broke into a smile. The Lucas standing before her seemed to transform back into the boy who had always been by her side. The two images blurred and overlapped, and it took her a long moment to come back to herself. You haven't changed. You never changed. It's just, you don't belong to me anymore. She quickly wiped her tears, clearing her vision, and stared at Lucas in silence, as if trying to burn his image in her memory. A few seconds later, she turned her head proudly. I'm leaving. You didn't even give me a farewell gift, so I'm not going to miss you. She walked a few steps, then abruptly spun around and made a funny face at him. Just like when they were kids. On the way back, Vanessa watched the expressionless Lucas in the rearview mirror, her feelings a tangled mess. Lucas, are you the most miserable person in the world right now? Or the happiest? To chase someone for 7 years, only to miss out in the end. But to have 2 beautiful girls in love with you, one of whom even secretly wore a wedding dress for you. Vanessa couldn't figure it out. The thought of not seeing Scarlett again was excruciating, but she didn't know who to be angry at. What if Scarlett had accepted your confession back then? What do you think would have happened? Vanessa asked, her voice weak. Lucas looked out at the blue sky and thought for a moment. We would have broken up. Vanessa was stunned. She couldn't argue. Scarlett had only started to change after she had truly lost him. It was a fated ending. In the end, only those who knew how to cherish what they had could find happiness. Like that other girl. She looked at the passing scenery and suddenly felt like something was wrong. This isn't the way back, is it? Vanessa asked Jason, her voice cracking. I'm finding you a place where you can watch the plane take off, you idiot. The announcement on the plane ended, and Scarlett let out a deep breath. After a brief period of turbulence and acceleration, the blue and white metal birds soared into the sky. Scarlett looked out the window, watching the city shrink below, trying to pick out familiar buildings. She dazedly wiped the window, only to find it was still blurry. Then she realized it was her own tears and wiped them away with the back of her hand. It's okay. I was loved deeply by a very, very gentle person. For 7 whole years. At least I'm the second happiest girl in the world. That's enough. I will love you for the rest of my life. I swear. I've already worn a wedding dress for you. How could I ever marry someone else? Goodbye, Seattle. Goodbye, Lucas. No, on second thought. Let's not meet again. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. The moment Lucas opened his office door, he saw Lily slumped over the desk, looking utterly dejected. Who upset my girlfriend? At the sound of his voice, Lily's head shot up. The moment she saw him, a film of moisture clouded her eyes. She stood up, walked over to him, and wrapped her arms around his waist. I was so scared you weren't coming back. How could I not? Lucas said, smiling as he stroked her long hair. And you were pretending to be so nonchalant before. You silly girl. But I just didn't want you to be sad, Lily said, her voice growing more pitiful. Lucas hugged her back, gently patting her back. My girlfriend is the best. As he spoke, he felt a small, wet patch forming on his shirt. He looked down to see Lily crying silently. Please don't regret meeting me, please. It took Lucas a moment to follow her train of thought. The dork was probably afraid that he had only stayed because he was with her and not gone back to his old flame. He smiled. How could I ever regret it? Meeting you makes me smile in my sleep. He pulled out a tissue and gently wiped her tears. Want to come out with me? Where are we going? Lily asked, looking up at him with her slightly red-rimmed eyes. It was a look that could melt anyone's heart. Lucas felt like Lily had gone through several phases recently. At first, she almost never cried in front of him. Then, she would cry for a long time. Now, her tears were like summer showers. They came and went quickly. It was fascinating how they changed with their relationship. I have to go set up the new apartment I rented and move all my stuff out of the dorm. He shrugged. Your boyfriend isn't really a college student anymore. Oh, okay. She was about to grab her bag when Lucas stopped her. But let's be clear. You can come with me, but you're not allowed to do any work. I won't pack, Lily said meekly. But I can still clean, right? She felt like she was learning to be sneaky from Lucas. It was definitely his influence. Soon, the car was parked in front of an apartment complex near the University of Washington. The apartment Lucas rented was on the 4th floor of a slightly older building. It was nothing special, but it would do. For some reason, none of his family's properties were anywhere near the university. He had no idea what his dad had been thinking. Lily followed quietly behind Lucas. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a very conspicuous wooden sofa and coffee table, giving the place a classic, dated look. Lucas immediately plopped down on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and started thinking about what they needed to buy. Lily, on the other hand, inspected the fridge and kitchen first before looking around the rest of the apartment. Why do you need 2 bedrooms if you're living alone? The girl asked, her voice full of innocence. It's more spacious, and if I'm in a bad mood, I can sleep in a different room. Oh, okay, Lily replied blankly, not thinking much of it. Lucas watched her with a mischievous grin. Yes, I'll definitely sleep in the other room. But you might be sleeping here. Do you want to come here for naps in the afternoon from now on? No, you'll bully me. I will not. Lucas felt like his image in the dork's eyes was seriously distorted. I'm not that kind of person. Then you can at least come over and cook for me, right? He decided to continue playing the long game. Lily agreed immediately. Okay. Lucas was speechless. Her innocence was so pure it made him feel a little guilty. Once the novelty of the new place wore off, they went out shopping. Lucas picked out 2 sets of sheets and a thin comforter. Lily bought a ton of groceries and a bag of rice. She was the one who picked out most of the daily necessities. Lucas wouldn't have even thought of them. Looking at all the bags, Lucas was dumbfounded. Where did this sudden feeling of domesticity come from? It was surprisingly nice. Are you hungry? I can cook for you, Lily said, holding a hair tie in her mouth as she gathered her hair. We can test out the new kitchen supplies. Lucas, who had been lounging on the bed, swallowed hard at the sight and patted the space beside him. Come here and let me hug you first. Lily, having just tied her hair into a ponytail, hesitated by the door, not daring to enter. Don't we hug all the time? Lucas asked. Lily fidgeted. Hugging while lying down just feels a little, and they were alone in a room together. Though that had happened before. You don't trust your boyfriend? I can be a perfect gentleman, Lucas declared righteously. If you bully me, I'll bite you, Lily warned, a threat that carried zero menace and only made Lucas more excited. She inched her way over to the bed and sat down nervously. Her long ponytail cascaded down to her slender waist, and the sight made Lucas stare for a moment. Nervous? Lucas asked softly. The last thing he wanted was to scare her like he had before. Lily took a deep breath. A little, but I'm okay. Ah, she regretted her words instantly. Lucas wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her down onto the bed. How could he be so polite 1 second and so aggressive the next? Lily lay on her side, her eyes squeezed shut, feeling Lucas's breath on her cheek. She was convinced she must have been an ostrich in a past life. But after what felt like an eternity, Lucas still hadn't done anything. Now, lying there with her eyes closed, she felt even more insecure. Did he fall asleep? Is he just staring at me? This is so embarrassing. What are you doing? After another long moment, Lily couldn't take it anymore. She opened her eyes, turned over, and found Lucas indeed just watching her, a thoughtful expression on his face. Turning over was a mistake. Now they were face to face. Only then did Lily realize just how close they had been. Lucas gave her a small smile, his warm breath ghosting across her face, sending a tingling sensation through her. Looking at his face, at the slight curve of his lips, the girl was overcome by a strange impulse. She leaned in and gave him a light peck. The distance was so small that she didn't have time to regret it. Her rational mind was sprinting to catch up, but couldn't get there in time. And then Lucas's smile froze. Realizing what she had done, Lily froze too. Lily Thompson, you pervert. What did you just do? A few seconds later, just as she was about to scramble off the bed, Lucas grabbed her and pulled her back. I didn't mean to, Lily explained haltingly, looking up at Lucas. He was holding both of her wrists, and she couldn't move. The sight of the girl, turning her face away and struggling gently, was the final straw that shattered Lucas's self-control. The next moment, her stammered explanations turned into muffled whimpers. Lily's struggles grew weaker, and the legs that had been kicking moments before went limp. The hands that Lucas had been holding were now intertwined with his, their fingers locked together. Their movements were clumsy, but there was a certain beauty in their inexperience, in the shared discovery of something new. The girl responded awkwardly to his desire, gradually losing herself in the moment. Now I taste like lychee. Now I taste like Coke. After some time, Lily gently pushed Lucas away. She looked at him, her eyes shimmering, and asked breathlessly, "You still haven't told me. What flavor do you like?" Her hair was a mess, and her lips were parted as she panted for air. Lucas was breathing heavily too, his eyes full of affection as he looked at her. "I like you." The moment he said it, Lily wrapped her arms around his neck, pressed her lips to his, and closed her eyes again. And as they kissed, they once again lost all track of time. Evening. Lucas stood quietly in his now empty and clean dorm room, a lump forming in his throat. The setting sun streamed through the window, reflecting off the damp, freshly mopped floor, making the few remaining water droplets shimmer. He'd seen this before, 3 years ago, when he had first pushed open this door. It was all so similar. Except, 3 years ago, he had arrived full of anticipation. Today, he was leaving full of reluctance. In the empty room, he could almost see Jason drinking and complaining to Ryan Brooks about his dad forcing him to change his major. Jason was so wild back then, always trying to numb himself. He could almost see Dylan sitting behind him, watching him play games, occasionally glancing down at a textbook. Back then, Dylan was always lamenting that he hadn't gone to the same college as the girl he had crushed on. For some reason, all these forgotten, everyday moments came flooding back, playing out before his eyes like ghosts. Lucas smiled faintly. "I really was a good father to you guys." A long moment later, he slowly pulled the door shut. The room was pristine, as if no one had ever been there at all. Early the next morning, Lily was brushing her teeth when she heard the front door open, followed by a familiar voice she had been thinking about all night. "Good morning, Sophia." "Lucas, you're here." She froze, not even noticing the minty foam dripping from the corner of her mouth. She had just managed to push yesterday's events to the back of her mind, and now they all came rushing back. She splashed her burning cheeks with cold water before slowly walking out of the bathroom. She couldn't bring herself to look at Lucas. Not only that, she couldn't even look at her mom, Sophia, terrified she would be able to see what had happened between them. It was strange. When they had first started dating, she had been more nervous around him than usual. Now that they had kissed, it was a whole different level. She wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it, but she couldn't stop her eyes from darting to his lips. The less rational she had been yesterday, the more she wanted to die today. Lucas, on the other hand, was completely unbothered. He chatted with Sophia, occasionally glancing over at Lily with a smile. The girl was in her pajamas and shorts, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking endearingly groggy. It was only at home that Lily dared to wear something that showed a little bit of her legs. And honestly, the dork had amazing legs, slender in all the right places, with just the right amount of curve. Lily, of course, noticed Lucas looking at her, and her cheeks, which had just cooled down, began to burn again, making her fidget. She couldn't just go change now. It would be too obvious. All she could do was press her knees together and subtly scoot to the side. "Lucas, stop looking. Please stop looking. Just leave, please. I'll go with you, I promise." "Mom, why are you smiling at me like that? This is so embarrassing." Then, to her horror, Lucas turned to Sophia with a grin. "Is there anything to eat, Sophia? I'm starving." "Of course. You think I let you go hungry?" "Lucas Carter, you have no shame." The morning sun filtered into the alleyway, accompanied by the occasional cheerful chirping of birds. Even though it was July, it was still cool at this time of day. The two of them walked side by side, Lucas looking smug and walking with a spring in his step. After all, he and Lily were more than just boyfriend and girlfriend now. Well, not exactly. They were still boyfriend and girlfriend, just a slightly less innocent version. They had kissed, tongues and all, and Lily had even eaten fruit candy and drunk Coke specifically for him. Thinking back on it now, they had really gone wild once their inhibitions were gone. And kissing was seriously addictive. They had somehow done it for over 2 hours yesterday. As Lucas was swaggering along, he felt a sharp jab in his lower back that sent him stumbling forward. He didn't need a look. It was undoubtedly his girlfriend, who was as stubborn as a mule. "Lily Thompson," he fake yelled, turning around. Lily looked down guiltily and muttered, "WL, you were bullying me. My lips were swollen yesterday. I wonder if my mom noticed." Lucas smiled at her. "You started it, and now you're playing the victim?" The girl was too embarrassed to say anything else. She knew Lucas was referring to her headbutting him, but she also knew she had been the one to start things yesterday, which meant she had no moral high ground to condemn his forceful actions. So humiliating. Lucas leaned in close, tracing her lips with his finger. They still look a little swollen. Or is it just my imagination? Lily pouted, glaring at him with a mix of fierceness and grievance that only made him want to tease her more. You were the one who kissed me several times, Lucas said, feeling a pang of guilt and immediately shifting the blame. Don't say it. Don't say it, the girl cried, mortified. So shameless. Preparing to launch headbutt attack. JPG seeing Lily adopt her signature headbutting stance. Lucas quickly shut up. The dork was soft everywhere except her head, which was as hard as a rock. A solid hit actually hurt. Lucas took her hand, his smile widening as he gave a squeeze. The feeling of connection was even stronger now. Even though they had been a couple before, after sharing their first kiss, there was a new sense of truly belonging to each other. Love and desire really were inseparable. He certainly didn't believe in any platonic nonsense. If Lily had asked him before he'd made his move whether he liked her or was just after her body, he honestly wouldn't have known how to answer. He truly liked her, and he was also truly attracted to her. Admitting either felt wrong. It was a no-win situation. Luckily, the dork would never think to ask such a question. Thinking of this, he asked her, I stole your first kiss, you know. Don't you feel anything? Not really, Lily said honestly. She felt like she was going to be completely devoured by him sooner or later. Other than embarrassment, she didn't feel any regret. It was all going to be Lucas's anyway. At least it wasn't someone else. What else was there to feel? Was she supposed to tell him she was actually really happy about it? No way. Aaron had said that a girl has to be reserved. Even when you really want to hug, you should still say no at first. The only problem was yesterday after she said that Lucas had only gotten more intense. Where on earth did Aaron get her experience from? Lily was starting to doubt her mentor's expertise. It had caused her a lot of trouble yesterday. Next time we kiss, can your hands be a little more behaved? Lily asked, looking up at him, her cheeks puffing out unconsciously. Lucas didn't know how to explain. Would you believe me if I said it's a guy's instinct? All guys are like that. We can't help it. The dork was surprisingly clever sometimes. For most of yesterday, she had kept their fingers intertwined, making it impossible for him to get handsy. Seeing her skeptical look, he quickly added, If you don't believe me, I can call Jason right now and ask him. I believe you. I believe you. Lily quickly grabbed him. I believe you. Just be more behaved next time. What was wrong with him? Was that something you could just ask someone else? One phone call, and the whole world would know they had kissed. Lucas fought back a laugh and put his phone back in his pocket. He hadn't actually been planning to call. Jason was the perfect excuse. My boy, you truly are the ultimate wingman. As they reached the end of the alley, Lily asked softly, Where are we going? To find a place to eat you all up, Lucas joked. A spark of inspiration hit the girl. She stepped forward and clung to Lucas's arm tightly. Let's go somewhere with a lot of people, she said, gently swaying and, as Aaron had instructed, occasionally rubbing against him. Please? Pretty please. Lucas paused for a long moment, not answering. Then he suddenly turned to face her, a grin spreading across his face. Okay. Just as Lily's lips curved into a smug, relieved smile, Lucas lifted her chin with his finger and slowly leaned down. MMPH. I'm never trying to be clever again.